Nigerian government banned the importation of furniture, thereby creating opportunity for investors to push capital into furniture business. To start a furniture business in Nigeria, you don't require an expert furniture making skills. You can hire the services of skilled furniture makers to help make the furniture while you run and own the business. You can keep them on your payroll and source for your customers. The furniture business has a very high profit margin, making it a very high profitable business to venture into. You don't have to wait until you have millions before you can start furniture business. You can start furniture making with small capital and grow into a big shop. With about 450,000 naira, you can start a furniture business. But the profitability of the business is mainly anchored on the area or location of the business, the bargaining power of the furniture maker, and the level of experience in the business.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Ladies Talking Business. I am Moremi Akonwo. Our guest today is the founder and CEO of Jones Wood Creation Limited, a reputable furniture producing company that creates bespoke furniture products and decorations. She is an enterprise entrepreneur with demonstrated experience in project management, business supervision, development, negotiation, customer service, strategic planning, and analytical thinking. She studied chemical engineering and bagged her BEng degree from Anambra State University. In 2018, she was awarded a certificate of the Yali Emerging Leaders Program at the Regional Leadership Center, West Africa, Accra, Certificate of Appreciation by the Ready Set Work Faculty, Lagos, a beneficiary of the Seed Stars World Investment Readiness Program 2019, and an organizing member of the Girls Skill Up Initiative 2019, a certified Goldman Sachs 10,000 Women alumni. Wow, that's quite a bio. Our guest is Joan Mbogu. Hi, Joan. Thanks for coming on the show today.
Hi, Moremi. Thanks for having me.
That was quite a bio. Like, I was running out of breath at some point. Okay, so how did you find yourself in the furniture making space from engineering?
Okay, so, well, for me, it was at the time where I just resigned from an engineering company I was working in, I think, 2011. And I had a colleague of mine. We went to the same university and he visited. He's an architect actually, but apparently he was running furniture making company. And he came that day and he was just telling us about what he's been doing in the furniture space. It was quite an interesting story and I picked interest. I wanted to know more. Even though he was operating from Abuja, I was in Lagos. I wanted to know more. So I told him, okay, you know what? I want to know more about this furniture thing, being an architect. So he was all about how you could design, procure materials, build the furniture piece, and finally install. For me, it was quite interesting. And before I knew what was happening, after the discussion that day, anywhere I go and I see a furniture piece, I'm trying to relate it with the story he had just told me. And I remember telling him that, okay, you know what, I want to do this. Because at that time I had just resigned. I was not really doing anything within that space. So he said, okay, and he was willing to bring me on board. So we did quite some jobs. We did quite some jobs that time. I got some small jobs. Maybe you want to make your table, your chair, and I was involved. And it's been from one small job to the other, and the story
and you're
has
here today.
Yes, I'm
so
here
did you
today.
actually have to learn how to put wood together?
Yes,
and
I did. Yes,
Oh, wow.
so I did. So at least from the engineering part, I'm a very hands-on person, and I try to know details of everything I want to do. So yes, I did. At the initial stage, maybe not, yes, but later on, after I began running my own company, I saw the need to really get into the operational aspect of furniture making. So yes, I did, and I've taken a lot of training since then. So you see some videos online on DIY, how these things are done. So
okay.
I really put my interest in that, and I'm hands-on.
Oh, well, I'm really trying to just imagine you being hands-on.
I am. I spray.
Together. Wow.
I spray. At least I can operate my equipment. I have a panel saw. I can operate it. I can operate my edge binder. I can operate my planer. So it's not like I do it, but hey, if you are making a guide for me, I'll tell you that I can do this thing. Yes.
I think that's one of the perks of actually learning.
Yeah.
The putting furnitures together itself.
Yeah.
So that people won't
yeah.
as you say, shakara you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so you've been in this industry for quite a while.
Yeah, quite a while.
And we know that there are very few females in this industry.
Yes.
Okay. Even though a lot of people are getting into it now, but it's still more male dominated. Anyway, so what improvements would you like to see in this furniture making space in Nigeria?
So improvements, well, first of all, I would like to see increased in the kind of quality we make overall in the furniture industry.
You mean locally?
Yes, locally, of course, locally. And also increase in productivity. And I'm looking forward to a time where maybe our NUC can have furniture making as a course people can study in school. Yes, so because it's really interesting that we have a challenge presently in the industry of having skilled workers. So if somebody can go to the university and study furniture making or carpentry, I mean, you can imagine somebody graduates and I'm a furniture maker, BSc holder.
I'm a furniture maker makes it
look too shy, right?
You know, I'm a carpenter.
Although there was a time if you ask me, I'm like, okay, I'm kind of like carpenter. Yes, that's what I am. So if we can have that in the university curriculum, I think it's going to be great, and it will help bridge that gap of when we're saying that there's shortage of skilled furniture makers in the industry. And of course, encourage the ladies because, hey, we pay attention more to details. And furniture making actually involves paying attention to what you're dishing out.
And getting hands-on as well.
So those are some of the things I'm looking out for we can have in the industry, especially from abroad. I think it's obtainable abroad, but Nigeria, we have not really embraced it. So there's this thing about you're a carpenter, like you said, they just look at you like you're the roadside hammer. No, it's beyond that. There is the technology has really shifted from that part to, you have state-of-art equipment right now that you use. There are lots of, it's really, really taxing. It's not an easy thing. Yes, those artisans, they just hit these, join things together, but
it's more than that.
Yeah, so if you come from the design point of view, there's a quality part of it, there's an installation part of it, so those needs like professional guidance, and that's what we're looking at. Okay, if we can have furniture maker graduates, it's going to be awesome.
I agree with you. I agree with you. So how's the journey been running this establishment? Tell me about some of the challenges.
Let me say this up front. It is not easy, right? But hey, there's been highs, there's been lows. It is not an easy, especially like you said, being in a male-dominated industry. So it's not something like you can just come and sit down and work. Most times you have to, like I said, you have to know your onions so that when the guys are not doing it well, you can always correct. So challenges majorly is having access to those skilled carpenters, like staffing. Yes, it's a huge challenge. So what I've tried to do personally is that I have this training arm in the organization. So what I do, I encourage people, especially the females, even if you don't know how to do anything, just come. I have some cheap the good carpenters, so they can actually put you through like apprenticeship. So when they've gone through a certain period of time, we can enroll you as a proper staff, and some of them will just, you know what, I want to start doing my stuff. So the major challenge is really staffing. Yeah.
So that's been your major challenge, staffing?
Yes, staffing, and maybe another thing will be clients not having to pay completely. I don't know whether it's a Nigerian thing, but you have people when you've delivered
this particular one about clients, we'll talk about it shortly.
Yes.
I want to hear how clients make it a challenge for you running your business.
Okay.
So we'll do that after the break.
Okay, thank you.
We will be back for more conversations with our guests after the break. I'm still here with Joan Mbogu, founder and CEO of Jones Wood Creation Limited. Okay, Joan, so very quickly, I want you to touch on the client's issue very quickly. So how have they made it challenging running your business?
So when I mean challenge, you don't get funds as when due.
So is it that, okay, they don't pay in time,
yes,
or they overprice your work?
No,
underprice your work?
No, they don't pay on time.
Okay.
So, most times, really what we have payment term. that
Okay.
like, before we execute your job. But you see, some clients, they just decide to hold. Maybe you have like a 15% remaining after you've delivered the job, or a 20%.
But that's the Nigerian way.
But it's not good. It's not helping the business, because the truth is that most times we're actually running or trying to deliver your project with your funds. So it's not like I have one fund somewhere that I want to use, then maybe after I've delivered and then you pay. So we expect that, okay, once your job is delivered and you're okay, some clients will just be waiting for you 1 month. So it's like they're waiting for something to spoil, so they can now hinge on it. Do you get? So it's really sad. Like, you have contract, but they don't keep to their own side of the contract. You've delivered, but
how about you specifying it? Like, this is how we work, sir, ma. This is expected on this date and that date and that date.
We do that. So the corporate clients are good. They comply, right? I think most of the times the challenge we have are individuals. So they don't keep to the contract. So you tell them, they'll say yes, but when you now finish, sometimes you're calling them, you're begging, like, but you know what? There's something that I've started doing recently. So I'll try as much as possible, even though it's not working, but somehow it has improved the payment, the final payment thing. So what I do is that I will finish your job. Yes, then I'll send you pictures. You can see your job, and I'll tell you I'm not coming until you pay that money. So some comply.
You found a way around it.
Yes.
Hopefully that works in the long term.
Yeah.
Okay, so amidst all these challenges, you're still in business. I want
course.
you to give us some tips on how to run, just very few tips on how to run a profitable furniture making business in Nigeria of today.
Well, in Nigeria of today, I like that, because running an entrepreneur in Nigeria, it's not an easy feat. So, well, for me, I would say, I think basically have a business plan. I think that's like the first thing. Not just a furniture company. For any business you want to do, have a business plan, develop it, be part of that business plan so that you can understand everything your business entails. So maybe I'll just highlight some key things from the business plan you should have in relation to furniture making.
Okay.
So one of it is understanding your audience. What niche are you trying to serve? Okay. So you need to understand that. And maybe secondly would be, what part of furniture do you want to specialize in? Because furniture as a whole is broad. Do you want to do woodwork, like you said, woodwork, or do you want to do man-made materials? Sorry, I'm going to be using some jargons. Do you want to do woodwork, or you want to do man-made materials? That's the engineered boards. So those are two different things. And there's a metal part of furniture. So do you want to combine that? So you need to understand that, and the people that will need those products. Because again, you can't be making something that is not needed. So when you understand those two and know your onions, know what is entailed from the beginning to the end, even if you don't want to get involved, at least have that knowledge.
Have an idea.
Yes, so that you can make informed decisions as the owner of the business. And maybe lastly will be, of course, know your numbers. Yes, you must know your numbers, have a proper bookkeeping record, and promote your business. Should it be visible, carry it on your head, say it, let people know what you are doing, because if after you've done your business plan, you are sure that what you're doing is profitable and there's a need for it, market your products, and you'll be good to go.
Interesting, Jane.
Yes.
So let's have some furniture talk.
Okay.
So what are the things to look out for when creating a furniture piece?
Things to look out for. So like I said earlier, there are different categories. I would like to stay on woodwork.
Okay, woodwork.
Because I like woodwork. So interesting thing about woodwork is forgiving. You can play around woodwork compared to the man-made materials. Now, why I said
What
that
do you
is
mean by man-made materials?
man-made materials are like the engineered boards. They've been processed synthetically.
Okay.
Unlike wood. No, wood is from the forest, like raw wood. So those other ones have been prepared. So you have limitations to what you can do, because it's already like what they call it, like ready-made, refined. So you have limitation. But with woodwork, you can exhibit your creativity. You can think of something to make as a furniture person, and you do it with woodwork. Like, you can play around with it. It's robust. You can, and it's forgiving. So even if you make errors in woodwork, you can always maybe cut it, plane it, or grind it to just make maybe. But with man-made, you can't do that. Once you've made an error, you might have to start getting another material to do that. So with woodwork, it's easier. You can exhibit. You can do a lot of creative stuff with woodwork. So that's one interesting thing about it. And you know, having to design like a piece, like conceptualize something and producing it, there's nothing as fulfilling as that. Like it's a great feeling. So yeah.
I already feel like I know how to do it. But we'll talk more about this shortly.
I know.
We will go on a short break. Please stay with us. Thanks for staying with us on Ladies Talking Business. We have been having conversations with Joan Mbogu of Jones Wood Creation Limited on the business of furniture making in Nigeria. Okay, Joan. As someone who's been in business for a while and is involved in, the business of everything itself, what common errors do you see business owners make? In business.
In business.
Small business.
Okay.
owners.
Okay, common errors. Well, I think one crucial one is wanting to do everything by yourself, because you feel that you're the visionary, you're the one that know everything. Like I was in that space at the time, I wanted to just be everywhere. I think it comes with the fact that maybe with profession, it's like you just want to be everywhere. It's a very big mistake. So one is going to wear you out. You're going to be burnt out. And as a visionary, you're not supposed to be like everywhere. You're the visionary. You're supposed to be thinking strategically. What's the next business, and not really getting into the nitty-gritty. Yes, you can oversee, but not carrying everything. So get people, employ people. Even if you cannot employ, you can outsource, right? So you can just get maybe like work with somebody for a period of time and get it sorted out. Don't try to carry everything. You're going to wear out. And if possible, if you need to get a partner or somebody to collaborate with, do that. There's
Collaboration. How easy is collaboration in this part of the world?
Well, like you say, I think for us in Nigeria, or for this our client, we see it as competition, but it isn't. Or maybe most people won't rather collaborate with you because they see you as a competitor. But I don't. Like I have like two or some of my colleagues that once in a while we work together. So for me, it's about, like I said, not doing everything. There are some jobs that when I know that at this time I don't have the capacity to execute. I don't want to now bug myself, then I will not meet timeline. I'm now having to like try to beg the clients. I mean, why do I need to go through that stress? So I call my colleague. I say, okay, I have this job. Let's take this part. I take this part and deliver. Everybody's happy. And again, it's just about me trying to concentrate on my strength. I can't, yes.
So which is?
Yes, so my strength.
Running the business?
Yes, so running the business, when it comes to having to collaborate, so there are some parts of furniture that I know that I can do without any stress, right? The woodwork thing. So I can do without any stress. As anything outside that is still within furniture, maybe the upholstery type of furnishing, or maybe the man-made type, I try to get my other colleagues in the industry to handle that part. Although not that I can't do it, but I have my strength. So when it comes to those parts that I'm not very good, I outsource them. Do you get? And apart from the operational part, there are other parts of the business you need to get involved. There's a marketing part of it. I don't have to be the one to always market. I can get a digital marketing person. But sometimes you have an entrepreneur. He's the person going to look for the business. He's the one procuring the materials. He's the accountant. He's everything. Yes, at the beginning stage, those things you tend to wear a lot of hats. But as time goes on, you should consciously know that you need to shave out, and because you need to grow beyond that level. Like I said, I was in that space at the time, but hey, I know better. Yes, I know better, and so that I can live to enjoy this money that we are all chasing. You're just making money, and you're tired or you're falling sick because of the work.
Okay,
yeah.
So how would you advise small business owners to raise capital, to upscale their business? I'm sure you know that raising capital, getting funding in this part of the world can be difficult. Let me say it that way. Let me put it that way. Can be difficult. So, but what's your advice?
Well, my advice for people trying to raise money, first of all, I would say that don't try to raise money to run an idea. So, because I've been in that space before. So while I was running Jones Wood Creation, there was this idea that was coming up, another business, and I was just like, this thing is going to be great. I need to launch it. But I tried to talk to a few of my friends about it, and I discovered that it was great on paper and talks, but this thing might not be profitable, and especially in this our climate. Maybe abroad, yes, that idea would flourish. So don't try to raise money to run an idea. Now, if as a business person you want to raise money, I would say, first of all, start with your own funds. Like, I'm telling you practically from what I did, and that has worked for me. Start with your own funds. If you have family, if you have relative friends, try and get those pool funds. Run that idea. I would say do like an MVP analysis. Validate that MVP. Make sure that you're meeting a need and it's profitable, at least with the funds that you have gathered within. Once you've tested the waters and it's working, then you know that, okay, you are ready to raise funds, because at that time you have a traction. I mean, if you carry that idea or whatever you're doing to any prospective investor or any bank, at least they can see what you've done. You have history, they will fund you. So one of the ways you can raise money at that time, when you've tested the waters and you know that what you're doing is profitable, you can do pitches. There are lots of pitch competitions where you can win a grant. At least start with that. Accelerator programs, because yes, they might not be big money. It's like maybe 3 million, 5 million, but once you get that, because again, you are building a traction, you're building a history for the bigger players that want to play into your own business. So you need to start, you need to, go through that. Except maybe you have one relative or uncle that has one big money that they don't care.
How easy do they part away with it?
So with that, anybody will listen to you at that stage, and yeah, you will get the
Amazing,
money.
Joan. Before I let you go, what advice do you have for women in business?
Women in business. First of all, it's not, like I always say, some people make this thing look glamorous, but in real sense, it isn't. So I'll tell you something. I had somebody that was kind of watching me on social media, seeing all the beautiful things we're doing, young graduates, building technology person. So I think he was observing me for like a year. Then later he now applied that he wanted to be an intern. And when he came, I had an interview with him and we enrolled him. And the guy said something to me, said, "Madam, like, I don't know, this job is this, is like this. Like, you make it so easy. We see the glamour on Instagram, on social media, but man, this is serious work." So it's not hard, but giving up is not an option. Go through the process, it's a journey. And as long as you're consistent, the fruits are in front. Opportunity will meet you based on what you have done, based on your track record. And also as a woman, I think it's necessary we build our confidence. Confidence stems from the fact of knowledge. So if you're running a business, even if you don't have a knowledge, like I didn't have a knowledge of furniture, but I consciously had to seek knowledge. I'm still training as I speak to you. There are lots of things that I still do, I still learn. So build your confidence by being knowledgeable of your craft.
Thank you so much. I've learned a lot today. Don't be surprised if I actually start doing some woodwork tomorrow.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Well, we wish you all the very best at Joan.
Thank you, Murray.
I hope you've been imparted on this episode of Ladies Talking Business today. Do join us the same time next week for another episode. Don't forget to follow us on Plus TV Africa Lifestyle on YouTube to catch up with our programs. I'm Murray Akon. See you next week.
Hello everyone and welcome to the fitness section of today's show. As you can see, we're on the floor today because we're working abs and our core muscles. As always, my name is Dolly Phillips and with me is Elvis in the house. All right, so we're going to start with a quick stretch while we're here and then go straight into our workout of the day. So deep breath in and out, in and out, in and out, Last one, in and out. Drop your head side to side, nice and gentle. Don't strain that neck. 2 more. 1 more, and relax. Now head it down and up, down and up. Make sure your chin touches your chest. That's a good one. Good. 2 more. 1 more. And relax. Now from this position, you're going to stretch your hands forward and just relax those shoulders and your lower back. Drop your forehead down to the floor if you can. If not, just stay in a neutral position. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And let's roll up gently. Hands behind your back, clasp, and squeeze those shoulder blades together as you raise your chest to the ceiling. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and relax. Hands on your shoulders, rotate backwards for 4, 3, 2, and 1, and opposite direction, 4, 3, 2, and 1, and shake it out. Okay, so we're going to start with our bird dog. Now, bird dog is always in your all fours position. We're going to extend the left leg out and the right leg, and now we're going to touch our ankle in this tiger crunch here. So here, have we got it? And your time starts now. Let's go. Now, reach for those ankles. Extend your leg back and try to touch your ankles. It's very easy to touch the knees, but we want you to go further. Touch your ankles. Very good. You have 10 seconds left. Come on, push. 2, and 1, and time. Awesome. Next workout is push-ups. Now, Elvis is going to do normal push-ups, but I'm going to do my push-ups on my knees. So pelvis to the floor, and we work down and up. Take your time. Don't rush it. Just make sure your chest goes all the way down. 2, and rest it. Good job. Now your next workout is up and down plank. So we go down and up. I'll do the easy version and Elvis will do the hard version. Come on, let's go. Down and up. Keep your knees down. If you can't do what Elvis is doing, just stay with me. And rest it. Good job. Our next workout is bicycle kicks. We're going to send the elbows to the knees. Are we ready? Let's go. Come on. That's it. Come on. Push those elbows to the knees. If this is too quick, slow it down. Slow it down. 1 more. And relax. Now, leg raises. Sit on your hands. It makes it easier. Extend your legs out. We're lifting those legs up to the ceiling. Let's go. Up. Woo! And down. And up. Now, if this is too difficult for you, let your legs touch the floor. If this is still too difficult for you, lift one leg up at a time. All right? There are options, but I'm going to stay here because I want my six-pack to be complete this February. All right? If that's your goal, stay with me. 1 more. And relax. Now we're going to stretch really quickly. So let's sit down, legs crossed, nice and easy, and relax. Deep breath in and out, into the stomach, and out. So imagine you're blowing air into a balloon, and out. Last one, in and out. Left elbow down on the mat, reach over. 4, 3, 2, and 1. Take it to the other side. Stretch the sides. 4, 3, 2, and 1. How flexible are you? Let's try. Walk those hands forward and head down. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Walk back. Excellent job. Shoulder stretch, clasp hands together, turn over and push. Let's take it up to the ceiling and grow tall. Very long torso. Lovely. And release those fingers. And down. Hand across the chest. Good job. Trap that elbow. Very nice. And the other side. This is a good stretch for the shoulders, especially after the up and down planks. And relax. Shake it out. Head circles. Last one. Head down. Circle right. All the way around. Try and relax while you do this. One more. And let's rotate in the opposite direction. Left. One more. And relax. Awesome workout, everyone. Thanks for joining us, and we hope to see you very soon. Bye-bye.
Welcome to Timeless Conversations. This is the very first edition of the program, and it's such a privilege for me that my first guest is someone with whom I have this very personal relationship. A great performer he is, a leader, an icon, someone who at the very tender age of between 13 and 14 formed his own band. This man has put so much into the music industry in Nigeria. He's turning 79. That means he has spent close to 63 years performing. My guest is a member of the Federal Republic, someone who has mentored great numbers of young, aspiring, and successful musicians. Please welcome with me Chief Commander Ebenezer Obey. Ebenezer Obey began his professional career in the mid-1950s after moving to Lagos. After tutelage under Fatai Rolling Dollars Band, he formed a band called the International Brothers in 1964, playing high life and juju fusion. The band later metamorphosed into Inter-Reformers in the early 1970s with a long list of juju album hits on the Decca West Africa music label. Though he did not create the juju music style, Ebenezer Obey has been a seminal force in reinventing what has become part of Nigeria's national sound. Well, sir, I know that everybody calls you evangelist now, but we're going deep into music. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much, Lego.
Yes, it's good to see you. And I see that you're looking very healthy.
It's my pleasure to see you too.
Yes, sir. It's really, really nice to see you. I want us to go back to Idogo.
Okay.
That's your roots.
Yes.
What was it like growing up in Idogo?
Well, I think I will have to put the whole story of my life in order. You are right to talk about Idogo being my root. But I want to say that both my parents, my father and my mother, they are from Abeokuta. My father is from KC, Abeokuta. They call us Omulakisi, Omorula Shika. That is our Oriki, Omosun Abinu. Ẹni bá ṣe ìkà lọ́sàn kò ní fara rẹ̀ lọ. So my father is an Egba man, and my mother is from Owu.
Mm-hmm.
So
Owu Lakoda?
Yes, and Omoye, Omajiri, and so on. That's my mother. But the miracle about the boy, Ebenezer Obey, started with the fact that my mother got married to her first husband. And she lived with him for 20 years without having the fruit of the womb. And it was the parents of that husband of my mother that called the family of my mother and said, for 20 years now, they have tried enough. So they said they think it's better that my mother will find her way. So it was a sudden thing that they were not expecting. So because of that, my mother passed through a very bad period. And when the family, my mother's family, saw that that thing was too much for my mother, then they asked my mother, they advised, they counseled her. Don't kill yourself because ẹ̀dá tó mọ̀ la ò sí. Ilé àánú Olúwa kì í ṣú. Wọ́n á lọ forí ara ẹ̀ pamọ́ sọ́dọ̀ àwọn ẹ̀gbọ́n ẹ̀ ní Dọ̀gọ̀. Go and hide yourself in Dọ̀gọ̀. Forget about
a man.
Don't kill yourself. And my mother was a good believer. So the pastor in Lagos prayed for my mother. That was how my mother left Lagos for Idogo. On getting to Idogo, my father was a carpenter by profession, very good carpenter. And in those days, they combined farming. So my father was combining farming with the carpentry job he was doing. But my father was a friend of my mother's brothers. My mommy's senior brothers. So when she got there, my father saw my mommy and said, in Egba dialect, "Èmi rè má fẹ́ àbúrò yín yìí o. Á bí ọmọbìnrin mi, á dẹ̀ bọ́kùnrin mi."
Very prophetic.
Yes, so prophetic. That's something that my mother said, me, I don't want to marry a carpenter, but as God wanted it. My mother, who was never pregnant for
20 years.
Got pregnant. And my father said, I be more me, I de me. So the firstborn
Was a female.
was a female. And the pastor in Lagos told my mother, just be praying. Ma gbàdúrà pé Ọlọ́run wọ́n ní mi ò lè bímọ. Oore ọ̀fẹ́ ó tó fún mi. Oore ọ̀fẹ́ ó tó fún mi. And my mother was praying along that line that the pastor directed her to pray. And when my sister came, so my mother said she told my father she want my father to want them to name my sister Grace. Well, it was grace that the pastor was talking about. Your grace is sufficient for me. They said I cannot have fruit of the womb, but you alone I have, and your grace. So that's why they named my sister Grace Olasumbo Amoke Fabi. And then when she was married to Kayede, later on, she has been with the Lord a few years ago. So.
And then you came.
Then I came. When I came, my mother said, me that they said I cannot even have a baby, Iketamosi. The only children you can have, either you have girl, a boy. Kusi Ketamo. I I have the female and I have the.
Man.
So my mother said, she told my father again, let us call this one Ebenezer. Ebenezer is ready to want this day in the Oluwa ràn mí lọ́wọ́ dé. If you don't ràn mí lọ́wọ́ dé.
And then Remilekun. Who named you Remilekun?
My father named me Remilekun because my father had only one son. That was my late senior brother. And my late senior brother was 14 years older than me. You can see. So
it means both of them, both your parents had experience.
Yes. It was a kind of breakthrough. So my mother, Ola Mi Shupo.
Yes, so there's Ola Sumbo. So now Ola Shupo.
Ola Shupo. But my father always called me Oluremi. All my father's relations, they call me Oluremi.
Up till now?
Yes.
Wow.
So that was how. And now in Idogo.
Growing up in Idogo.
Growing in Idogo.
Yes.
My everything, my mother became pregnant, but came to Lagos for her clinic at Mercy Street Hospital. That was where I was born. And immediately I was born, I was taken back to Idogo. I grew up in Idogo. I started school in Idogo. My everything, just the music, everything.
Started in Idogo. So really, there is no Ebenezer Obey without Idogo.
There's no Ebenezer Obey without Idogo.
Without Idogo, even if Mercy Street wants to claim you,
yes,
it's still Idogo.
That's why I used to say that I was born in Lagos. Yeah. I was made in Idogo because my mother and my father slept and had an affair in Idogo. We became
the baby.
But the baby was delivered at Mercy Street, Lagos. So I'm a Lagosian. By birth. So, but Idogo. So I'm an Egba man, born in Lagos, made in Idogo. An African, a Nigerian.
Presented to the whole world. Thank you so much for taking us back down memory lane. Sir, going back still, what was that inspiration that made you start a band? Because in 1957, you renamed your band.
Yes.
Why?
You know, in the school, I was influenced to music through the church choir. My mother told me that I used to trouble the choir. When I was crawling, I would crawl to where the instrument is. She would be carrying me. So much that the pastor carried me one day and said, this boy must become a good musician. Just prophecy. And he prayed for me, gave me back to my mother. So I became a member of the band, the church and the school band. I became the school band leader. Anything music and drama, I was extremely good. And from there, that led to the Idogo Boys and Girls Youth Club. In the youth club, we have drama, music. I belong to the drama.
All forms of entertainment.
I was the youngest, but I was the most talented. I do the vocal, I compose.
And it's been like that ever since.
The day they started, they formed the band as a club, Ifelodun Mambo Orchestra. I was in Lagos and I dreamt that, I saw that they bought drums and they are trying to play the drums one by one. But I got there and I started playing the drums and they carried me. So when I got, and the dream came true. I was on holiday in Lagos with my father. The day I arrived in Idogo, that brother is late now, Brother Jimo Akiwande. He said, we have heard that you are going to come from Lagos today. Follow me. I said, let me go angry my mother. I said, no, you know, when you get to Mama, will not allow you. My mommy was a very disciplined person. So I followed him. When I followed Mr. Akinwande, exactly as I saw in the dream, drums, and I just started, I picked this one, and they have been looking for wood. When I take the bongos was called double toy. Bongo. When I take the double toy, I have memorized how it sounded in Adeolu Akintoye's band. Adeolu then was playing Agidigbo music, Mambo Orchestra. I took it, they just carried me, they shouted. So that was how.
That's it.
And I became the star of that band. But my mother will not leave them. My mother was fighting those people that you are teachers already, they have started teaching. Allow my son to finish his own education. So, and I will not listen. My mother would talk to me, wake me in the midnight. Olasupo, Aremu, Omolakesi, Omoye, mo fẹ́ lulu yìí, àbí o fẹ́, mo fẹ́ jẹ́ lawyer. Come on, pè mí náà ní ìyá lawyer. Because my mother is from Owu. Mo fẹ́ jẹ́ doctor. Come on, pè mí náà ní ìyá doctor. Àbó fẹ́ kàn pè mí ní ìyá doctor ni. I said, I will, tó bá ṣoríire, fi lu ìhun lẹ̀. Ìwé rẹ̀ ni ó gbajúmọ̀. She said, have you had it? She'll be crying, I'll be crying. Promise me, and I said, I promise her. But the following day, when they start the lesson, she is the one who will call me. Lasupo, I want to see better. Your people have started. Show love. I said, no, I'm not going. But I will watch my mother just run out. I will go there. She will come there, pull me, beat me, do everything. Don't do lie to lie. Above a good pleasure can. Mo fẹ́ gun pleasure car. O fẹ́ lọ lóyìnbó ẹ̀. Tó bá lọ lóyìnbó, mo ní oyélu. But I was doing that. My mommy's problem was too much with those people who founded the band. One by one. So by 1957, I now formed my own professional band. I became professional.
1957, you were 15 years old.
Yes, 15 years, precisely 15 years. Before then, I was known for something I did not take note. When I entered the school in the morning, obey, the atmosphere changes. Teachers were my friend. The fame started then.
But why did they call you Obey?
You need obey. As then in those days, teachers were allowed to discipline the pupils. If at times we were 30 or 35 in the class, if the teacher taught us something, and maybe 7 or 8 or 10 didn't do well, we then line out. The line out means the teacher wants to punish you. We say, I'm going to give each of you 6 latches of cane. Give me your hand. If you give the teacher your hand, but every pupil didn't want to be
Okay.
Sorry, sir. Excuse, sir. You want to explain. The teacher will say, obey first and then complain. Give me your hand. After I've given you 6 latches of cane, you can now explain. He knew that immediately you receive the lashes, you cannot explain, say anything. Yeah. So I was privileged as the prefect, class prefect. They call it prefect or monitor.
Yes.
So when the teacher line out, so he doesn't want to be, the teacher didn't want to be repeating. So it's I'm the one who will say, obey first and then complain, obey. That's how when I entered the school, that's obey. That's how it became so it's my compound name. Now. Ebenezer Obey Fabi, yes.
Interesting. I thank you for saying star. I remember that when you started recording music, you stuck with one record company.
Yes, Decca was
very tenacious.
Decca.
Everybody went elsewhere. You just remained with Decca.
Yes.
I also know that you later became a director
Yes.
in Decca.
I'm finally the owner of the place.
So how did you get into Decca?
You see, God has his own way of doing things.
Yeah.
When I look back into my life, every path I've treaded in life was ordered by God. Because in those days, it's not like this when we have the technology that you can record. You have to find the company. And on that day, I didn't even have money to go to Lagos. Decca's studio was at Abuloja, close to University of Lagos. It's still there. Their office is at Abiboki in Lagos. I had to trek all the way from Mushin. I still remember from Mushin to Babalosha to Alakija to Dioro, Alakara, Yaba, Oyibo, Enkata Bridge, Udumota.
All the way.
When I got there, the gate man didn't say that I cannot enter. When you trek such a distance, today I'm holding handkerchief, but then it was not. I took my buba, I stretched it up. So the man just looked at me and said, "Who is this boy?" I said, "I'm a sow, I'm a feature sow. I come to record. My record will sell." He said, "No, I cannot enter." I said, "My record will sell." God entered his heart. He said, "Okay, go." When I entered, I saw the secretary. The secretary was typing. He didn't even look at me. He saw me like this. He was typing. "Good afternoon. My name is Ebenezer Obi. I'm a feature star. I come to record for your company. My record will sell." He will look up like this and he said, "Okay, I'm sorry. The artist manager is not in. He's on leave. He'll be back in 3 weeks' time. You can come back and say, I trek all the way from Mushi and I'm going to trek back. I'm a feature star." He said, "I'm sorry, you cannot see the managing director." I said, "I would like to see the managing director." As I was discussing with that secretary, the managing director just pressed the intercom and the thing sounded on the table of the secretary. So the managing director heard all that we were saying and he asked, "What is all that noise about?" So "There's a young man here. He said he's a future star. He said he wanted to see you. I said he cannot see you." He said, the managing director said, "Future star?" He said, "Yes, sir." He said, "Send him in." I entered. I proceeded. "Good afternoon, sir. My name is Ebenezer Obi. I'm a feature star. I want to record for your company. Don't pay me. Don't pay me, sir. Pay me after you might have sold my record. My record will sell. My record will sell, sir." The man was so looking at me. I said, "Don't pay me. No, just my record will sell." He didn't say anything. He just pressed the intercom again. "Mr. Ogunbayo, please come upstairs and see this young man."
The white man.
No, Ogunbayo, CK Crest. That's the manager, the white man. When about Ogunbayo came, I just processed. I started speaking in Yoruba. Sir ni mi o, mo fẹ́ ṣe record fún yín, ẹ má sanwó fún mi. Tí record mi bá ṣe tán ni, I'm a feature sir. Ẹ má sanwó fún. The MD did not understand what I'm saying. Before Ogunbayo will say anything, MD said, "I think this young man is speaking with confidence. I think we should give him a chance." Then the officer said, "I think so, sir." Then he said that we should record him, we should not pay him, we should pay him after we have sold this record. The manager said, "Wonderful, wonderful." He said, you are not going to trade back. We give you money for transportation." So they give me 10 shillings. 10 shillings note.
You're already a star.
I'm already a star.
Yes.
So I left that place. I entered bus back home. I left home with nothing. I came back with something. God has been so good to me, and that was it. Then the studio, we have to come for, what do they call it? Audition.
Audition, yes.
They said bring 4 songs. I have 6 songs. But one thing I want to say, we were not able to enter the studio that day. It was under the tree outside that they listened to me and my band. And it was after they recorded me. And I started going to record shop. I've recorded in Dekao because they say there's a day there's a listening day. That day they need to order the records. On the day I was there, I was reminding them, order my record though, it will sell though. And as they were coming, the MD was coming. His staff who was sitting, they have passed me. Features, they reverse. Features, what do I said? I come to tell all the distributors to book my record. They say, no, you don't do that. You don't allow. You go home. You have done your work. When it came to my turn, they must have 500 numbers ordered. Somebody say I have booked 100, I booked 20. When they add the total, it must be up to 500. When they ordered my own, remaining 19 to clock to 500. The staff started, they told me, sir, your feature sir didn't make it. What song? He said, remaining 19. The man said, I booked 25. You see how God, if the man did not book that 25, and that was how I started. And from being a star, I became a shareholder. And by the end of the day, I became the chairman I became the owner of this. You see, so my life is, everything about me is God and my music.
There is that theme in all of your songs. The theme of godliness, the theme of integrity, the theme of what the Yorubas will call omoluabi. Like there's something about it. There's always a God factor there. Even before you openly gave your life to Christ and said, this is the path I'm towing, there was always God in it. Who would you say was responsible for that, or what?
You know, I told you that I was influenced to music through the church. Especially my mother. My mother was a very dedicated Christian. Her faith, she has a very strong faith in God. And that's the way that we were brought up. So my mother's influence, because she started taking me to church since the time I was a baby. And that was how I was influenced to music, through the church and the school band.
The other factor that stands out is the fact that there was the rivalry in growing your music. There was the time it was rumored you and King Sunny Ade were not friends, you were not seeing each other. If something was released today, it will release tomorrow and all that. What is your relationship?
Well, I've said this many times.
You have to keep saying it.
And I'm tired of saying it, but anyway, I've said that there was nothing between me and Sunny Ade. I started before him, and he came along to play his own kind of music. I play my own kind of music. He plays his own kind of music. The only thing is that both what we play is called the same juju music. And it was people that were turning whatever I say in my record, and they were turning whatever he says in his record. That there's a rift between me and him. And honestly, there was nothing like that. He used to pay me visit. I used to pay him visit too. So, but when the rumors were gaining much ground, Adelu Akinsanya and Ike Dairo, they saw me and they told me that we need to call both you and Sunny Ade together. We're hearing you are fighting. I said, fighting? No, there's nothing like that. They saw him, they said, there's nothing like that. So that's how they summoned both of us. They said it again in presence of two of us. I said, there's nothing like that. Like that. So, but the people were turning, what they were doing that, there was nothing between, it was Adelu Akinsanya and Ike Dairo that said, okay, this is what you people are going to do. Both of you record a record, Sunny record a record, dispel that there's no fight.
And that's the end.
And that was it. So, what? Until today, people still refer to it.
Yeah, but even recently, both of you performed in
Yes.
the show.
Yes, we did Oleku together. Yes. And so there's nothing, it's good relationship.
And talking about performance, there was this generational collaboration.
Yes.
Simi
Yes.
sang your song.
Yes.
And you participated in it. What was that experience like for you?
Well, Simi is my daughter, and she's a very nice musician. When she started years ago, she told me that when she took permission, that she wanted to sing at Mexico, and I gave her permission. And I'm happy the record that record did very well. So it is that Mexico that we both now do collaboration, and people like it a lot. I feel happy because Simi is a very cool-headed artist, and I love all the artists. They look onto me as father, and I keep that father relationship with them. So there are more to be expected.
Very good.
Because since after that release, there had been
requests.
Yes.
Last year, 2020, there were different kinds of rumors. There was a particular one, obey this, obey that, what's going on? People who even knew that I was close to you say, Kilo Shelesi, Baba, and all that. What really happened?
There was nothing. I was not sick. There was nothing. Nothing happened to me. I was with Bishop Olani, my son, and Pastor Larry Obe. Yes. And both of them just instantly, hello, nothing's wrong with my daddy. I'm here with my daddy. There's nothing wrong with my daddy. Larry was, their phone was just, Daddy, they have come again. No. 5 times within a month. But thank God.
I trust in God too. Now, I'm going to tell you this. I am type 2 diabetic. I am type 2 diabetic.
Yeah, same thing with me.
A lot of people don't like talking about their health status. Why? What kind of advice can you give people?
No, you see, I have said it out. Yes. I said that there's nothing about me that I want to hide, and I didn't do that. I've been a diabetic person since 1974. 1974 to this time is
47?
yes. And the doctors always say that I manage it very well. But it's not me, it's God. Well, I believe so much in the power of God. I use the medicine that I'm supposed to use. I use the medicine that I'm supposed to use. And diabetes can affect your eyes.
Yes.
It can affect many things.
Yes.
And that's the challenge, the only challenge that I have. I have done many cataract operation, but I'm well, I'm okay. People rumored at the time that I was blind. I was not blind.
Yes.
Up to now, the color of your cap, everything, your flesh, the skin, everything, I see everything. What you place in your hands, I see everything very, very clearly.
Yes.
So the only thing is that it affected my walking.
Yes.
It affected my walking. But thank God, we are working on it and we shall overcome it.
Amen.
Once you can manage it,
Yeah.
so that's the most important thing.
Baby mi jọ̀wọ́ jẹ́ ká jọ mí ọgbọ̀dún. Àyà tó mọ yá yìí ló ń ṣe kẹ́ ọkọ rẹ̀. Bẹ́lẹ́gàn bá ń tàn ẹ kó má má ṣe gbà. What's the story behind it?
Well, thank you for asking the story behind Olomingbotemi. This is going to give me an opportunity to talk about that part that I've never been saying much. I want to talk about women in my life, which I've never said as I'm going to say it now. Women in my life started with my mother. I'm so grateful for the role that women have played in my life. I'm thanking all mothers, all women, for they are so special. And God have used them. My mother, starting from my mother, Abigail Oyindamola, wonderful mother. She's the one who made sure that I became what I supposed to become in life. She showed me love, discipline, and everything that she put me through made me what I am today. That's my mother. My late wife, Juliana Olaide Awenobe Fabi, the right wife that I needed. But I must say this, women in my life, before I became what I am now, as a musician, I shared my own part in women. The love of musicians, God is the one, I believe God is the one who put it in the hearts of me. You know, between Saul and David, when David killed Goliath, it was the women that started singing. They composed songs that they were praising David, that David killed thousands, while Saul killed less than. The enmity between Saul and David started by that. It was women. It is what the women saw that they highlighted. That is the life of a musician. You know, what led to Oloyinbotemi, I have a girlfriend that is called Abike. Then I was moving around. We used to move around neck claws. We play all around. Then there was this woman called Ashake. You know, I mentioned Abike or Ashake or Ashake. This woman Ashake is older than me and saw me. I said, Ejo Eyinda. I said, And she said, Ejo, Baba Olomamba Ingerui. Money already come by me. And she gave me 10 shillings to give my Baba. I've never met her. I didn't talk to her. God has his own way of sending people to you. I said, I used to give my Baba 1 and 6. I said, thank you. I will give her 1 and 6. Then he brought another £1. Said, take this, sir. But this 10 shillings, give it to the Baba. Ó máa ń tún ẹlẹ́dàá yín ṣe. Ìgbàkígbà tẹ́ bá ti ń kọjá báyìí, tí n bá ti rí yín. Bí wọ́n ṣe ń gẹrun yìí, mo kàn like it. I didn't talk to her. She was older than me. I took the I told Baba, God have bless you. One woman said, I don't get me, tell her that. Tell me to tell you 10 shillings. I wanted to give you 1 and 6, but she gave me my own. Me and Baba, the Baba, we joke. That was any time she said, Egba, Ebambu, Baba. That was how the woman became my girlfriend. Do you know this woman? When I wanted to buy instruments, I told the woman to borrow me £84 to buy an engine, the modern one, that is better than the one that I was using, and a guitar, special guitar, and the woman borrowed me. And I thank her so much. And I promised I paid her. Then, and I kept the money, £84. Thank you very much. Oh. This is your money. He said that, he gave me. What am I trying to say? She played that part. Immediately after that, till today, I've never set my eyes on that woman. So by the time I was about to record, Abike was my girlfriend. I added Ashake. Olómi jọ̀wọ́ jẹ́ ká jọ máa gbádùn. Àyà tó mọ́yá yìí ló ṣìkẹ́ ọkọ rẹ̀. Ẹlẹ́gàn bá tàn ẹ̀kún má ṣe gbà. Ìdùnnú ńlá ní fọkàn káyà kó mọ̀ kẹ́ ọkọ. Oríire ló jẹ́ fáyà tó bá mọ̀ kẹ́ ọkọ. Oní tèmi Àbíkẹ́ ni gbọ́ tèmi. Gbọ́ tèmi bèbí gbọ́ tèmi oyè òun lónìí. Àbíkẹ́ o, Àṣàkẹ́ o, Àṣàkẹ́ o. That's
the story.
So, like I said, God have sent women to me in my life, and women have played very prominent roles in my life. So that's why I can never forget mothers, and I can never forget women. I can never talk about women in any bad way, but thank God that God finally delivered me from all that one. And the sinner of yesterday later now became a saint. That's what Jesus Christ can do.
Okay, finally, sir, as somebody who has been there, who has the kind of experience you have, you became a star at 15 because you formed your own band then. Looking at today's music scene, how would you advise the musicians, the performers, the artists? What would you say to them to guide them in this path, the path that has been very illustrious and profitable for you?
Well, to musicians, I want to say, number one, they must be ready to, they must have God, they must know God. God is the only one that they can depend upon, who will show them and take them to whatever height they want to attain in life. Then determination, hard work, commitment, that is it. When I was doing all that, we were not expecting money. It was just my hobby. And that's all I just want to do. In my record, ọmọ kékeré ọjọ́ yẹn, wọ́n ní kí ló fẹ́ ṣe, ó lóun fẹ́ lùlù, ó lóun fẹ́ kọrin. Màmá bẹ̀bẹ̀ títí ọmọ kọjá lẹ́hìn. Láìpẹ́ ọjọ́ ọmọ di chief commander òbí. So everything, they should just depend on God and work hard. What I see nowadays, the younger ones, that they are just running about after money, money, money. No. If they can solidify themselves, making sure they get the grip of what they want to do, using their gifts, their talent, people will know them. In our own days, you play our records, you do all that. This generation, they beg, they did everything to make sure their records are played. It was not so in our own time. How much do we need to give you people? You are doing it. You are looking for our records. You are promoting it. But they just want to be known. And thank God, we have quite a lot of talented. You only need to work hard, and God will see them through.
Okay, and finally now, I want to thank you, Chief Commander Ebenezer Obey, for coming.
You're welcome.
On this program. You're my very first guest on this program, Timeless Conversations. I want to make you a promise. We're going to be back with you next year, God tarrying, and even providing for you, giving you good health, and ensuring that we have people like you who will still guide us in the entertainment and performance industry in Nigeria. Thank you all for watching. Bye.
Sights like these have become commonplace around Lagos, Nigeria's commercial hub. Street beggars looking pitiful, others stretching their hands, calling for alms or scuttling for limited meals or gifts handed them by gracious passers-by. However, Lagos does not seem alone in this. Ibadan, an ancient city in Oyo, southwest Nigeria, isn't left out. The pace-setter state also has a teeming number of beggars, many of them immigrants from Niger and Chad. Halima is a 37-year-old mother of this kid. Daily, she heads for the streets to make a living off street begging.
Some people they give me 10 and some people they give me 20 now, 15 now. So the bar is for Yoruba where they sell rice.
She tells us that her street begging business pays off a lot in Nigeria.
Nigeria good. Nigeria they give us food, they give us clothes, they give us everything. Nigeria is fine, nothing in me. Nigeria is good. I don't stay in Nigeria 3 years.
Now back to Lagos at Jagame precisely, a suburb dominated by low-income earning Nigerians, is where we find Fatima, a 15-year-old who migrated from Bauchi and was introduced to a life of street begging by her auntie.
My mommy don't have money. The money where she don't have, where she give us to eat. She don't have money but put us for school. Why she come dey begging?
She is not alone. Her 54-year-old mom had also taken to street begging for survival. She recounts how tales of green pastures had made her migrate from her home state of Bauchi. She tells us her experience.
Da yara bakwai kuma ba da kuɗi shine masababin na taho Lagos. Hanne wannan shekaru ina nan Lagos.
Well, for this mother and daughter, an intervention made all the difference.
Ba ni da jari ne. Ba jari. Shine yasa nake yi kuma wannan oga shine yazo shi yace in daina yin bara in kama sana'a in bayar yara na biyu makaranta na bashi yara na wa'annan guda biyu makaranta. Yawa.
Currently, the begging system in Nigeria is structured, in a way that these beggars are most times being imported from the north, to beg, and there are those who they remit to.
A 2013 survey posted by Science Direct indicated that the total population of beggars in Nigeria stood at 12.4 million persons as of 2013. The Northwest hosted 41.1%, the Northeast hosted 28.2%, the North Central hosted 12.9%, leaving Southern Nigeria, including the Southwest, the South-South, and the Southeast, with 17.8%. Today, Fatima is enrolled in a school, while her mum runs a petty trade.
Shekara ta 25 a nan Lagos. Ina zanne wannan yace shi wannan oga yace ce bara ba kyau. Nace bara ba kyau oga yace sai nace ni na barbara na kama sana'a. Sai yace ki ban yaranki makaranta. Shine yara na guda biyu na bashi makaranta suke zuwa makaranta. Yawwa. To kin ji mu garin mu muna Bauchi a kasar Bauchi muke kuma garin mu jama'are local. Jama'are local garin mu shekara ta 55. Yawwa. To yanzu dai muna nan muna maleji anan. Kuma a cikin hakan nan ba mu samu jari ba jari. Ba mu da jari amma muna nan muna maleji.
They are thankful, but together they feel that street begging is wrong.
Bara ba kyau.
Make them find another work. That beg is no good.
Well, unfortunately, their gospel doesn't seem popular for these crop of beggars found on the other end of Lagos Island, Ajah precisely. For these ones, life seems to be about waking up each morning, hoping to get alms from sympathetic passers-by.
Gwamnati ta ce za ta iya mana, kuma gwamnati ba ta iya mana ba. Mun zo muna fama ga wahala, ga rana, ga yunwa ta ishi.
A cikin yaran mun da baban mu yayi fani ne babba. Duk wanda suke bayana duk kanana ne ba su san komai ba. No, I know the bed. I know go bed. I know go bed. I will give my daddy. May put me for school.
Jigawa. Wahala ce ta kawo mu mijina ne ya mutu. Mijina ne ya mutu. Shi ne yasa na zo ni. Ba kwan ne yasa na zo ni ba. Nema na zo ni ci da baki na. Na sa na diba fa kaina. Ba ta iya Ingilishi ba. Wa diba kaina. Ba mu ni yunwa. Shekara guda.
Some of these passers-by think that street begging constitutes a nuisance.
We Nigerians are the ones that are still making these guys be on the road.
Okay.
Normally, we should not give them money. We should stop giving them money. You understand? When we are giving them money, then we are supporting it.
Okay.
So when we stop giving them money, they will move.
Since they beg for, let's say, quite some time, and I think they should try and raise up something and delve into one business or the other rather than begging it.
Why do people take to street begging? We spoke to a psychologist.
Begging starts from environments where there's deprivation from basic amenities and where there's poverty. However, once the habit starts, it becomes a disease of the neural system where it becomes self-replicating. Once a person goes on the roadside and asks for alms, and that person's behavior finds expression, the normal way the brain works is that that habit or that behavior now becomes habitual. It's a self-replicating habit, and so several people who tried the first time and they were able to get a few naira from that begging habit, they will be chasing that feeling. There's a feeling that comes from begging and getting someone to give you alms.
In Lagos, the number of child beggars and adult beggars, experts say, runs into over 1,000, as it would be recalled that earlier in 2020, some beggars numbering over 1,000 blocked the entrance to the Lagos State House of Assembly and the governor's office to protest against what they termed undue harassment and arrest by officials of the state government. With three northern states of Kano, Niger and Nasarawa recently banning street begging, the Lagos state government may not have officially banned street begging, but has constantly wasted no time to reiterate its position on the zero tolerance for street begging.
It's illegal. In Lagos, the law does not tolerate it. There is a law that is against street begging, and we are trying to enforce the law. We are actually enforcing the law because anybody who is caught doing street begging in Lagos is going to face prosecution. And if they are kids, they can be taken up the streets and taken to centers. If you are brought before a magistrate for begging, you can be fined up to 30,000 naira, or you can be sent to 1 year imprisonment.
Some schools of thought believe that if people were not given to street begging, there wouldn't be beggars on the streets.
We should give to beggars, but not those who have the capacity to work. If you want to look at it, you need to find what is the definition of a beggar. Is it somebody who is incapacitated, or is it somebody who has just chosen begging as a lifestyle? If it's somebody who has chosen begging as a lifestyle, no. But if it's someone who is incapacitated, if you go to other climes, they have people who are incapacitated, but there's a way they are taken care of. If Nick was in Nigeria, he would have been a street beggar. But today, Nick is far richer than some industrialists in this nation. Why? Because there are nations that have provided some sort of support.
So what does religion say about street begging?
According to the Quran and the Hadith of the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, we are told that we should earn a living in the most legitimate way. So Islam does not encourage street begging, doesn't encourage begging at all. Yes, Islam encourages zakah and sadaqah, which is given to those people in need, but not to people that are able-bodied, that can actually work and earn a living. So we don't Islam does not encourage begging. Like training is a good place to start. Education, educating them to make them understand that even the Islamic religion, because you see that a lot of these people, they've been brainwashed thinking that it's okay. And even in Nigeria, because even now, we look at the people that are begging on the streets. People literally beg everywhere now, even on social media. We see people going on social media to beg in a way that maybe you call it a sophisticated kind of begging. So I think the first thing is education, to educate those people that it is not acceptable. Even the religion that they practice does not accept it. It's totally unacceptable.
Some people have made a life out of begging. No, that is not scriptural. The Bible said, he that does not work should not eat. But let him, then secondly, let him that steals steal no more, so that he can work, so he can have to give. So we are permitted to give to beggars, provided that, or let me put it this way, we should give to beggars who
are incapacitated, not those who have the capacity to walk. If you've got the capacity to walk, go and walk.
The state government considers street begging as unlawful, but what is being done to contain it?
There are centers that they are being taken to any time they are caught doing that, and they are taken to those centers and they are being fed there, they are being clothed there, and the government is totally responsible for their upkeep, so that nobody is encouraging a street begging. But anybody who is found taking off the streets 1 or 2, 3 times and is still doing it, the person may go to jail.
Can street beggars be rehabilitated?
I've worked with a particular person who had access to get a job years after begging, but because that has become habitual and that feeling is always, drives home that fulfillment, the person declined the job at the expense of a paying job, because the brain had been wired to get a reward for not doing anything. Yeah, they can be rehabilitated into the society by therapy and coaching. Therapy to help them alter that way of thinking, coaching to help them so that they can charge after the goals in an unstoppable manner. They certainly can be rehabilitated, but it takes work, and it takes the desire of that person to want to stop that habit. No matter how professional the therapist or the coach they're working with is, if they're not determined to leave, it will be difficult for us to ride on that energy and make them break free from that particular habit.
With governments at all levels working towards the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal 1, which is ending poverty, we do hope that the number of street beggars in Lagos reduces remarkably.
Religion and the state, on diversity, freedom, and neutrality of justice administration. Feed the hungry, visit the sick, set free the captives. These words were from Prophet Muhammad, peace be unto him. A house divided against itself can never stand. This saying goes for any group, community, or entity that refuses to accommodate differences. In the light of recent happenings in Nigeria, it is obvious that there is rivalry from ethno-religious intolerance, which is humongous threat to a unity and diversity. This is evident in the recent case of Deborah Yakubu Samuel, a student of the Shehu Shagari College of Education in Sokoto, who was killed in school premises with accusations of blasphemous utterances. These insane acts and other violent acts like terrorism, bombings, kidnappings have proven that the nation is tilting from a secular state to a state threatened by a religious and tribal intolerance. Section 38(1) of the Nigerian Constitution, as amended in 1999, clearly states, every person shall be entitled to the freedom of thought, conscience, and religion, and as such, no religion should be imposed as superior to others in the state. At this rate, our diversity is no longer seen as the glue that bonds us together, rather, almost a menace to our coexistence. Blasphemy is an offense under Islamic Sharia law, effective across Nigeria's 12 majority Muslim northern states. Section 204 of the Nigerian Criminal Code stipulates a 2-year imprisonment for public insult on religion. Nonetheless, charges of blasphemy are typically brought by Muslims against Christians or other Muslims. Blasphemy laws seem at odds with Section 38 and 39 of the Nigerian Constitution, which guarantees freedom of thought, conscience, religion, and expression. Even the United States Commission on International Religious Freedom has declared them, that is, blasphemy laws, inconsistent with universal human rights. Now, the question is, how can we uphold freedom of expression while respecting other views or ideas with respect to ethno-religious concerns? Perhaps considering these processes may be a pathway to this question and managing our diversities. Empathy, building actionable framework in public spaces that addresses ethno-religious issues. Accountable religious and traditional institutions. Religious and traditional leaders or rulers should be peace brokers in time of crisis and should be responsive while being held accountable for their sermons and actions. Political leaders should always act in the best interest of the nation and not in their personal ambition. Educational institutions should instill the right ideas and knowledge that promotes human capacity and tolerance. Government should be neutral in administering justice, promoting policies that strengthens our common coexistence while managing our diversity as a nation. Let us ponder on these words by Adam Grant, an organizational psychologist and best-selling author. It's hard to keep an open mind if you don't have an open heart. You don't have to agree with what people think to learn from how they think. You don't have to share their identity to be curious about what shaped it. Treating people with civility is a prerequisite for discovery. May the soul of Deborah Yakubu Samuel and other victims of ethno-religious conflicts rest in peace.
Amen.
Amen.
It's so sad. I don't even know what's this kind of thing as a parent. You know, it just breaks you because you're thinking this could be anyone's child. You've sent your child to school. You've brought up this child up to the age where you're now thinking, oh, this child will soon be able to go into the world themselves, and one day you hear this terrible news. Worse still, I think, is the fact that you never get closure, do you, with mob actions and things like that, because there's no one to hold accountable. So you don't get closure, you don't get justice because of the government's inertia to prosecuting the people who do this thing. How do you then not wake up every day just angry at life and angry at the things that life has thrown you?
Yeah.
You know, when you're talking about the religion and what comes to mind is how people think that they need to help God. God is God. You know, everything just baffles me.
Yeah.
God has the power to just strike anybody dead if that is what he wants to do. He doesn't need our help. And when you think of the atrocities that people have committed in the name of religion on both sides of the divide, I mean, when you think of in the olden days when people were burnt at the stake for what they believed in, like what you said, Elijah, you know, just that inability to allow everyone to believe in what they believe. My belief doesn't have to infringe on your own belief, and we don't have to believe the same thing. May the soul of Deborah and all the people who have gone, you know, before her, may it rest in peace.
Amen. What you just said about like my belief is my belief and your belief is your belief is there in our Quran, and we read it every time. It's on the first 10 pages, first 10 surah. And we read it, we say it every time, like your religion is yours, mine is mine, do yours, I'll do mine. It is there, we know that. So I'm not even going to speak on like that they did it because of Allah or they did it for Islam. They did it because of their own I don't know.
Closed, myopic.
It's not for God, because you read it every time. When you read the first 10 surahs, the shortest 10 surahs that we read, you read it every single time. Your religion is yours, mine is mine. There's nowhere that is saying that their religion because of their religion.
I didn't know that.
It's there. It's there. So, but I think, do we not think that it is lack of humanity though that we are facing? All over the world actually, but more so in Nigeria because we are here. It is lack of humanity, because when you put anything above humanity or above your human conscience, then you feel like anything goes. If as a human I can't empathize with you, or I can't say that if I do this to you it will hurt you, then, and I'm saying, oh, because of God, even if it hurts you, God permits me to do it, then like, is our humanity not like, I feel like our humanity is dead in this part of the world.
Definitely eroded and dead.
Well, I think it's a matter of incitement and wrong or toxic sermon. Now, I have so many Muslim friends, even from the north, called Fulani Muslims, my good friends, good ones, very good Nigerian citizens, good Muslims. I had the opportunity of interacting with a sheikh, he's a scholar, And he sent me some messages on WhatsApp. He gave me some quote from the Prophet, peace be unto him. He said some things and then I went to the internet to do some research. I found out that the Prophet Muhammad, peace be unto him, actually had Christian businessmen he transacted business with. He visited Jewish that were sick in his community or within the vicinity he had a Christian or a Jewish person was sick. He goes to visit them and show care. So I don't know where they get all this their idea from.
I am as lost.
So I think it's incitement, wrong, hateful, and toxic sermon. This is where the government need to monitor.
Absolutely, that's what I was going to say. That government in action has helped to perpetuate these things. If at any point in time, any of these things, because this is not the first time these things have been happening, but at no time has anyone been brought to book. If at some point the government or government agencies have come up and say, this is what this person did, and this is, because murder is murder.
Yeah.
There's nowhere where the law says that, you can kill somebody because they said something nasty about you. If everyone were to go about killing people who said nasty things about them or things they didn't agree, I don't think there would be any human on earth standing. People, I just blame the government. In Nigeria, I blame the government because I don't hear of this thing. Obviously, I don't know everything, but I don't hear of situations like this, even in core Muslim countries, that there's just mob.
Yeah.
Then I believe that the Sharia law will take its course. And so so what's happening is there's no law. Even the Sharia law is not taking its course, because I want to assume that you must at least be found guilty. And you must at least have stood in a court of your peers or whatever to be adjudged guilty, and then a sentence passed. But that is not happening because the government is ineffective.
These people cannot be judge and jury in their situation. And this is an opportunity for me to say this to our leaders, especially those from that side of the country.
Are they listening?
One of them in particular, I won't mention his name, is a presidential aspirant. He's tweeted.
Can you imagine?
Lack of being responsible. So I'm waiting for them. What's
it shows that he doesn't stand for anything.
He wants the vote.
You should
he's lost everyone.
Stamp your foot down and say this is wrong.
So
it's good. Let's condemn it. And this is where I actually applaud some of the Muslim scholars that called him, like a popular sheikh. I think that was Sheikh Gumi. So he said he was condemning and he gave instances that this is wrong. So please let's preach peace. Let's preach love. Let's preach harmony. And let's be accountable and responsible for our country. Let's promote humanity. They say the humanity and the covenant of life is more important than anything. Whether you kill for religious reasons or stealing, you kill somebody because it's true or whatever.
Or for love.
It's wrong. Yeah, of course. If you say so, like Romeo and Juliet kiss. But let's try to promote humanity. We are not in the medieval era. What era is that? The Viking era.
Just kill anyhow. Kill and go.
No, it's just wrong. All right. Up next is Ife Dolapo. Stay with us.
Running away, aka Japa, the new normal. At first, Japa started as a joke, but it very quickly became the norm in the past 4 years. Nigerians travel out to search for greener pastures and security. Families are separating very early on. Parents are separated from their kids. Siblings are torn apart. More than looking at the pros, can we look at the cons? Can we talk about the root cause of this new norm? First, governance. It's no news that we've been unlucky with our choices of leaders this past decade, and we can see that clearly in the current state of the country. If this is one of the major reasons that people japa, what then should we be looking to hear from incoming government officials? What new promises will convince people to stay put and not consider leaving this country? Economy. The Nigerian economy is a mess. We are in the dark era where payout stays the same, but the cost of living keeps going higher. The value of $1 to Naira is now at 610 Naira per dollar. We are consuming more than we are producing and still heavily dependent on other countries for our finished oil and food. No independence in sight. How will such an economy convince people to stay and not japa? Value of life. We all know that the value of life in Nigeria is equal to 0. No 911 or emergency response units to come to your aid.
In fact, if you do get some good Samaritans to come to your aid, there's no assurance that the hospital will have space for you or have oxygen tank. Once you are in a ghastly accident, you can see the end in sight with little or no hope. How then will such situation convince someone to stay and not japa? Security. Insecurity in Nigeria is at an all-time high, from mob killing to SARS and police officials harming instead of protecting, to help robbing and killing their bosses because they know they can get away with it. You could be driving back from work and get stabbed inside your car. You could walk down the street and have your bags snatched by little boys not much older than 14. You have to stay in constant paranoia, otherwise you become a prey. How will such insecurity convince someone to stay and not japa? Opportunities. After spending years in school and coming out with a first class, what jobs or type of living is available to you? Many a times we've seen first-class graduates become bond sellers or POS merchants. No opportunity to practice what they studied. No opportunity to earn a living from it. How then will such a situation convince us to stay and not japa?
Well, I'm going to respond to you. You have made your argument, and sadly it's true, unfortunately. The only way out of Nigeria, I'm going to point out three major things. Number one, managing diversity. Just like I said before, there is something I discovered in a documentary from the United Arab Emirates. Do you know that the government is intentional about enforcing unity and diversity, managing diversity among Christians and Muslims? There's a mosque in United Arab Emirates within churches that is called Mary, the Mother of Jesus Mosque. They named it because of, in honor of the Christians around the area. Because they are trying to tell them that we are different religions, but let's stick together and make the country work. If Nigeria can manage diversity, I guess our insecurity issues will reduce drastically, because most of our insecurity issues are due to ethno-religious problems. We know there are other things along the side, and the other one is structure. We need proper structure in the country, and our MDAs need to function so that they can have policies that will support local businesses and be an enabling environment for foreign investments, that people can come and invest in this country and provide opportunity for young people. It's not wrong for anybody to leave any country if you wish to. After all, people leave America, but to other countries, reasons best known to them. But in Nigeria, it's because we have this mindset that many people have this mindset that if you don't leave Nigeria, you won't make it. I don't know that you've interacted with millionaires.
Are they wrong?
And they are not
Are they wrong?
Yeah, in a way, it's programming. It's mental programming.
No, it's not programming. I just listed like 5.
Yeah,
I said
based on the
government,
situation,
insecurity. Can you take them one by one? Like, we are going to vote next year, 2023, yeah? We are going to bring a new governance. What are they going to say to us that will make the youth want to stay back and not go? Like, these are some points that I need you to be able to say to me as a youth that I might be considering japa. Like, what are they going to bring to the table? Insecurity. I could live here now in my car. Once I get stuck in traffic, I'll be scared for my life because anybody can bust my window. What are you saying to me that would make me stay, knowing that situation can happen? Like, I think you are being
Elijah, I think that your response is so academic.
Yeah,
it sounds like something that you're supposed to just
we are coming from an ideal situation, so I'm going somewhere.
No, because you sound very academic.
Yeah, I'm going somewhere.
This is our reality.
I want you to get to where you're going so that I can say what I want to say.
Lies and stop the decks of the government. These people, they go out, they see how outside this country function, and they are happy to go buy properties there. When they come back, they leave the country the way it is. Whether you like it or not, build houses and have 10 million houses in London and the US, and we have many Nigerians jackparing. Let me use that language. We still have to care for our country because it's our country. You go.
Unfortunately, unfortunately, Elijah, actually, Nigeria ceases to be their country once they get to that country and they get
On
the
paper.
write-offs on whatever you
Yes.
call it. Because you see, I'm home and I do not have the rights that should be accorded to me as a citizen.
Yeah.
And then I go to a foreign place, I am welcomed, I get a job, security is paramount, I can pick up the phone and call 911, I'm sick, I can call the ambulance. Nobody is asking me to pay up front before they look after me.
Yeah.
What is not Ojapa?
That is why I said the structure. The government have to pay attention to structure, responding to 911.
What government? What government?
The government of the day. That is not. We have our government.
So in
they are
my
not ready to
mind,
do the work.
I'm
Some of them are
thinking,
sabotaging.
I don't know who
Government,
those
they are
people that
partners.
you're talking about. I don't know where they are. I don't know whether they've been born yet, because I'm thinking in my newspaper, I'm reading about some mighty figures. 1.9 trillion naira that somebody just ate. 9.5 billion, 410. I'm thinking, my goodness,
billion.
all this, and then you are saying the government. Which government are you talking about? I don't understand.
like
If
I
when
said,
you've said
let's
what
be
you said,
hopeful and,
no, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
When you said what you said, all the things that you were listing out, I just felt like just lying down and just crying. That's what
Yeah.
I feel like doing. Because, and this is me who loves Nigeria. This is me who has been hopeful for my 50-something plus years that Nigeria is going to get better. Every day I'm thinking Nigeria is going to get better. But now I do not have even a moral justification to tell anybody who wants to leave not to leave. Because what are you're talking about the ideal, but there's no ideal. There's no ideal. I can't, anybody that wants, I call it escaping. All the people who are escaping. So I don't say they're relocating. I'm like, they're just escaping. And I'm like, can't I just follow you and just escape with you?
And I'm going to give two scenarios that are personal to me. So I have a cousin, she wasn't good in school at all. She wasn't good at school work. And then no matter how they disciplined her, no matter how the lesson teacher we brought, that just wasn't her thing. And then when she finished secondary school, before she wrote Jambo, before the result and all this thing came, during that interim, she was working for a restaurant in Lagos, doing for an internship or whatnot. They were paying her peanuts, but just so she does not sit at home before university result came. But then her mom was able to work something out. She was able to travel abroad. When she got there, she joined a female soccer team. She's doing very well. She wasn't good with education. She was good at soccer. With soccer, she's able to send money home to her parents. With soccer, she's like, if she was here in Nigeria, she's like, there. That's the opportunity.
I can imagine
I'm
how
talking
bad
about.
they made her feel here.
We don't have that structure.
That's the
here, no
opportunity
structure.
I'm talking
Because the
about.
government is
Now,
not ready to do
education
the right
didn't
thing.
work. You see an opportunity for something else to work. In America, you see work that I'm an influencer and that's what the person does. And they're making a good living. Is there that opportunity yet? That's one scenario. Second scenario is this girl going home from work. She was driving, she passed through our Eco Bridge traffic held her up. And then this guy said that it was a girl driving, only her in the car. They busted her window. He wanted to stab her in the neck, but she
For
was able
what?
to put her shoulder just to get a phone that you sell for 20,000 naira. Are you telling me if that girl, which we've already told her she should travel, if that girl comes to you and say, what do you think? Should I just put all my
tell her
savings
that, oh, we
together
just
and
need
leave?
government
Are you
to
going
just-
to look at her in her eyes and say, no, still stay and fight? Like, what's the rationale behind saying that someone like that should stay? Like, I just don't understand it. And I'm bringing this up just so that I can be convinced, or maybe you have something to say that won't paint the picture as bad. Because I have a brother that's finished university that is sitting at home and getting the job for what he studied political science, getting a job to fit that. It's not happening.
So that's another thing.
I don't understand.
That's another thing. You know, like, so I know for a fact that when you're in a Western country, they don't really care about your university degree. Because I
do
have
not.
3 children that have been to university and all that. Nobody cares. Because whatever job you get, they're going to train you for that job. So in Nigeria, they like, you must be a lawyer, you must be a... My daughter, when she did law, and then she decided that she doesn't want to be a lawyer. She's actually doing her master's and is in law school, but she decided that she doesn't want to be a lawyer. So she's got a job in compliance. She's had to learn everything from scratch, but she will soon be like... you know, that is her core.
Yeah.
The fact that she has a law degree has no bearing on what she's doing now.
Well, I wouldn't say education didn't work for your cousin. I think it's the kind of education. Even what I'm saying is that while she was doing her soccer stuff, there, because that environment, their concept of education is not like our concept of education here.
Yeah.
Our education is
book.
Go and read book, get certificate. Their own education is
Practical.
solving problem.
It's practical.
And being fit to where your passion lies. That's education. So you won't say education don't work for
No,
you.
I'm not.
Education
I
works.
no, don't get me wrong. I
You
never
learn
said
academics.
I didn't
I think-
say education didn't work for her. I said if she was still here,
She would
still
be
battling with school,
languishing.
she will be a shadow of herself.
Demoralized.
And now,
The kind of
demoralized
education
with
there.
nothing to show for herself. In just 4 years that she has moved, she would even send me money.
The education there worked for her. I
The
know our problem
difference
is
is
structure.
very clear.
I think the question,
Policies
the
and,
question you were asking
inaction.
is, what can somebody say to you
To convince
to
them.
convince you to stay?
Like what? Why?
I personally, like I said, I have no moral. I cannot ask anybody to stay, but
Yeah.
and that makes me sad.
Yeah.
Because I believe in Nigeria, and I love Nigeria, and my fear is, what's going to happen to these children who are growing up, and even the ones that are unborn?
Yeah.
The best of Nigerians' brains, they're just living in droves.
Yeah.
Every day you go to the hospital, you ask for your doctor has jackpad, your nurse has jackpad. Only the hospital is still standing. Everybody who works there has left. And it's sad because they're living to better. You can see that they're living to better. Yeah. So the only area that I will agree with you is, until our government gets up and do something. You know, I've thought of, can't somebody just come like a Rawlings and just do the Rawlings?
Or Donald Trump.
I'm just like,
Yeah,
somebody need to go.
We need to get your PVC. Let's start with that one first.
Yes.
Get your PVC.
You're right.
The only action is I cannot convince
okay,
you. I will only tell you,
PVC.
get your PVC
Elijah,
votes
okay, PVC.
next year.
Who, Peter Obi has just absconded to another party.
He has not yet said
So
that.
who is APC? Okay, look at
APC.
APC and tell me who they're bringing that, even if you had your PVC, you would want to vote for. And that's what she's saying. Who amongst these people are we even going to say, oh, this person can save us?
You know, in
I don't
politics,
see a Messiah.
anything, 24 hours is quite a very long time for anything to happen. So let's watch and see what happens.
Okay.
Why we hope that the parties will bring forth good, credible individuals. Get your PVCs. That's only what I would advise. If you complain about Nigeria, if you ask me, I will ask. Get your PVC. That's all.
We will.
I have my PVC.
Let's try.
I have my PVC. I have been voting since democracy restarted. I have been voting. Sometimes I have voted for people knowing that this person is going to win, but my conscience would not allow me to vote for someone that I know that they probably cooked and that person is going to come anyway. Ife, I don't know. I cannot tell you not to japa. I'm sorry. I can't tell. I don't think that anyone can tell anyone right now. Even parents are like, please japa, you get the sent for me.
That is why I said this thing has become from reality to ingrained in our mind, that we just believe that the country cannot work unless you japa. These same people that are causing problem in the country, when they go out there, they respect their system. They respect their system and they
so why do they not? Why are they causing? Because the government will not. No, because the government will not enforce any laws.
Which the government? I'm talking about the groups in government.
No, the constituted authority. Okay.
Which are part of the people. They have their family members abroad. Many of them have second citizenship.
Yeah, absolutely.
When they go to those countries, they do very well.
There was a bill,
but when they come here, they just believe it's Nigeria.
There was a bill that somebody was trying to pass recently, I think Sejus Oguns, in the House of Representatives, where he was saying that they should ban, children of public office holders going abroad to school. Of course, they knocked it down because they know that they have not put anything in place to make sure that their children stay here, and that is just as everything else in Nigeria. It's just sad. I'm just at the point where I'm almost, I don't know if we're even allowed to say this on TV, because, I mean, we should at some point be able to encourage people and be like, oh, this is Nigeria. But I'm just so sad, and I'm getting to the point where I'm just losing hope in this country, because the people that we have elected to build, they seem to not care or want to. What comes to my mind is there's this place in the Bible where God was telling one of the kings and saying that, oh, because you did this, this is what I'm going to do to you. And the king was like, it's okay. You are going to do it after I'm dead. It's not me who is going to suffer for it. And I can just, it's my children, so it's okay. I won't be here.
Yeah.
But you must care about what happens to your children.
Leaders
but they
think
don't
about the future. Politicians think about the next election.
We only have politicians.
Many people only just focus
We don't have leaders. We don't have any leader.
I want to become president.
We don't have any leader.
You destroy the system, and when you are done, you carry your family and go to America to go and stay. then the country suffers. No, that's what happens now. That's
think-
what happens.
Yeah, I think I brought up this topic because I have my answer. in
You're about to
mind.
japa.
No, not because I'm about to japa. Because I'm a startup founder, and there are other startup founders that I'm friends with, and we are building for this country.
So you're staying?
Because
Are you staying?
I hope
Because
the
if the
policies will
government
help
won't
favor
do
her.
it, if the government won't do
They will
it,
do it.
then we are doing it ourselves.
Absolutely.
And what we are facing now is that they are bringing up regulation
Regulations.
to block what we are trying to do. But still, regardless, we are doing it because we like Japa, we like move out of this country to go and live in another country. No. But we like move to we like go to other countries to see what's going on there, and then come back to still continue building out my team. Yes, absolutely. That's what I'll be doing. But we like take my siblings out of this country. Of course, they are going to leave this country. Will my children be born in this country? No. But we like stay in this country to build out my startup with
For
my
a while.
fellow startup colleagues. Yes, I will.
If they will let you, because being an entrepreneur myself, I don't know how any government would make it so difficult for humans to thrive and help them. So I am an employer of labor, and I'm thinking I am helping the government because these are people who otherwise would not have a job and will constitute again to a problem or nuisance for the society.
Yeah.
Is the government helping me to achieve this? Are they helping to make sure that I succeed? No. Diesel, you cannot do business without diesel. The diesel is not to be hard, or it's to be hard at a price that is too high.
Yeah.
Is there power? Is there electricity? No. So again, you think to yourself, is there security?
Our brothers
No.
sit at home.
So we are paying taxes and all. Then where I live, we have gates almost at every street. So we're still paying estate dues for our own security again, because the government has refused to provide security. So we're providing security. When transformer gets spoiled, we're buying transformer. We're doing, it's just too much, and it's just wrong.
Yeah.
Just imagine what is happening now. I'm just trying to imagine the brilliant ideas that Governor Soludo talked about before he became governor. Now he's there now. He's trying to make it work. Look at the way they are frustrating him.
They become
So
redundant.
are they frustrating him?
He's now fighting from sit at home to, they beheaded last week. You heard of the
woman
lawmaker.
Okay.
No, I'm not even
Oh,
talking
the
about the lawmaker that was beheaded. His head was, I
Yes.
think we're in Vikings, and they hanged his head on his stake.
Oh my God.
Before
Yes.
they killed that woman
In
and her
the
children in Anambra State.
In Anambra State,
Yes.
nobody has been brought to book.
Now the
Nobody
question
has
is,
been brought to book.
people are scared there. The governor has brilliant idea, but now it can't work now because you see how the state is.
They operate.
Now the Igbos or the indigenes that are outside doing well outside, I hope they will come back to set up businesses.
When they see that, they're not coming
They
back
won't
now.
come.
Yeah, they can't.
They will be
come.
scared of coming
They
back.
cannot come.
So again, I think that
it's
the
not only just
psyche
in the east. If you go to
is
the
everywhere.
north, the same thing. So
Our psyche needs to be rejigged. I don't know, it's like they should just give birth to every Nigerian again and put something
Let
in
me
us.
throw a little bit of humor. So
Okay.
Yoruba people to the rescue. If the east is burning down and the north is burning down.
This is not lobbying.
We
We all have, we all have our own.
just want to have our own and their party.
We just want to party. We just want to party.
And shout.
it's still not safe.
That's what we want
But
to
let's
have.
not be fooled
But
by
yeah.
the fact that you think Lagos is relatively safe, so you're okay.
No, we don't know. Obviously, what she's talked about, those are
I'm
the
just
things
saying
that are happening in
generally
Lagos.
speaking, generally speaking, because people think, oh, it's happening in this, it's happening in North, no concerns. I did Lagos.
Be
nothing
more
happened.
killing happen in Lekki.
No, the
our
question is,
almighty Lekki.
it's too close
So we
for
know
comfort.
We know it's
Anything can
happening
happen
in Lagos.
anytime.
Yeah.
To be honest, you know what I'm
Anything can
looking
happen
forward to?
anytime.
I am looking for someone to just come and shake the table, turn everything upside down, and give APC a run, a serious run for their money, both in Lagos
You mean
and
give
Nigeria as a
corrupt
whole.
politicians a
But
run?
are they
All
not
of
the
their
same
words.
people
So
moving
let's
from
get our
PDP to APC, APC to
They are the
PDP?
same
Like
There
they
are
keep
some people
moving.
now. Look at
Like-
Banky W
My
just won
analogy,
House of Reps
if you-
for Etiosa local government.
Which is
There's
good.
hope.
Yes.
But I'm thinking, where are these NSAS people? This is time for all of them to come out. I would have thought to see more
I
of
hope
them
they'll be able to
in
support
politics.
new-
I hope they
new
do.
blogs something.
I hope they
but
do.
to me, I don't see any reason as changing parties to solve problem, because if you If you see a man that has a very nasty character and you call him XYZ, his name is XYZ.
I'm not
and
voting for
tomorrow
parties.
the man changed his name to ABC.
It's still the same
It's still
person.
the same person.
Me, I'm not voting for party. I'm voting for
Individuals,
individuals.
right?
So I may vote for one
Look at the
person in
ideologies.
APC for gubernatorial. I may vote for
I
somebody
think we
in
have
Labour
great
Party.
Nigerians.
That's what I'm going to do.
We have great Nigerians, good Nigerians.
Oh, we do. If
But
you
these
travel
people
across
don't have
Africa,
the
you
necessary-
know.
They don't have the necessary, maybe financial or support or grassroots mobilization
To do
to
that.
get there. Because
Yeah.
some of these so-called
We would probably go
old
on and on
politicians
and on
that are corrupt, they have held captive the people.
we would
So
probably
that-
go on and on and on because we have so much to say and very little time to say it in. So we thank you for your attention while the program lasted. We hope our conversations resonated with you and that in some small way encouraged you to contribute to your immediate environment. Little drops of water, they say, makes a mighty ocean. Don't forget, the advocacy continues on our social media platforms on Facebook, Plus TV Africa, hashtag The Advocate NG, and on Twitter and Instagram at Plus TV Africa, hashtag The Advocate NG. To catch up with previous broadcasts, go to plustvafrica.com/The Advocate NG. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. Join us next week, same time on this station. Let's keep advocating for a better society. See you next time. Welcome to The Advocate on Plus TV Africa, where we discuss thought-provoking topics in an atmosphere of seriousness, decisiveness, and laughter. Here, we call a spade a spade. Today, I'm talking about the actions, or rather the inaction of the government to mob action. In the same vein, Elijah is speaking on diversity and freedom in religion and in Nigeria. Ifedolapo is looking at how running away, or jakba, is now the new normal. Sit back, and after this break, we'll be here to dissect it all. Stay with us. Mob action and government lack of action. In Nigeria and by Nigerians, 2 persons were burned to death by a mob in Ijesha, Lagos State, over an alleged theft of mobile phones. Deborah Samuel was gruesomely executed and her remains burned by fellow students over alleged blasphemy in Sokoto. A teenager was burned to death by a mob on accusations of stealing a motorcycle in Auchi, Edo State. And David Imo was beaten up and set ablaze by commercial motorcyclists in Lekki Phase 1 over some yet-to-be-known crime. All these in May alone. Bear in mind that these are the ones that made the headlines. What of the ones that did not? This is our reality. Next door in Ghana, a Nigerian stole a mobile phone. And what did they do to him? He was made to clear the gutters in the community, after which he was given water to have a bath and thereafter fed. This is a Nigerian in a foreign country. How is it that he was shown mercy when his own brothers would have put a tie around his neck and set him on fire? What has happened to us as a people where we have become so completely lacking in empathy and basic human decency? The Nigerian police and other law enforcement agencies have a duty of care to protect the lives and property of her citizens, as well as defend the Constitution. However, it's beginning to look like we're in a free-for-all where everything goes and everyone can do as they please without fear of being held accountable. Now, what does the Constitution say? A according to the 1999 amended Constitution, every person has a right to life, and no one shall be deprived intentionally of his life, save in the execution of a sentence by a court in respect of a criminal offense of which he has been found guilty in Nigeria. Every individual is entitled to respect for the dignity of his person, and accordingly, no person shall be subject to torture or to inhuman or degrading treatment. A person shall be entitled to a fair hearing within a reasonable time by a court or other tribunal established by law. A suspect shall be accorded humane treatment, having regard to his right to the dignity of his person, and not be subjected to any form of torture, cruelty, inhuman, or degrading treatment. A suspect shall be brought before the court as prescribed by this act or any other written law, or otherwise released conditionally or unconditionally. So, the question that begs to be answered is, for all these crimes, who has been arrested? In the case of Deborah, for instance, 2 people have been arrested, and for what crime, you may wonder? For conspiracy and inciting public disturbance, rather than for murder. In Lagos, 4 people were arrested, but have not been charged, and the governor has banned commercial motorcycles in some areas of the state. So my question is this the totality of it?
Before you forgot to add that the Nigerian that was shown empathy or love in Ghana, he also found love. You know, after eating, there was a lady that fell in love with him, allegedly. I saw it online, actually. So, this is a very serious issue, actually. I remember the very first day of my life, I saw a human being born today that was in nursery school. I remember, I can't forget, I was one of my guardians was taking me to school at that early age, and I saw a corpse being born. I was like, what happened? He was trying to close my eye. Don't look. I mean, being too inquisitive. I saw it. And guess what? When I go home, I couldn't sleep. I was scared. And he told me, who asked you to look? And I was like, why would they do this to people? It's inhumane. It's barbaric. Can't take laws into your hands. Our country, we have to evolve. Imagine what happened to the Uniport 4 students in 2012, the ALU4. Those boys did not rob, according to what we found out. They said they only went, although what they did, perhaps they didn't do it properly. They said they wanted to go and collect their money from someone, and the person collected money for them from a business, and when they came to maybe harass him to collect back their money, business gone wrong, he shouted, thief, thief, and that's how people came and just gathered them. Without asking what happened, they killed them. Then I remember sometime between late 90s and early 2000, one of my cousins was telling me of one incident that happened at the area. I think that was some years back. That period, a woman, her son, according to her, stole from her, and she started shouting, thief, thief. People came and started beating the child. Later, so they wanted to burn. He said, no, my pikin, no burn him. And there was another incident that happened during the lockdown. His young boy stole what, Gary? Remember that story? And he was burnt. We didn't find out. In Lagos here, that was during the lockdown. So why, this is sheer wickedness to me. There is nothing like trying to prove a point. Oh, let's kill them so that robbery will stop, or this is wrong. Many of these people that were burnt alive were actually innocent. Many of them were not guilty.
I think we should look at the fundamentals of when these mob killings happen, where does it happen? Who are the people that participate in it? We see that most people that participate in it are either illiterate or extremely poor people, or people that have nothing much going on for them. And mostly people that maybe they are poor, no hope for them, the government isn't doing much for them, society isn't doing much for them, and they probably go to bed hungry, they wake up still no hope, begging for food and looking for meat. When you get burnt, when they mob you, that's the worst thing that can happen.
Not me.
No. When they mob someone, okay, the mentality is, even though I go to bed hungry, I don't have hope, I don't have anything going on for my life, I'm still better than that person that was mobbed.
Okay, so to be honest with you, I hear you, but just disagree with you. And the classic example is Deborah. They were not poor. They're students. They were not illiterates. They're students in a polytechnic that you would assume have a level of enlightenment. And for me, I think what I'm really trying to raise here is not even just so it's a mob, there's a mob mentality. There's something that happens when a mob takes over that really nobody can control. What really bothers me,
in that sense.
what bothers me, sorry Elijah, may I just finish? What really bothers me is the government's lack of inaction and the fact that all these things that we've talked about, they've happened, but no one has been convicted. No one has been brought to book. So look at Deborah, for instance. People have been arrested for conspiracy and disturbing the public peace. Who's been arrested for the murder? The one in Lekki as well. Yes, dude, the government has banned the motorcycles, but
it will not solve the problem.
It's not bringing the person back to life.
For you to I think, arrest someone for murder, you need to know what final hit killed the person, and you need to know the person that made that final hit to kill the person, because that means you're accusing about 50 people of murder, which is not possible.
Well, some of them may be responsible for manslaughter. So if not murder, but some of them may be responsible
in the first place.
I think the person that started it in the first place, in the case of like the Lekki situation, the Okada men that first came to start the opera are the ones that are being arrested, and if I can't justify it. It is appalling.
There is no justification.
I heard about the Lekki thing, and then I heard about Deborah. I'm a Muslim, and I heard that the Deborah situation had something to do with religion and this thing. And then you see, we bring a quote in our Quran that says that we shouldn't take a life. It is there. And then some people misinterpret it as we are fighting for God and this thing. And like, it's like, how many people, like even me, that I'm Muslim, I'm scared of going to this side of the place where Deborah was schooling. I won't mention the state. I'm scared of going there because they are extremists. They won't, if I'm telling them Islam is my religion, I understand you and this thing, they won't key into what I'm trying to say, because they will think like maybe I'm whitewashed or I'm westernized and this thing. They are extremists. You can't really make sense with a stupid person.
Okay, the thing is, from what you said, it's not, I would disagree with you with regard to what you said initially about the persons that are involved in mob action are usually illiterate, nothing much for them. It's not actually true. It's mob mentality.
Mob mentality.
When I was in secondary school, I remember we were having a conversation with our English teacher, and he said something, that there was a day he was driving through the popular Vaux Agri, because that period, almost every weekday when we come back from school, we're going towards Vaux, you must see a dead body along that Vaux wedding. Yeah, they've killed somebody, they've burnt someone, because there's always robbery there. Now, guess what? He said there was someone that was alleged of stealing, and before you know, God started beating him. The next thing, the woman parked her vehicle, came down from her vehicle, say, I have fuel, let's burn him. Now that woman, according to him,
did not know what was happening.
A poor woman, she's not.
And she had no idea what was happening.
It's just mob mentality, like you said. So the government have to be decisive. Number one, nobody has the right to take laws into their hands. If you feel somebody do something wrong, hand over the person to the police. Let the police do their job. And they should also pass a bill that anybody involved in mob action, if they can arrest the person, if you're involved one way or remotely or directly, the person should spend some time in jail, because it's wrong.
I think our problem is not that there are no laws. It's just that they are not being enforced. So pass a bill all you can. What of the existing laws? Nobody is enforcing it. And what makes me really sad is the fact that our law enforcement agencies appear to be completely impotent and unable to do anything about it. I mean, in Lekki, you heard that, the police came and the mob overpowered the police. And I mean, that is just so sad. Anyway, up next is Elijah. Stay with us.
Hello there, and thanks for joining us for yet another edition of our program. It's been a very busy week, full of intrigues and maneuvers, especially in the political arena.
Expected, John. The stage is almost set with the actors putting on their best performances ever. The question on the lips of a lot of people, I inclusive, is whose interest really is the drama that we see around, and the drama that we expect to unfold eventually. Now, will the audience give a standing ovation at the close of curtain, or will the theatre be completely empty even before the drama ends, John?
I can see you're using your theatre lingo there.
Play with me now.
Yes. Well, Helen, certainly you're in the spirit.
I am.
Okay, like they say. And the world indeed is a stage, and we are all actors. We either play lead roles, supporting roles, or we're in the audience just watching. Yeah?
And we're either leaders or we are followers. So today on the show, we are ready to engage in yet another interesting and impactful conversation. And it's centered on leadership and age. Welcome to Today with John and Helen, live, your wholesome family show on Plus TV Africa. I'm Mama Helen Odele. Name hasn't changed. And I'm always grateful to God for the gift of life and for your attention.
It changed slightly today.
It didn't change.
The Onwa came before the Helen.
They are all my
They are the
names
same.
now. They can't go anywhere.
Well, our conversation is on leadership and age, like you heard, and it's all encompassing from the family, corporate world, politics, and what have you. We have a guest who has seen it all, like they say, talking about leadership. The twist, however, is in what age has got to do with leadership. I am John Senaya, or could we say Senaya John?
Senaya John, John Senaya.
And it's great knowing you're there. Welcome on board.
All right, so John, the answer to that question and many others will come, I believe, after the break, because our guest is already seated and he's ready to go. This is Today with John and Helen once again, and we shall be back in a bit. Please, please, please don't go anywhere.
Yeah, thanks for staying there. Well, would I be correct to say that leadership knows neither age, race, nor gender? Well, leadership is simply the act of guiding a team, a country, people, or an individual to achieving set goals through purposeful direction and motivation. Would that be right, Helen?
Yeah. Well, the guest will tell us more. I see he's nodding his head. Young or old, some believe that leaders are born, while others say that they are made. But before all of that, John, anything impactful, anything remarkable, on your mind that we can share with our
on my mind,
friends out there this morning?
On my mind, I think during the week I read that a certain pastor, showed his heart of kindness to the family of the fallen hero. Yeah,
true. Some weeks ago, I mean, a lot of us were really thrown into mourning when we saw that young girl being beaten and burned alive in a secondary school environment in Kano. And we had so many questions, But someone just rose from in Nigeria and said, this girl should have been the light to this family. And now that light has been taken out. What can we do? And he offered the whole family circle. We are told that he's relocated all of them to Port Harcourt. He's giving them accommodation. He's giving the younger brother full scholarship abroad, And he's done so much for the father and the mother of the child.
Yeah.
That's a lot of relief.
We can only hope that we have many more Nigerians that will be able to do that.
Especially in a week where we're celebrating the younger ones. It was Children's Day yesterday.
It was Children's Day yesterday.
Yes. So the whole week, children were celebrated.
Yeah, it brought me a whole feeling of nostalgia. Remember in those days when we would, all file out and go to the race course here in Lagos, just for Children's Day. And it always was exciting for us.
I just keep, I hope that it's not just a celebration every 365 days. That really the plight of the children are taken into consideration and their lives are made better policy-wise and implementation-wise, right from the family up to, the highest
And it has
level.
to be across the country. Because
Across
now we're beginning to see some states doing better in some areas than others. So there has to be, some. Well, anyway, let's wish our children a belated Belated happy
It's
Children's
still on.
Day.
I'm sure this weekend a lot of them are still going out to have fun.
Course. Yes. So we say that age and leadership is the reason we're here today. And we're lucky to have with us Dr. Olukunle Iyonda, who comes with an impressive and rather intimidating profile in this field. Dr. Iyonda holds an MBA from Olabisi Onabanjo University, an MSc in corporate governance from Leeds Beckett University, and a PhD in information system management from Walden University, Minnesota in USA. And I refuse to be intimidated by all of this.
Our guest is a persuasive performance-driven and energetic leader with more than 20 years of comprehensive management positions and achievements across various industries. He's been in manufacturing, he's been in healthcare, he's been a management consultant and in higher educations. He is, at the moment, managing partner, Design Thinkers Group, West Africa, as well as founder, CEO, Brooks Consulting.
Yes, Dr. Iyonda told us off camera when we asked him how come he got so many certificates, and he said it was out of nothing to do. Well, I wish I would have nothing to do to be able to get all of this. Dr. Iyonda, by the way, works also with organizations to help build capabilities, strategy development, innovation, change, leadership, and corporate culture. He is Senior Fellow, Nigeria Leadership Institute, Fellow, Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, Associate, Nigeria Institute of Taxation, Member, American College of Healthcare Executives, Member, Chartered Institute of Management UK, and so much more. Join us. Join us to welcome to the studio Dr. Olukunle Iyonda. You are finally, you've landed. Finally.
Oh boy.
You're welcome, sir.
And we had to, keep a lot of them out to land.
You're welcome.
All right. It's a privilege, sir.
Thank you so much.
To be able to share this space with you on this show today.
Yeah, I look forward to it, and it's a privilege to be with you guys this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So age and leadership is the thrust of today's show. Can you give us an opening remark?
Well, very interesting. Maybe my opening remark, the way I want to put it, is to tell people, especially those who have been with a lot of agitations concerning, leadership and age, to say that age has nothing whatsoever to do with leadership. It's been proven over and over again. Okay, if you talk of wisdom, well, it has something to do with leadership.
Okay.
However, wisdom and leadership has nothing to do with age. So, and I believe that why are we even bothering ourselves with the issue of age when we're supposed to be looking at competence and success? Because over the years, or if you look at the history of human beings, you will discover that there are people that have led at a very young age. Why? Because they are able to show competence. They'll be able to see that there's a problem that needs to be solved for millions of people. So they are not waiting to be fed. I think that what led us to begin to think of maybe gender, maybe age, is an entitlement mentality. Wherein we just feel that we have to sit down and somebody has to give it to us because I'm a woman, somebody has to give it to me because I'm young, somebody has to give it to me because I'm an elder. All right. Not necessarily because of value we are able to create.
Okay, so Dr. Iyonda, you've answered all of our questions in your opening remarks.
No, yes.
But what we're going to do now is we're going to take them one after the other.
Yeah.
We're going to break each aspect down. Because we have all day, in quotes. We have all day. And really, this is a subject that we really must address because it's right there at the tip of our tongues. It's on the forefront.
Right in our faces.
Yeah. Now, let's start. There are two sides to this leadership question, young and old. Is anyone too young or too old to be a leader? Let's break that down.
All right. If I want to, if you look at it on the surface, the answer would be no one is too young, no one is too old. However, that's just on the surface. Yes, somebody can be too young to be a leader. If you're an infant cannot lead, for instance. All right? Because I believe that a leader is someone who knows left from right. Anybody who can know the left from right, who can distinguish between good and evil, is qualified to be a leader. However, if you become too old and you become senile, can you still be a leader? So you can get too old, become senile, so your mental capacity is not there anymore, so you cannot lead.
Okay.
Or you become too young,
you're
an infant that you cannot distinguish between good and evil, between right and wrong, okay, then you cannot lead. So long as your mental state is okay, you can lead, regardless of gender, regardless of age.
Okay.
So he walked into the next question.
Okay.
He walked right into it. So I'll leave it to ask.
No, he walked right into it. Because he has said only when someone has become senile is unable to probably take that leadership initiative, and maybe when the strength is no longer there and all that. That's the only time that age, in terms of old, becomes an issue. So how did we get to where we are, where age has become such an important factor in our leadership? What has age really got to leadership quality? You have said really nothing. But how come we are at a point where we have agitations here and there, Sometime last year, the young people were all over the place, not too young to rule. And what's the point? What are the hindrances? Why this discussion on age and leadership?
You see, each time we talk about age and leadership and said, okay, somebody is too young or somebody is too old, we need to go back to history. Look at the founding fathers of Nigeria. At what age do they become whatever they are? Leaders. Yeah. You look at somebody like Gowon, who became at 29. All right? Yeah. What's his name? Muritala died at the age of 38. Jonathan was president of Nigeria in his 40s. Same go for Babangida. Same go for even the current president. Maybe the problem is you have youth who came into leadership and they desire to sit for so long. All right? So you have people who possibly got into leadership position at the age of 20-something or 30-something, and they have been there for the past 50 years.
They refuse to leave.
They refuse to leave.
But it's their constituency.
All right. So, and why do they refuse to leave? Because they were accepted by us. I believe that the kind of leaders we get is the kind of leader that we ask for. I always say that you can't have a good leader in any society where you want a good leader, but you need great followers. Okay. Because if you don't have great followers, you cannot have good leaders. All right. So if I want to sit there and I say, okay, I want to be a member of House of Representatives and I want to be there forever and ever. If I'm not serving the will of the people and the people know what the will is and their desire is, what are they going to do? They will kick me out. So if they don't kick me out and I continue to be there because you have compromised followership, then there's going to be a problem. How do followers get compromised? We see what is wrong, we decide to keep quiet about it. So long as you can give somebody 1,000, 2,000 to vote, to sell their conscience, that's a compromised leadership, isn't it? Followership rather. So long as followers see that, okay, this person is just a PS or a director in the ministry, his salary is possibly 200,000, but he's doing something of 200 million, and we decide to keep quiet, then something is wrong.
Yeah.
Today, I'll be glad to see that my brother or my sister became the president of this country. All right. So all the attacks have been, throwing to those who are there now. What happened? I keep quiet because now I'm a strong beneficiary. And I begin to ask myself that maybe the reason why sometimes the noise becomes so much is because we are not part of those who are sharing that cake. Which is quite unfortunate. If we are all driven by value, then it doesn't matter who is there. But the question is that the value has been completely eroded. I remember when we were growing up, if they say your father is a thief, you won't be able to go to school the next day.
Yeah.
If they say somebody in your family, in fact, when you want to marry, they will first examine, I hope there is no prisoners in the family. But today, you know what happened? When a leader is sent to prison and is released, we are going to get us able to go and welcome them.
Wow.
So And that's why I'm saying that maybe we should pipe a little bit low about leadership and begin to talk about followership, because the leaders did not drop from heaven. They are from us, right? But you may not have had leaders who have been there for so long, and if the society decides to tolerate them, then do you blame them for it?
Okay, John, before you come in with your next question, his answers just, tipped something in me now. Leaders, what are the qualities that are expected of them that probably we do not see? Now you're saying that the followership is even more important. What's the quality of a followership that will assist a leader to achieve?
All right. Very interesting question. Let's talk about followership again. Okay, Nigeria is some madness that somebody will use taxpayers' money, right, to buy buses and all of that, and they put his name there as the governor. Or you use the government, use taxpayers' money to do the road, right? You name it after yourself.
Yes.
And all of us as followers, we go there and we say, oh yeah, we clap for.
He did this.
He did this. You know what? Because we don't even know our rights.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're supposed to say, we are not supposed to clap for anybody because you have done the road.
Job.
Because it's your job.
Because that's the reason you're there.
We are not supposed to clap for you because you build a new hospital or you build a railway station. We don't supposed to. Number one, it's not your money you used to do it. It's our money that you used to do it. The only reason why we put you there is for you to do those things. So why should we clap for you because you have done it?
Because others didn't do it.
So it becomes like an exception. So good performance become an exception in our society, in which once you see a governor that decided to do a road, guess what? All of us, oh, he did a road for us.
Yeah.
And the governor sings all about it.
Yeah, which is unfortunate. However, great followership means that you will say, Mr. Governor, we elected you to do this. You have not done it. You want to know the reason why it has not been done. Are we together on that?
Yes.
Because until the followers begin to know that the leaders are not the one in charge, and that leaders are supposed to lead from behind.
Wow. Yes.
Until you bring empathy into leadership. Empathy means that as a leader, I must understand my personal challenge in the context of a global challenge of the people.
Yes.
So I must be able to subdue my personal challenge into that of the people's challenge. All right? I must know what they feel. How many of our leaders can we really say that know what we are feeling?
Or care about what we're feeling?
Or care about what we are or even understand it. It's an issue that we need to really discuss.
Yes, Doctor.
Yes.
Doctor, yeah. You see, when I was preparing myself for this program, at least I tried to do that mentally, I promised myself that we will not make it look like we're talking about politics.
Yes.
Leadership is that.
But the topic is such that the first place your mind goes, given all that is happening, is politics.
But politics is everything.
I mean,
the corporate world is politics.
It's all about governance.
The family is
governance.
And I want to tell you because when you talk about leadership, why you cannot take away political leadership, because political leadership is the umbrella.
Yes.
So whether I talk about corporate leadership, whether I talk about community leadership, everything is still within that umbrella.
The rules are the same.
The rules are the same.
The rules are the same.
So, and what people see, the question, I'm a community leader in my place and I'm doing the little bit that I can do. But what I'm able to achieve may be dependent on what I'm permitted largely, to achieve. However, having said that, I'm also the opinion that when we look at leadership, can we begin to address it from various levels?
Yeah.
In my office as a corporate CEO, okay, what kind of leadership are we talking about? Now, when I talk about empathy, okay, I'm not talking about sympathy. I'm talking about leaders that understand the feelings of the people that they lead.
Yeah.
And you must understand that, for me, the definition of leadership is more of working with the people to ensure their success. So I'm there as the CEO to build the people. That's why I'm there.
Yeah.
Yesterday, I was talking to my human resource manager, and I was saying, we need to call this staff. I said, where we have given the person query. We have done this. I said, no, let's call them. Maybe there are psychological issues that this person is dealing with. And I say, let me tell you, workplace is to build people. I know that we want them to work so that the bottom line can be okay. But it's first time, as a leader, we must recognize that we are there to build people. We are there to remove barriers that will not make them to succeed.
And you're dealing with human beings, not machines.
Look at, we talk about American dream. What is the meaning of American dream? American dream is create an environment where everybody that is in the US can thrive and prosper.
And be happy.
And be happy. Takes away all obstacles.
Yes.
And what we are looking at, let's look at it, let's say politically, as a citizen, whatever will not make me to succeed is taken away. It could be system, it could be policy. In my place of work, the same thing. Even in my family. I'm a father. You are a mother. We are supposed to give leadership. All right? And that leadership means that what do I need to do to ensure that my children succeed? That is the first thing, okay? So if you are unable to take all those impediments that will enable them to succeed, then you are failed as a leader. And that is what it is also when we talk about either political or corporate or community leadership.
Now let's take it down to brass tacks again. Let's go. I'm trying to not make it sound like we're attacking our politicians, So let's do a throwback to when I was in school. In those days, age was never a factor. In deciding who led the class, for instance. It was really a matter of intelligence, maybe ability. So what has changed? What do you think has changed?
What I think has changed is our value system has been completely eroded. In this country, you see a parent who pays someone to write JAMB for their children. So what are they telling them? In this country, you will see someone who wants his or her to get a position in the school and will go and pay for it. We have even seen situations whereby somebody will go to the principal of the school and say, I want my son to be this. And because at the PTA he has the biggest voice, the loudest voice, and is able to do one or two things, we get compromised. So, and when you have stuff like that, what kind of leaders are you going to have? I used to tell, some of my younger friends, I said, you will shout that you don't want your child to be on phone.
Yeah.
Right. No, it's to spending so much time on phone.
And you are there.
But you are there. And the only thing they are seeing is what you are doing.
Yes. You are the example.
You are, okay. So, how did we get it wrong? We got it wrong because at every levels, we are more of talkers than doers.
Okay.
So the only thing we are doing is just to talk and expect people to do differently. And most times we think that those laws that we made are not for us. We can do as we like, we are matured, and all of that is for other people. No. And that's why I'm saying that a leader must live from behind. What makes you to be a leader is you are wise. What is wisdom? You are knowledgeable. You are able to apply that knowledge to bring about social change. Positive social change. That makes you to be a good leader.
Experience.
For us to say that you have wisdom, you have the mental capability. Okay? You are able to see things from diverse perspective. That is wisdom.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. So it's possible for you to have people who are very, very smart, who have gone to the best schools in this world, got the best education, yet they are not wise.
They are not wise.
And we have to ask ourselves, do we have knowledgeable leaders or do we have wise leaders?
So which one is? We'd rather go for.
You cannot become
both.
You can't become wise without being knowledgeable,
and vice versa. Okay.
And when you are wise, being wise means I'm able to see John and I say, John shouldn't be in this situation. John shouldn't be in this condition. Okay, that is wisdom.
But would a young potential leader
see that?
Be wise?
Yes, absolutely. Yes. It has nothing. Wisdom has nothing to do with age. It has to do with exposures. It has to do with your life experiences.
Yes.
And we have seen somebody who is 70 years old and behaving like
that is not wise.
All right. I mean, you remember that funny stuff that came out, funny story of that young boy that the mother wanted to build and say, "Mommy, be calming down." Isn't that wisdom? To say, yes, I know that things are, but mommy, just, I know I'm not nowhere, but just calm down.
And we'll get results when you're calm.
That is what wisdom is all about. And if at that point in time, the mom decided to calm down. Don't you think that boy has successfully led the mother?
Through wisdom.
Through wisdom.
No, but what about age and competence?
Okay.
Age and competence.
Because you've not only talked about competence, you've talked about performance, you've talked about wisdom, you've talked about results, and all of that. So, is it about the young or the old for all of this to fall in place?
All right. So let's look at the major corporations we have in the world today.
Yeah.
Either Facebook, either Google, either Uber, either all these things.
Their age brackets.
What is their age bracket? Other Paystack that we have in Nigeria, Flutterwave, that we have in Nigeria, Andela that you have. Those guys, how do they start? They were all in their 20s. Some of them are even younger than 20s. And they're able to build multi-billion-dollar corporation that is multiple times bigger than Nigerian budget.
That's right.
And they were leading those organizations.
That's right.
In their thousands. So when you see sometimes one want to kill ourselves over, and you see that Google has over $200 billion in its current account. Nigeria total foreign reserve is still hovering between 30-something billion dollars. Do you get what we're trying to say? So in terms of impact, so leadership must be looking at in terms of competence and impact.
Yeah.
I mean, and the success. So competence is the friend that, okay, he's knowledgeable, he has what it takes to do it, right? Okay, but he's also successful in doing that thing that he set out to do. So if you are not successful in doing it, then you have not really led. And it's when you have done something maybe over and over again that people will say, oh, wow, we want to be like this guy. Okay, they want to buy into that thing that you have done. We have to know that it's all about solving problems. And if you are able to solve the pain point of people, then you see that people will follow you. Look at this Pakistani, lady that was shot. How old was he when he was shot? And look at the one Nobel Prize award. Look at the numbers of followers that simply by saying, I want to stand for what is right.
Okay.
And that's leadership.
Wow. We are about to take a break. But before then, let me quickly throw this in. The perspectives and beliefs may possibly be the main drivers for the agitation for young leadership in the future or in the now. Wouldn't this be a selfish move?
Well, there is a study that actually confirmed that perspective has a lot to do with either old or young, right? As a matter of fact, politically or in terms of how we govern ourselves in the community, there is that general perspective to believe that the older you are, the better you are able to manage. Even the younger generation. Because look at populations of Nigeria. Do you know that between the age of 19 to 34, we have about 40-something percent.
Yes.
As a matter of fact, those who are older than 65 in Nigeria, guess their percentage, they are just 2.7% of Nigerian population. Just 2.7%. So when we talk about, okay, we have somebody who is 90-year-old in office and all of that. But if you feel that that person is not doing well, we have what it takes to have the person to leave.
Dr. Yoda. Okay. I'm going to ask you to just pause there.
Okay.
I mean, clearly, age and leadership has been our focus today. That's very obvious. And our guest has helped us to drive home the point.
Yeah.
Young or old, leadership is about inspiring others and achieving what they never thought they could do. We'll take a quick breather here. Doctor, you will still be here with us. So we'll ask our viewers, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
All right, this is Today with John and Helen, and we are still talking age and leadership. I wish we would shake this table a lot more, okay? So how does decisiveness, integrity, relationship building, problem solving, dependability, ability to teach and mentor, accountability, empathy, vision, resilience, humility, and a lot more, how do this play out in the leadership or in leadership? Now, where are we likely to get all of this? Is it in the younger ones or in the older ones? You have gone round and round and talked about it, but these things are just rolling in my head. And I am holding the aspect that you said that the followership are the most important. Okay, John?
I wish I made a list of all what you asked for. But I tried to box everything into leadership quality.
Yes.
Because all of what you said, really, I don't know, Doctor, do you agree with me? One thing I am sure about is that there's something missing. The word together. Together seems to be a word that's been missing in this conversation. And yet, it may well be the solution to our problem. How do we do this? This leadership thing. How do we do it together?
Collaboration between
young and old, yeah.
Well, thank you so much, for that. I may have a different perspective because for me, it's still like us seeing leadership like a national cake that needs to be shared. So as a result, we are saying together, let's get the younger ones, let's get the older ones. But my own stand is, if the older ones are the ones who are performing, so be it. If the younger ones are the ones who can do it, kick them out and be in charge. Okay, because what we are, but they are already mixed, aren't they?
Okay.
You don't go to any state and all of them are old.
All old, yeah.
You don't go to any local government and everyone is old. You don't.
Yes.
Even in government, some of the government agencies, you see people, executive director at their 30s, even less than 30s. So it's already mixed. We are already together. But it's a question of perceptions. And I'm saying that if somebody have anything good to offer, I read, one of the leaders I follow a lot, I read virtually all his book, is Barack Obama. And I tried to see how Obama became the president of the United States of America.
Yeah.
It's not by being docile. It's not by being sitting there and say, you know what, I'm a minority, I'm black guy. They're supposed to get the black guy as a president. I'm qualified to be that president.
It's not by just
so
mouthing
I'm waiting for somebody to come and call me.
Not by just mouthing it.
But he had it exactly. So he had a dream. I can be the president. Who say I cannot be?
Yeah.
And he laid out his strategy. He engaged with the people. He worked day and night.
And he married the right woman.
And married the right woman. They didn't give him the established, political system didn't give him the opportunity. But guess what? And that's why I talk about followership.
Yes.
Guess what? Like tsunami, he came and there was a big disruptions. You know why that happened? Because you have informed followers.
Yes.
It shouldn't have happened if you don't have that. Okay, something very nice just happened in Adamawa, right? That you elected APC Guba, was a woman now who was able to fight against some established, That's what we are talking about. And we are going to see more and more of that. What is important is we need to educate each other.
Yes.
We need to define the kind of leadership that we want. Yes. And where we don't even know that, guess what? Somebody can stand up here in this little room and say, I want to be the governor of Lagos State. And these are my strategy. But you see, if you start with fear, one of the things I've always seen is for people to think, you know what, the established political system will not allow you.
Yes.
And the question I ask is that who allowed them when they got there?
Okay.
You want to be a CEO of an organization and you say, okay, they're not going to allow me. Who allowed those who got there? It's when you are able to show that you have what it takes. And I believe that politically, people are getting more informed in Nigeria now. People are getting more informed. We've seen that happen, we don't want to go into politics, but we have seen it happen. We have seen disruptions, in Nigerian political system, haven't we?
Oh, yeah.
We've seen it. But it will get to a point that, look at in the US, you can probably predict who is going to win what. Based on what? Critical factors of
pedigree,
healthcare, critical factor of employment,
The areas of
critical factors of inflations, those things that affect people directly. And once those things that affect them directly is taken out from them, you can be sure that that party is going to lose. But you know, in Nigeria, it's what Fela calls suffering and smiling, you know. Things are not going right. However, what is the place of religion in what we are doing? What is the place of ethnicity? What is the place of gender? Right? In which I'm going to say, okay, well, even though I know that Ellen is the most qualified, but Ellen is not from Lagos State, so we rather vote for John, even though we know John is not the one.
Yeah, why not?
Okay, so you have to look at the issue of ethnicity. And we have to begin to drill it into our heads to say, let's leave ethnicity behind. Let's leave gender behind. Let's leave age behind. Age is just one of it. I can tell you that today, okay, we are shouting Muslim, Christian, okay, young people. So tomorrow, Helen again is the most qualified. She's female, right? But she's a Christian. And she's from the north. Okay? So, even though by definition of north, you are in the majority. But guess what happened? All of a sudden, you become the minority.
Because you're female.
Because you are female. So at that point in time, those in the north are not going to be looking at it and say he's from the north. No, he's female, no. So let's go for John. John is from Lagos. Yeah, but he's male. So, and that is why we always talk about the issue of diversity, equity, and inclusion.
DEI.
Inclusion.
Yeah, that's the way of the world now.
And if we are able to bring that into our polity, I think we'll see a lot of change. People have talked about strong institutions, and I always ask myself, we talk about strong institution. What is strong institution? Strong institution is not going to fall from heaven. Is it not people that are going to be there?
Yeah.
So what's strong? So the first thing we need to deal with before we can even begin to talk of quality leadership and all of
You
that,
have to put the structures in place.
put the structure there.
Yes.
We need to wash our brain. We need to get the right value. We need to be able to call a spade a spade. We need to know that what is important is whoever can make me to be more successful is the kind of leader that I want. But do we even know what success is as followers?
Wow.
That is the issue. Do we know what success is?
You know, Helen, if you don't stop doctor, you won't ask the next question.
Yeah, but we got the doctor here. We brought him here because we know that he's capable, of answering our questions. While I was getting ready for this yesterday, doctor, I ran into something that showed some advantages and disadvantages in having a leader who is young and who is old. In terms of the older one will sit there and probably not embrace change. I've been doing this for 101 years. Why do I have to change my strategy, for example? And the younger ones come with bright and new ideas because they are more aware of what's going on in the world. And I'd like you to speak on this.
One of the interesting studies done by University of Queensland in 2011 again says that age does not make you wiser. So the fact that I've been doing it, and that's your point.
Does it make you more daring, more bold to be able to take?
Well, experience, you can't buy experience.
Yeah, I'm coming. But when you talk about the experience also does not come by age. It comes by exposures. You will see younger people who possibly have gone through a whole lot that myself and you have not been through.
That's right.
Who have gone through, they have gone through a lot of issues of lives. They have gone to the university of life that has taught them a lot of lessons.
That's right. Yeah.
But maybe I'm from the privileged home. Everything always worked for me and all of that. So what experience have I got? And that's why sometimes when people talk about experience, I say, is it experience of 50 years doing the same thing over and over again? Will you compare that experience with somebody of 10 years who have done several things within that span of 10 years? Okay, so I don't believe that the fact that you you are elderly and, you know, does not mean you are mature.
Okay.
Age and maturity are not the same thing. Even though they are supposed to be a relationship. You know, in Yoruba, there is what they call Agbaya. And what's the meaning of Agbaya? To say that
You're old, but...
you are old, but you are not
Useless.
wise. You are useless. You get what I'm trying to say? So you can be old, actually, but you are not wise.
Okay.
So they will call you, oh, he's Agbaya now, because you can't even think.
Doctor, you know what our worry is?
Yes.
I'm talking as a representative of the youth now.
Yes.
What our worry is that we have structures. Let's imagine we have structures already. Do we trust, are the youth trusted enough to keep these structures in the right place? Because they want to they want to upturn the whole apple cart. They want to change everything. But there are structures that have to be kept. Will the youth, or are they trusted enough to keep these structures on?
I don't have any problem with that because I think they will even improve more on it. Because when you look at what some of these young people are doing, is amazing in their little space.
But they're changing everything now. They'll confuse us.
They are not changing everything, you know, because don't forget that the world is changing.
Okay.
And some of us who are old, we are not changing with the time. We are not swimming, you know, with the time.
Some of us are still
so we just, okay, we are still analog. So some of us just think that all is required. No, this is how we have been doing it, so let's stay there. But they are saying, no, this is what is happening, this is what is changing, so you have to change it with it.
Yeah.
One of the critical skills that is expected of a future leader or current leader is adaptability.
Okay.
How flexible are you? So if you say you are a leader, we want to look at it. Do you believe in collaborations? Do you believe in diverse perspective? Are you very flexible? You know, Albert Einstein said that we cannot solve the current problem with the same mentality that we used to create them.
Wow. Okay.
So what that tells us is that, okay, yeah, this is a problem. We need a fresh perspective into our problems. And the Nigerian youth have that. Have you seen young Nigerians abroad? Have you seen how they are thriving?
Yeah, you're right.
Have you seen some of them even in parliament, House of Parliament in some countries?
Absolutely, yes.
So if they can achieve that, they can achieve it there. And you know what? The current legislation has given that opportunity to every youth to participate.
But they're leaving us out.
How?
How are they leaving you out?
Because they've already said that for you to be
fast enough.
They've already said
they've
already said that you can be a president at the age of 30. So what else do you want? They never said that, okay, for you to be a president in Nigeria, you must have a PhD and you must be 55 years old. So what is stopping you?
Maybe it's a
Just
lack
have
of
the basic.
understanding.
Yeah, I think.
You see, there is mutual suspicion, which we've talked about.
That is it.
Okay? In which the youth feel that, you know what, there's no point for us to contest against the established leadership because they will not even
won't
allow
let
us.
us, yeah.
You know the reason why they are saying that? When we say that, we are saying that we don't have something better to offer than what they are offering.
Okay.
That's what that means. If you say, oh no, they won't allow us. Because it's all about value creation. But if I, as a youth, says, you know what, I don't care whether it is XYZ who has been there for the past 50 years. I don't care. I have a better idea. And I go from one corner to the other and I'm, you know, selling my ideas.
Yeah.
And people say, oh, wow, that makes sense. I think this one is better than what we have.
Yes.
I will get there. So I think what I need to say is that our listeners should know that age has nothing to do with leadership. Age has nothing to do with wisdom. What you need is courage. And if you have that courage, you will continue. And let me tell you, I always say that for those of us who feel that we are better than the rest, and that's why we are not in politics, okay? Some people say, no, politics is dirty. So if you say politics is dirty, you don't want to be in it. What we are saying is that those people you are condemning will be the one that will continue to rule you.
Yeah.
So if you have good value, you know, system, you feel that you can solve the problems of this country, it could even be sewage. Okay, you know what? I'm going to Lagos State House of Assembly, I'm going to contest. And my interest is just how we can deal with the sewage situation in Lagos. And this is my formula.
You know what? You know what you just did, Doctor? You just answered what would have been my
Your
last
next
question.
question.
Oh, really?
I was going to ask you. Okay, so who or what is going to harmonize this collaboration? Get this kind of collaboration in place for the old and the young to work together.
Because after this conversation, I have seen that leadership is not only about who is at the top. There's leadership at different levels, and you need to be equipped. But I'm asking, in this environment, maybe are there places where you can learn to be a leader, or are leaders born or made? But John's question,
But that
we use that to
answered,
wrap.
please, in 15 seconds.
Yes,
Because we
yes.
have to wrap up now.
So you've convinced me now because you have taken
John's question.
What's John's question now?
Okay.
John's question is
The place
who
of
or
harmony.
what? Yeah, who or what will be able to harmonize all of this? I mean, it's like, where do we look? Where do we look for proper guidance?
For you to be harmonized, again, I say that there has to be a proper awakening of the people. There are no two ways to it. There must be a proper awakening of the people to say, what kind of society do we want? We are talking about age. Okay, we have been clamoring now for women representations and all of that, either in politics or in the boardroom. Okay, let's talk about politics. Don't forget that a little bit, maybe about 51% of our populations are women. So how come women have not been elected?
Now,
Who is stopping them?
In 5 seconds.
So in 5 seconds, for us to harmonize this, again, let there be that consciousness to say, this is the kind of people, this is the kind of leader that we want. This is the problem we want to solve. This is who can help us to solve that problem. And it doesn't
Irrespective
matter
of.
So
the age.
In totality, the
It's
end
all
of
about
it
people.
is about the people.
It's the people. It's the people.
It's
It's the
about
people
our
that will
consciousness.
exactly.
So Helen, consciously, let's wrap up this program.
Okay, consciously. I guess our job is done. As far as this topic is concerned, we generously would like to say thank you, sir,
Thank you so
for
much.
your time. I have thoroughly enjoyed today. And I have a lot more questions to ask, but we will save that for another day.
Another time,
Yes, yes.
Well, I'll just end by asking Dr. Iyoda, please, can I be your friend?
Oh yeah, you are my friend already. I like you guys.
So thank you so much for that. Thank you so much.
All right, so this is how far we can go on this segment, but you know there's more on the show. It's Today with John and Helen, and we'll just take a quick break at this end and allow the next segment to roll in.
Yeah.
What would that be, John?
The next segment. Should I keep it a secret?
Are we going to keep fitting?
We'll go fit.
Okay.
We'll do the fitness.
So let's do that.
Okay.
Hello everyone and welcome to another fitness section with us at Alpha Fitness Studios. My name is Dolly Phillips and this is Elvis Echo, and we're going to be taking you through a HIIT workout today. So today we're going to work for 20 seconds and rest for 10 seconds. I have my timer here with us. So before we start, let's start with a quick warm-up. Everybody hands up, deep breath in. Shoulder rolls back, hands on the shoulders, rotate. 1. Opposite direction. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Let's reach over. 1. 3, 2, and 1. Now let's roll downwards. Release those hamstrings. 2. Very good. Nice and slow. 3. Good job. 4 and 5. Knees up. Let's go touch those knees. Wake those abs up. 1 and 2 and very good. 3 and 4 and 5. Hip circles. We're rotating. 5 to the left. Let's go. 5. Reverse direction. Let's go. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Shake it out, shake it out. Are you ready for this workout, Elvis? We're ready. Okay, so I have my timer here. We're going to start the timer. The very first workout is your flutter kicks. So once you hear the whistle, we start. Once you hear the next whistle, you stop to rest. Are you ready? Let's go. If you can't kick this out like this, just kick out like this for me. Yes? We have levels. Come on, let's go. 2 and 1 and rest it. Okay, the next workout, high knees. So we're going to jog on the spot with our knees coming up high. Are you ready? In 3, 2, 1, let's go. If you can't, this is enough for me. Just make sure you continue moving. 4, 3, 2, and 1. Rest it. That was good, huh? Next one, squat, leg over. Take those legs as high as possible. Are you ready? Let's go. And 1. Wow! Did you feel that one? Now we're going down to the floor. Hands down. Send your legs back. Let's go, Elvis. Mountain climbers. Let's go. Push it. If you can't do this, you can just stay in plank or stay in all fours and pick up your knees. And rest it. We're still on the floor. We're going to do a plank on the elbows. Okay, Elvis and I are going to turn to the side so you can see what we're doing. Elbows down and out. Don't collapse your back. No. Lift it up. Tuck in your pelvis and breathe. We have 10 seconds left. Woo! You can feel this one, huh? Make sure your elbows are directly under your shoulders and keep your face looking forward. Don't look down, look forward. Helps to straighten out your back. How are we doing? We have 3 seconds left. 2 and 1. Good job. Stretch it out. And now we're going to go into a sprint. Are you ready? In 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Sprint. Come on, go, 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 go. Faster. 2, 1, and relax. Impossible. Anyway, so let's stretch it out now. We've come to the end of this one. And out. Good job. In and out. In and out. One more and out. Shoulder rolls back. Shoulder rolls. Good. 3 more. 2 and 1. Rotate forward. 2, 3, 4, and 5. Let's stretch those quads. Hold on to something if you need to. If you don't need to, find your balance. Stretch those quads. Quads are these muscles here in the front of your thighs. Very good. You need to work these muscles. As we get older, they're the first set of muscles to give way. So always make sure you work your muscle, your quads. All right? Good job. And down. Let's stretch our back. Slide down those thighs. All the way down. Fingertips on the floor. Straight legs. Stretch out your lower lumbar region. Very good. Oh, this feels so good. It stretches the back of the legs as well, the hamstrings. Bend your knees and slowly roll up. Ah, yes. Deep breath in. Open those legs all the way down and up. All the way down one more time. And out. One more. And out. Awesome. Elbow, elbow, elbow. Thanks for joining us today. We hope to see you very soon. Have a wonderful day. Bye-bye.
Welcome back. And this is the closing segment of the show, today with John and Helen.
Yeah, so John, the business of public speaking, as they say, does age play any role in it? Are the younger ones better at it or the older ones?
Well, I would say that it doesn't really matter. It's what you have brought to the table that matters. The way you handle it, the way, your knowledge base, your presentation style and all of that. So it doesn't really matter because you have courses for courses. You have different speakers for different audiences, So no, age would not be a factor.
At all?
Yes.
All right.
So you want my nugget for today?
Go ahead.
And my nugget for today is quite an interesting one. It's a general nugget, that deals with how you present yourself, how you are, how you sound,
Okay.
And it is this. It is not enough to be good. You also need to sound good, or it's no good. It's not enough to be good. You also need to sound good, or it's no good. So we go up there, we believe that our looks or our knowledge base, wisdom, and all of that, will communicate the message to the audience. That's not enough. You need to sound good. You need to be able to deliver in a clear, concise, and understandable manner for your message to be communicated to your audience. So let's take delivery for granted. Delivery is a very important aspect in public speaking. And like I always say, public speaking is not only when you go up on stage. Even in the boardroom, you're speaking to your public. Even at home, within the family, you're communicating with your family. So public speaking goes with you everywhere. So make sure that you don't just look good, you sound good as well. Otherwise, it's no good.
Okay. All right, so for you to look good and sound good and be the part, it means that you have to prepare.
Oh, you have to prepare,
you have
of
to
course.
get educated.
Of course, you have to prepare. You don't ride
you have
a bicycle.
to get information.
Yeah, you don't get to know how to ride a bicycle without, practicing.
True.
And then get your content in place.
Especially because we're dealing with the language that is not ours originally.
It doesn't even really matter. In whatever language, the content is there, right? The important thing now is for clarity and for being concise. Speak clearly and concisely. It doesn't matter to me if you sound like the Queen of England. I'd rather you even sound like a Hausa man, Yoruba, or Igbo man. As long as when you communicate, you are understood and you are heard.
You carry your audience along.
So
Okido.
that will be it for this week.
Yes.
And I must say that it's been a thoroughly fulfilling session on today's program.
You can say that again. Yes. And I hope that you have found this show as interesting and as fulfilling as we have. It's our pleasure, it's our job, it's our duty that we do this, especially for the family and the society. And one thing I've taken away today is that us who are the public, the followers, the power is in our hands.
That's right.
And so at this point in time, the power is in our hands, all right, to make our nation a better place. And so I'm asking, have you gotten your PVC? Is it ready for you to take that decision and use that franchise? Do you have yours ready?
I think so.
You think so, John? I will kill you. I have mine.
I do.
All right, so let's meet again, same time, next week on the show today with John and Helen on Plus TV Africa. But don't forget that if you missed out on this outing today, we have an opportunity for you to watch again later tonight. 10:30 is the time, and 9:30 tomorrow morning. Thank you, and have a lovely weekend.
Goodbye.
times when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they are also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
Story. Once upon a time, there was a very young, agile, vivacious, spunky, unconventional Pikin you have all come to know and love as Brother Derele, Shewere, Dewere, and all of the above. But you see, getting to this very point in time has been a story of hurdles. I have crossed so many hurdles. I've broken down ceilings. I've crashed barriers. I've scaled mountains, figuratively speaking. Because you know what? For every single door that was shut on my face, you know what? I found another door. For every time I was put in a box, I jumped right out of that box. I am still in an industry where I have to constantly prove myself. Not the fact that I have to prove myself to myself, but I have to prove myself every time how resilient I can be and how much of an identity and strong force that I must be. So you know what? This is my celebrity story. My story is like $1 million question rolled into one.
My story for today, which hopefully will inspire you, is that when I was 17, my mom died. And at the time, my mom was the only one that had been encouraging me as far as acting was concerned. My dad was not for it at all. And on her deathbed, she told my father, let this girl do what she wants to do. Unfortunately, he was still against it. And I went to theatre school, much to his disdain. But the thing is, even though I went through a lot of stuff because he refused to sponsor me because I was doing what he didn't want me to do, I endeavored, I worked, I had many jobs. I used to do all kinds of stuff. I used to braid hair. There's a lot of stuff I do people don't know about just to make ends meet. Some days it would be between transport and food and all kinds of things. But I endeavored, I worked hard, I stuck to what I wanted to do, and finally I am here. And as far as I'm concerned, I've only just begun. But I am here, and I'm going to keep on pushing on until that Oscar sits on top of my table. So, no matter what it is that you want to do, so far it's a good thing. Don't let anyone discourage you. There will always be a way around it if you just put your head down and put in the work.
What's up, everybody? They call me Road Boy. Now, let me share a brief and a small story for you guys, okay? I used to be a young boy who never had this experience of having parents coming to pick you in school or taking you to school. Those kind of things that if you woke up in the morning as early as 6, you dress up everything by 6:30, it will take you like 1 hour, 20 minutes to get to my school. I never had that experience of waiting for a driver to come and pick me in school. That kind of lifestyle whereby even your parents will prepare breakfast for you or lunch for you to take in school. It was all about survivors, okay? But today, I want to tell you guys something. Maybe my parents took it that way for me because they never had. But I promised myself when I was young, if I ever made money, my children are not going to go through that. I'll provide everything for my kids, transportation, security, whatever, okay? So let me tell you, so whatever you're going through in life today, make sure you keep your head up because whatever you're experiencing, it will give you that power, that strength not to allow your kids to go through that. Road Boy says so. Bless her.
Before Jennifer's Diary, I would go for, to be honest, I did not think I was going to be an actor. I just thought I was going to sing. How I got into acting, one particular day, I went to church for rehearsals, choir rehearsal, and then I got there early. My friend called that she had written my name in some audition. I was like, audition, ads free, me? I know they do. So she was like, come through, they're waiting. So because rehearsals had not started and the place wasn't so far from where I was, so I was like, okay, I'll just go and see what's up. Thereafter, I started going for auditions. Some people will say really nasty stuff to you. Instead of them to just say, no, go. They will yab you. They will make you not believe in yourself. You just feel like giving up. So I just chilled. And then one particular time, I got a BC, 1,000 Days of Blackberry. My friend sent me an audition BC. It was for Jennifer's Diary. So I said, guy, I know they go. All these things, they don't already get people where they want to put there. So I'm not going to go. So I was like, go, 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 go. My mom told me to go. My dad told me to go, the amazing man, and my friend. So I didn't even know what to wear. So I was discouraged, like, nah, I'm not going to go. But my friend, thankfully, she works for Genevieve at the time. By the way, I love. I cannot explain the love I have for Genevieve. The place was crowded and I don't like crowd. So I went to hide in the restroom as always. That's what I always do. So I was there till like 8 p.m. For real. I called my mom. Mom, I'm leaving. She said, no, too bad is audition. So I stayed there. 9 p.m. I auditioned. In my head, I was like, there's no way they wouldn't have found people they need. A couple of weeks after, they called me for the second audition. We did the third audition. We did the final reading. We're quite a number of people reading for Toyosi. At the end of the day, as God would have it, I got the role for Jennifer's Diary to play Toyosi. I did not have any idea that the character was going to have so much continuity. I don't even know. I didn't know that I was going to be in several seasons. So, yeah, and that's how I found myself in Jennifer's Diary series.
Impeachment threat against Buhari real, says National Assembly PDP caucus. And Ebonyi PDP battles self-inflicted crisis as 2023 polls becomes threatened. This is Plus Politics. I am Mary Anna Cohn. Expectedly, mixed reactions from Nigerians, especially senators and other stakeholders, have trailed the lawmakers' threat to impeach the president, even as senators are sharply divided over the matter. It could be recalled that some senators last Wednesday stormed out of plenary in protest against Senate President Ahmed Lawan's failure to make public their resolution from a closed-door meeting where they had resolved to issue a 6-week ultimatum, after which they will use the impeachment notice against the president over insecurity. Attempts to raise the motion to that effect on the Senate floor by the minority leader, Senator Philip Aududa, was turned down by the Senate President Ahmed Lawan earlier, now which compelled some of these senators to stage a walkout. But the Deputy Senate President, Ovio Moagege, while faulting the impeachment option, stated that communication mechanism between the National Assembly and the presidency had not been fully explored and exhausted. Well, joining us to discuss this is Biodun Shomi. Thank you very much, Mr. Shomi, for joining us. Mr. Shomi, thank you so much for joining us. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Great. Let's take our minds back to what happened last week and the impeachment threat, apparently, from especially PDP members on the floor of the National Assembly, who are optimistic that other members of the National Assembly will be in support of this move. My first question, obviously, is, has there ever been this sort of move in the National Assembly in the history of Nigeria that was followed through to the latter for an impeachment process or protocol to even take, root? Has this ever happened, and why now? If it has never happened, why do we think it will even ever, be attempted?
Yes, we have had impeachment moves at state levels drawn to conclusion, unlike at national level. At the national level, we have only had one such impeachment move. That was when Obasanjo was in power in his first term, and some senators believed to be working for the vice president at that time, made moves to actually remove him or deprive him of his second ticket. But that was not followed through. Unlike the states one, the first one in the state was the case of Balarabe Musa who was removed, impeached, as the governor of Kaduna State. Then you had Ladoja's case too. Ladoja was removed in Oyo State, and then Peter Obi also removed. So at the state level, we've had 3 impeachments, drawn to the conclusion following the procedures. At the federal level, we've had only 1 such move, but it never materialized.
Now, the Benue State governor had been lauded for, supporting the impeachment call by members of the National Assembly on Mr. President. In fact, young people had said that this might waken Mr. President from his slumber. And many would ask if Mr. President really is asleep, or are his hands tied in terms of this dealing with the issue of terrorism. Now, might I remind you that this is one of the things that Mr. President had campaigned on in 2015, promising that he was going to deal with insecurity. And looking at insecurity then and now, it was not at this level, even though many would argue that there were bombings in Abuja, there were students that were kidnapped, etc., etc. But here we are, and members of the National Assembly, be it the opposition, are saying, well, we want to make sure that Mr. President does something in 6 weeks, and if after 6 weeks expires, this is what we want to do. But do they have the numbers? This is another question.
Well, what is very clear is that those who are threatening the unity of this country today, creating so much insecurity of lives and property, threatening the capital city, threatening Buhari himself, are in bed with our Mr. President. They are in bed with him. There's no, what I mean is that Mr. President is guilty of complicity, mute indifference, or outright support for whatever is going on in the country. It is increasingly becoming difficult for anybody to think that there is no consent coming from Mr. President. Don't forget that even when the brigade of guards were attacked, Mr. President left this country to go and lecture, give a speech on security in Liberia, ignoring the fact that the speech and action should have taken place here. So it is increasingly becoming more difficult. We are beginning to believe, more and more people are beginning to believe, that a script is being acted to truncate the electoral process going on in our country.
Can I ask?
And this, in my view, will be fiercely resisted.
Can I ask, because what you just said seems to be, there's a lot of speculation I sense in that statement that you've made, that Mr. President might be complicit. Yes. He has somewhat, not necessarily given off the body language that we expect a president to give off at a time like this. But could it be because the president himself has kept mute on these issues for so long, hence the speculation? Because I'm wondering to myself, why would a president, a man who waited for so long to be president of this country, why he would keep quiet and watch innocent Nigerians being kidnapped, being tortured, being killed, even men of the guard that he used to be part of, which are our soldiers, our very gallant soldiers, killed at will? I'm guessing, why would a president sit back and watch all of these things happen? Going back to the speculation that you made.
Yeah, well, one thing which is very clear is the agenda being pushed by the Buhari's administration. Nobody is oblivious of the fact that Mr. President went to Mali and told people, it was reported, that Nigeria is home for the Fulanis, that all Fulanis, in West Africa are one. And so, therefore, they do not respect boundaries. We all knew how the borders were thrown open clearly, and not only that, we knew all the efforts being made to ensure that they occupy parts of Nigeria. That started from Ruga, up till Katu Colony, up to the recent move in the National Assembly to create for the federal government to annex all the waters on the land in order to create settlement, including the banks, to create settlements.
I think that
Fulani's cattle, nobody can deny this. It's all coming together now. And people are beginning to wonder, at times I wonder when people talk about the issue of Christianity or Muslim, Christian ticket. Is that the issue facing us currently or the issue of security? This is a country where Mr. President is being threatened with kidnapping. The governor of Kaduna State is being threatened with kidnapping. And we've seen them into Abuja. Schools have been closed down, and people are talking about Muslim, as if this terrorist trying to destroy our country, who cares about anybody's religion? We have come to a stage where the primary function of government, which is security of lives and property, is no longer being guaranteed. So within that context, one can understand the position of the National Assembly, who hitherto have been very, very compliant, been useful agents for the Buhari administration to now turn around and abandon their duty post, threatening impeachment, when in reality they are actually afraid of staying in Abuja for fear of being kidnapped. Because for Mr. President to be threatened with kidnap, and then the way they move into Kuje or Correctional Center with impunity, it's baffling. It is baffling. There is no other way to explain government complacency other than to describe it, or government inaction or poor action, as an attitude of passivity, of mute indifference, or sometimes of cold complicity. We have gone through this several times. We are told Tucano will do the job. We bought the Tucanos. Nothing has happened. We are moving from frying pan to fire. Buhari inherited insecurity in the Northeast. That insecurity spread to Northwest. From Northwest is coming to the center of power. At what stage will Nigerians be concerned about what is being done to our country and how our country is being led by Mr. President?
Let me go to the political aspect of this. I know that the NNPP presidential candidate, Senator Rabiu Kwankwaso, has spoken on this issue of impeachment. I'd like to quote him directly. He did say that he warned the National Assembly on this issue, and he said that, I'd like to quote him, "I do not know the facts that they have," talking about the members of the National Assembly, "but as their former colleague, I want them to tread softly, and they should not be in a hurry to rock the boat." What exactly did you think he meant? Because this has all kinds of political undertones, and they're subject to all kinds of interpretation. What would yours be?
Yes, in my own interpretation, Kwankwaso is saying that there's an electoral process which certainly would lead to the termination of the lifespan of the Buhari regime. And therefore, there is no need to rock the boat by impeaching him now, which could create another crisis, political crisis in the country. That's basically what Kwankwaso is referring to. It's referring to the electoral process. Apart from that, I don't even think they have the numbers currently to impeach Mr. President. As it stands today, I don't think they have the numbers. Mr. President. There are so many of the actors with their stooges in National Assembly who, in any case, will frustrate it. I cannot see people like Obi, like Atiku, like Tinubu, and others who are hoping to have an opportunity, to become the president of the country through the ballot, will now support a move that will create a political crisis in the country. I don't think they will be able to do that now. But what I foresee is that what could actually lead to real impeachment is when a state of emergency is created in the country, when Aso Rock is attacked in a way that the legislators will not reasonably sit in the National Assembly again, and there's a serious risk of security breakdown in the seat of Abuja, which is the seat of power, then that probably may end up leading to impeachment. But I don't think the current threat will lead to impeachment.
Does he have to get to that? Because, you know, it's one thing to say, well, maybe because it's hitting hard or it's hitting close to home now, and that's why members of the National Assembly seem to be acting. Dumebi Kachiku, who is the presidential candidate for the ADC, had called what happened on the floor of the National Assembly self-serving. He's looking at the political undertone of this. He's saying that, look, these men are doing this because it now affects them. What about when it was hitting other people? But I'm still asking my first question. Why do we have to wait for things to get so bad for us to finally declare a state of emergency? And when we talk about states of emergency, let's not forget that that means that all political or electoral powers, one way or the other, will be jettisoned. And we're talking about a military takeover of sorts, you know, when we ask for a state of emergency, if we are looking at it in its entirety.
No, not necessarily. It doesn't have to be to military taking over power. The state of emergency can be declared by any governor or the president where there are serious breaches, you know, to the security of lives and property. And if, in their view, in line with our constitution, the Nigerian police force cannot manage it, then they are likely going to invite the military in. And that will be under a state of emergency. Otherwise, the military has no role in policing in a democracy. So, and that is the situation where if, as many people think that these guys that are no longer bluffing, these terrorists are no longer bluffing, we have seen the incapacity or our security forces unable to contain them. If this tendency and this trend continues, the most likelihood is that if there's an attack on, a serious attack on Asoro, then that will create a serious state of emergency in our country. And if that should that happen, that may also affect the political process going on, the electoral process going on in the country. And should that happen, that may galvanize all the politicians in the country to say, we need to find a solution to this problem. Mr. President, maybe you are the problem. Maybe you need to step aside. So there will be a formal resolution one way or the other. And I think that is when impeachment is likely. Currently, I don't think this National Assembly can impeach the president. They are too compliant. Yeah, but I reject the point that they've not been complaining about threats to the lives of other people. They have been complaining about it. It means that nothing happened, and they didn't take any step to ensure that, you know, something that the difference in the situation beyond the talk show. So because of that, you can condemn them for that. Now, the chicken has come home to roost. They have now realized that they could also be victims of what many Nigerians, thousands of Nigerians have been victims of. So I don't necessarily believe that this impeachment threat will come to fruition. I think it's just a warning, and eventually we may or may not get to that point. It depends on how far the terrorists can create chaos.
We keep talking about solutions here. We keep saying that, oh, well, solutions have to be provided. I have sat through 2 years of speaking with different security operatives, security experts, and they have come up with very doable ideas and solutions that can help the insecurity in the country. But then there's always a recurrent, you know, statement about the political will on the path of Mr. President. But let's not just put the president here on the chopping board. Of course, the governments that we have, it's a three-tier government. We have, of course, the executive, we have the legislature, we have the judiciary. And in terms of issues like this, the judiciary might not necessarily be called upon to be part of this, but the legislature and the executive have a serious role to play. And you did mention that there's been a lot more of talk shopping than getting or pushing the hand of the president. So could it be, again, that maybe because the legislature has not been taken seriously by the executive, or maybe the legislature has made itself not as serious to be taken serious by Mr. President, hence the talk shopping. Again, I'm asking, how do we get that political will out of Mr. President, who keeps traveling out for every time there's some hit or insecurity or kidnapping, and even the body language does not seemingly be that of a person who's interested in what's happening? Where do you fish out the political will from that kind of person?
Yeah, in relation to political will, I doubt whether we can get that out of Mr. President. He has already told the whole country that he's tired, he wants to go. The question is, should he be pushed or be allowed to work in line with the electoral timetable? The problem of political will has something to do with his own personal relationship with the people creating the problems in the country. Nobody can deny the fact that we know where these people are. The government cannot deny knowing where the terrorists are. We allow this thing to fester, up to this point. I remember clearly, Nasser El-Rufai, in his first time, did tell the whole country that he even paid to these terrorists outside the country, who are robbing and who are plundering the resources of this country and killing our people. He openly admitted to that, so he knew where they are. We also know that the former president also had a meeting with the view to reconcile, the terrorists, with the Nigerian state. But again, they met somewhere. We knew that Tony also has had meetings with them in the past, and we know that his publicity secretary of Sheikh Gumi and also Gumi himself have been meeting and brokering peace with these people. They are fully involved in negotiations. So we cannot deny knowing where they are. That's one. Number two, when you look at the issue of the list of sponsors of terrorism, UAE, United Arab Emirates, came out with the list. We were told that we have over 400 names of 400 people who are sponsors of terrorism, by the Attorney General of the Federation, Malami, but they could not do anything since courts were on strike at that point. Courts were not sitting at that point in time. Now courts resumed, nothing happened. Courts have been sitting, 100 terrorists or sponsors of terrorism have not been arraigned in court. So there's absolutely lack of political will stemming from an attitude of passivity, mute indifference, and cold complacency. These are the facts as they stand today, in my view.
Finally, before I let you go, Mr. Showmi, what is the fate of the average Nigerian? I'll tell you where I'm going with this. Recently, the Honorable Minister of Information, Mr. Lai Mohammed, has come out to say that they will be meting out sanctions to Daily Trust, of course, and the BBC, which is the British Broadcasting Media House, who put out a documentary. I'm sure that you've seen that documentary. It's out in the public space, talking to these so-called terrorists, mostly those who have laid down their weapons, also getting down to the crux of the matter, the story under this, what is causing the terrorism that we have in the country. Now, if outsiders, like you mentioned, the UAE, in all their, they were very generous to us to give us a list of people who they call sponsors of these terrorists in our country. That's the UAE. Of course, the Brits have also come up with a documentary telling us what is at the root of the problem and why we're facing what we're facing today. And of course, Daily Trust has brought up their own side of the story. But our government is saying that these people will be sanctioned for going to the bottom of this matter and trying to make sense of it all. Where does that leave the average Nigerian? If others, outsiders, are very interested in what we're dealing with, what we're suffering from, most interested than the people who call themselves our government, what does the future hold for us?
Yeah, it all shows, look, when I had, I actually watched the video, and when I had the response of the Minister for Information, I laughed my head off. I laughed and said, look, Why are they irritated? They've been rattled by the disclosure made by that terrorist, who was honored with a chieftaincy title, by the emir of his state in Nasrallah, in Zamfara. Now, we all know these things. Government knows these things. They failed to act. They failed to do anything about it. The man in question, that terrorist in question, was declared wanted by the Nigerian police force. And right in the nose of the Nigerian state, the same terrorist was being honored with the chieftaincy title. That is what Lai Mohammed be addressing. How come they missed the arrest of that man before he was given, that chieftaincy title? He should stop complaining about, BBC, who in any case only came to interrogate the man to try and find out, what happened, how did he manage to get to where he has found himself as an honorable person while a terrorist, and at the same time trying to help the Nigerian state with thorough investigation so that we understand what the problem is, why they are fighting, and what we have not been able to resolve. Is that what Mr. Lai Mohammed is complaining about? I feel sorry for this country and for the leadership of our country.
Well, I want to say thank you. Biodun Shomi is a political analyst. Thank you for being part of the conversation. We're hoping that something positive comes out of this. We appreciate you for being here. All right. Well, thank you all for staying with us. We'll take a short break now. When we return, we'll be discussing the battles within the PDP in Ebonyi State. Stay with us. It's still Plus Politics now. The leadership tussle that ensued and incessant issuings of press statements on directives and counter-directives from the National Working Committee of the PDP in Ebonyi, court rulings and counter-directives rulings have deeply thrown the party in the state into a litany of crisis, thus reducing to nothingness a hitherto vibrant party which once enjoyed the goodwill of Ebonyi people. Now, as a consequence, the party currently has what is described as Ogba Group, the Anya Chuks Group in the state, a situation that political pundits might jeopardize the chances of the party winning the elections in the state come 2023. Now, on Monday, May 2nd, 2022, ONU took over the leadership of the PDP, having received the backing of the national leadership of the party. Miffed by his sudden sack, Okori proceeded to the appeal court of Abuja to sought for a stay of pending the determination of the substantive suit. Now, on May 31, fast forward, the National Working Committee of the PDP recognized Okori as its authentic chairman in Ebonyi State. Well, joining us to discuss this and break it down is Charles Otu. He is a political analyst and is joining us from Ebonyi. Thank you so much, Mr. Otu, for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me.
Yes, it's very interesting to see the turn of events within the PDP in Ebonyi State. I mean, it's very unusual to see the tussle that we're seeing today. And the national of the party seems to be in the middle of this. It reminds me of something that I've seen before. And now, also, I see that in the midst of this is two former governors, a sitting governor, and of course, Iyorchia Ayu, which is the national leader of the party. What exactly, paint a picture to us about what's really happening right now.
Thank you very much. The crisis is, like you must have heard in the news, self-inflicted. Self-inflicted, I would say, because the party, after the defection of Dr. Martin on November 19th, 2020, a lot of persons felt, they have left in body, but the soul and spirit of the party is intact. But the the events that played out shortly showed women who were desperate. They were not only desperate to grab power, they were not ready to trade a bargain or pedal or giving anything another. The party can survive and beat the party select with the 2023 election. Now, it all started like the issues in court now are recent development. On the 16th of October 2021, the party held its state congress. And going from the first week of October, when we started the World Congress, that was the origin of the crisis. And those of us who were monitoring events in the city were also physically available in some of the congresses, particularly the state congress. And we could see people who were in a hurry to destroy the best, people who were out to find personal survivors. Of course, you know that when the man left the party that were in contention was about democracy. And the former Senate President, Senator Empire, quickly moved in and was recognized as leader of the party in the state. The PDP carried on till that Congress point. A lot of those who felt that, okay, Senator Empire as the party should have brought a leader from within the next members of the party in the state. But of course, he himself and the other stakeholders prepared Mr. Tochukwu Okorie, who had all along been based in Abuja. So this did not go down well with those who had been supporting secretly and openly Mr. Salah, who was the publicity secretary of the party on the interim basis before the Congress. Mr. Okorie had done quite impressively.
Mr. Otu, I think we're having a little problem with your audio. We're going to fix that. We'll take just a quick break and fix that, and then we'll come back because we're losing some of the important things that you're telling us. We'll be right back after this break. It's still Plus Politics. We're still speaking with a political analyst in Ebonyi State, Charles Otu. Mr. Otu, before that break, we were still talking about the situation that, of course, threw up Okorie and, of course, ONU. Now, I'm sure that you are aware that Okorie is demanding a 2 billion naira. He's saying that this has to be paid for libel. He's demanding this from ONU. Saying that they have to pay for damages. Again, how feasible is this? And like I said at the beginning, the national of the party seems to be in the middle of this war. There are counter-accusations, statements are being issued back and forth. Why can't the party solve this problem? I know that the PDP keeps saying constituting committees to address issues, but have these issues been addressed in its entirety, and how would this affect the elections come 2023?
Thank you very much. You were very right when you pointed out that the party's national leadership has been at the middle of this. Now, it was the indecision, like I was trying to point out, of the national leadership of the party to stamp its authority, especially when the Court of Appeal, the Federal High Court sacked Okorie, that made it difficult for the party to make progress quickly. Now, when Okorie was sacked, there was supposed to be an appeal that should be filed immediately. Well, without diving into the merits, we were meant to understand that that was not immediately done. Now, what that meant was that at the end of when the processes were offered, the party had issued directives and counter-directives. It has said in a press statement by the public secretary of the party at the national level that the Congress, the state primaries will hold on the 28th and 29th. Midway to that, the same party issued a counter-directive and said, look, that it has been postponed. And having, communicated INEC and all of that, the Anyishuk's faction, Ifeanyi popularly known as Anyishuk, went ahead to hold that primaries. The Ogba faction stayed away from it because they felt that the counter announcement of the party would prevail, and they fixed the 4th and 5th of June for their own faction.
Now,
and in all of this, you see a party's national leadership that was not decisive. It did appear from what we have gathered that the national leadership of the party were taking, they were divided. Some were siding Anyishuk, the other was siding Ogba. And at the end of the day, the crisis of who takes over the party's ticket as the national candidate of the party, of the presidential candidate of the party, did not help matters. We learned authoritatively that why Atiku was backing Anyishuk, the other group, that is Ogba group, were backed by Wike. That further polarized the party at the national level.
Interesting. Now,
and that is what has continued to play out.
Now, the court at some point had declared the rescheduled Ebonyi primaries as invalid. So, as it stands, there's yet to be someone who the party can point to as its candidate getting set for the 2020 elections. And I did ask, I think a couple of times, what does the future portend for the Ebonyi State PDP? Whether the national deals with this issue or not, is there an end in sight? And does this, one way or the other, might this cost them the ticket come 2023 if it's not being dealt with?
Okay, a quick one, correction for that matter is that the party did submit, based on the Federal High Court ruling, the name of Ifeanyi Chukwudi as the candidate of the PDP. So it is not vacant, it is not in contention. For now, until a Superior Court speaks otherwise, Ifeanyi Chukwudi is the authentic candidate of the PDP. Now, that is on one hand. And then you look at the issue of the Court of Appeal decision that asked that the matter, the court verdict that declared Anyishuk the authentic flag bearer of the party, having been shortlisted by INEC, that it should be retried and revisited. One, the Court of Appeal made two significant decisions. First was that it should be retried. Secondly, that the Federal High Court, the Chief Justice of the Federal High Court, should reassign the matter for retrial to a different judge. So now, when you look at this, you see them going back to the drawing board. The implication is that the party is battling to beat time and may not beat time because everything about substitution of candidates, windows for new fresh primaries will be closing within this middle of August. Now, this is August 1. The party just have about 2 weeks or thereabout to sort itself out. Now, the Anyishuk, that is Ifeanyi Udui, has proceeded to the Supreme Court to appeal the Court of Appeal decision, asking for a retrial of the decision of the earlier decision of the Federal High Court in Abakaliki. Now, before the Supreme Court will sit on the matter to decide whether to uphold the prayers of Anyishuk or to throw them back again to give backing to the Court of Appeal earlier ruling that the matter should be retried, the whole window for substitution would have been foreclosed.
Does this mean that we're going to see,
if it continues the way it is going, the party may not have a candidate for the 2023 elections?
Exactly, because I was going to say, we know that, in the midst of all of this, we see, a crisscrossing, an exodus of sorts. Might that also happen because of this imbroglio? Do we see people leaving the PDP if they do not get a fair hearing on this matter going forward?
Of course, people have started leaving the party already. Yeah, of course, from my intelligence, some of the party supporters have already started leaving the party. Why do I say so? I say so because if you had read in the news recently, you would have seen some of them decamping to other parties, some to APC, some to ABGA, some to other parties in the state. Now, what this means is that some of them who feel they may not have the patience to go through the litigation hall from the lower court again to Court of Appeal to the Supreme Court, some of them feel that the best thing they can do is to find a candidate in another party to support. And some have started moving already. That is already on course. What you should take away from this is that a party may have a Zamfara and Rivers scenario that played out in the APC in 2019. And the two candidates that are contending for this governorship ticket seem very desperate to ensure that the party gets to that level. So that is the truth. And that is the fact about what is going on in Ebonyi.
Well, I want to say thank you. Charles Otu is a political analyst and he joined us from Ebonyi State. Thank you so much for being part of the conversation. We'll keep our eyes on this story as it develops.
Thank you.
All right. Well, it's time for my take. Before we wrap up the show tonight, I'd like to give you my take. Here's my take. It's interesting that in 2022, we're still talking about solutions to the problem of terrorism. Yes, terrorism is not something that you can beat in one day. Terrorism is not a fight that we can fight in one day because it is not a usual warfare. It's a guerrilla warfare. So I'm wondering, last year, the UAE helped us by getting the people who decided to fund terrorism. They helped us out to give us the list of those people. What happened to the list? Also, recently, the BBC has come up with a documentary going into the nooks and the crannies of this country to find out what is at the bottom of the terrorism that has been taking the lives of innocent Nigerians, ripping mothers from their children, killings and torturings, and of course, even Nigerians who have no money, crowdfunding to get their loved ones out from the kidnappers' den. But our government has decided that they will fight the BBC, that they will fight Daily Trust. These are journalists who have come from outside the country, talking about the BBC, to help us get to the bottom of our problem. So I ask Nigerians, help me. Why is it that outsiders are most interested and place more value on human lives than the governments that we have in place? Of course, Mr. President has told us that he's done his best, but my question is your best good enough, Mr. President? Again, I ask the government of the day, why are we still thinking like we do not know what to do to deal with the issue of insecurity? Is the president's hands tied? What is happening to our security officials? We said we needed Tucano jets. The Tucano jets are here. What are we doing with it? How long will we keep losing innocent lives of Nigerians? For a government who really, really wanted to govern us, Mr. President, you tried so many times to be president of this country, and finally, you were given the opportunity. Is this what you wanted for us at the beginning? Is this what you want to leave at the end as a legacy? I'm wondering, how long will we stay in this place, wondering, gnashing our teeth, and hoping that somebody will come save us? I'm guessing that our leaders should be our savior. Okay, people are saying we want to impeach Mr. President, and some others are saying, oh, well, it's political. Where does the life of the average Nigerian come in? I'd like to say Kadaria Ahmed put out a statement, a very long one, talking about the fact that the Nigerian media is glorifying, terrorism. But how do we make sure that we get to the solutions of our problems if we cannot tell the story behind the problem of terrorism? So I leave it to you, Nigerians. Think, act wisely. Elections are around the corner. If you are campaigning for somebody, find out where that person stands on this issue of insecurity. Maybe that might inform who you vote for. I am Mary Anacle. This is my take.
In Nigeria, it is believed in many quarters that no matter the amount of wealth one amasses, a degree from a university supersedes everything. We'll be looking at 5 of your favorite celebrities who went back to school after gaining fame. Davido. Davido returned to Babcock University to bag a degree in music. Davido graduated in 2015. He attempted to take part in the mandatory National Youth Service Corps program, but that dream was cut short controversially. DJ Cuppy. Prior to joining the entertainment industry, DJ Cuppy already had a degree in business and economics from King's College in London. In 2015, she went back to the prestigious New York University where she bagged a master's degree in music business. In 2021, Cuppy gained admission to the prestigious University of Oxford to pursue a master's degree in African Studies. Rema's overnight rise to prominence as a teenager came with a lot of questions in 2022. The music star announced that he was going to further his education. According to him, he gained admission to the University of Lagos to pursue a degree in creative arts. He added that his mother's insistence led to his return to school. Odunlade Adekola. In 2018, the frisky actor graduated with a degree in business administration from the University of Lagos. In an interview, the actor debunks the claims that he was an absentee student during his time in the institution. Kanayo Kanayo. The movie veteran's acting prowess earned him a reputation many only wish to attain in the future. Despite being a movie icon and a National Honor awardee, the movie star surprised many when he announced in 2019 that he had graduated with a law degree from the University of Abuja.
Hello, this is Plus Reports. It's where we bring you some of the stories and events that made the news recently. In case you missed out on some of these stories, don't worry, we've got you covered on this edition. Welcome, I am Uime Elijah. The leadership and members of the Nigerian Labour Congress, NLC, has issued a 2-week ultimatum to the federal government to resolve the protracted conflict with the nation's university workers and reopen the schools. Chairperson of the Lagos State Chapter of the Nigerian Labour Congress, NLC, Fumi Sisi, issued the ultimatum during a protest to the government house in Alausa, Ikeja, in solidarity with the Academic Staff Union of University, ASU. Plus TV correspondent Love Ikuku Oyedoku witnessed it all and brought it back. The report.
The protest kicked off around 7:30 a.m. at Ikeja on the bridge, with thousands of members of the union and its affiliates participating. They walked from under the bridge in Ikeja to Government Secretariat at Alausa, where they met a barricade at the entrance.
Please come out with this way. Let us say that government of the people, by the people and for the people.
They finally gained entrance after much persuasion and peaceful entries.
A government that cares about university education cannot be imposing a corrupt, fraudulent, obsolete, and exploitative IPPIS on the university system. We call for immediate abolition of this and the adoption of UTAS in the university system because it takes care of our peculiarity, university autonomy, and it will not continue the present system where people who are working behind and getting benefit from IPPIs continue to get our own money.
Chairperson of the Lagos State Chapter of the Nigerian Labour Congress, NLC, Fumi Sisi, warned that the action could take a new turn if the government fails to conclude all negotiations and agreement with ASU.
For more than 5 months now, they have been engaging with the government, and government has not been able to resolve the issues. So if government has just come out to come and tell us that within the space of 2 weeks they will be able to wrap up and conclude, we know that government is just paying a lip service.
The protest afforded human rights lawyer Femi Falana another opportunity to take a swipe on the Buhari administration.
The president is tired. He has said that he's anxious to go back to Katsina. We ask him to rush back home and leave Nigeria in peace. The president is tired. Boko Haram boys are taking over Abuja. Yesterday there was another attack. In fact, they were going to attack the law school. They killed about 3 soldiers yesterday. We are telling the government that enough is enough. Enough of killings of our people. Enough of strikes in our tertiary institutions.
The protesters were received by the Special Advisor to the Lagos State Governor on Sustainable Development Goals and Investment, Mrs. Sholakwe Hammond, on behalf of Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu. From Lagos, Lavikuku Uyedoku, Plus TV News.
The two-day national protest organized by the Nigerian Labour Congress in solidarity with the Academic Staff Union of Universities and other tertiary institution unions has recorded a massive turnout in Kaduna. Students from various tertiary institutions across the state and 46 other unions have also joined the protest to compel the federal government to resolve lingering issues of the strike to reopen universities for academic activities to save the future of Nigerian students and the nation's educational system. Plus TV correspondent Habila Darufal filed this report as presented from our studios.
The protesters converged at NLC Secretariat in Kaduna State and then proceeded to the State House of Assembly to tender their letter for the consideration of the plight of students and lecturers, carrying placards with various inscriptions and chanting solidarity songs. Speaking after tendering the letter at the House, NLC Chairman Kaduna State, Comrade Ayuba Magachi, said that no country develops without a good education system and that the nonchalance of leaders towards education is affecting students.
This honorable protest, or rally rather, is we are pressing home the demand of our place, 4 of them in the public university, in particular ASU, NASU, SANU, and NAD. The demand is simple. They wanted to see the standard of education, particularly that of the university, is upgraded and is enhanced through the provision of good working conditions for the staffs, through the provision of standard infrastructure for lecturing, for student hostels, and for even staff quarters.
Responding, the representative of the State Assembly, who is the Deputy Speaker, Honorable Isaac Alta, said that the House will do everything possible to ensure that their demands are met, and also assured them of the Speaker's readiness.
Despite the challenging economic times, residents of Lagos State will have to pay more for waste disposal. We'll look at the developments in the waste management sector of Nigeria's most populous city on The Breakfast today.
More voices are expressing displeasure over the absence of a substantive board for the NDDC. Why has it taken President Muhammadu Buhari this long to do the needful? We have analysis of this ahead of the program.
We'll also have in-depth analysis of some of today's newspaper headlines in Off the Press. All these ahead on The Breakfast, right here on Plus TV Africa. It's a brand new edition of The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. You're welcome. My name is Kofi Bartels.
I am Masibo for a beautiful morning to you.
All right. Interesting conversations ahead today on the program. Messi, we know we're in the same color today. I don't know what happened. Yesterday was quite interesting. But anyway, we have a top trending segment and interesting events unfolding in the social space. And what we always do, as we say, on the top trending segment is look at what the discussion has been, what issues are shaping conversation on social space, talking about the internet, and then we bring it on air to provide some analysis and just get you informed about what's going on. And the first one is quite interesting. I think some of the politicians in the country are taking a cue from the antics of Donald Trump. Remember how Donald Trump was tweeting when he was president and the things he used to say. I remember seeing a Nigerian politician, Ken Namani, former governor of Enugu State, tweeting and trolling some youngsters on Twitter. It was quite interesting. This time, we have Nasir El-Rufai, who you can see on your screen. He's the governor of Kaduna State, former minister of the Federal Capital Territory when Olusegun Obasanjo was president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. He is the Kaduna State governor. He stirred controversy yesterday, Monday, when he criticized a claim by a Twitter user that about 2 million people would march in Kaduna in support of Peter Obi, an opposition presidential candidate of the Labour Party. Certain Abdullahi Umar Zarma tweeted, Kaduna 2 million march for Peter Obi, Kaduna 2 million march for Peter Obi, Kaduna 2 million march for Peter Obi, Kaduna 2 million march for Peter Obi.
Why you like this?
It's like a prayer of one of these churches, and I love to follow their prayers. The Lord's chosen ministry. You have to repeat some things like that. So there you say, I'm a chosen, I'm a chosen, I'm a chosen, I'm a chosen. This is I don't know if it's a prayer or he actually believes that this is what is happening. 2 million march. So the response, El-Rufai quoted the tweet, and put up in Kaduna, not Kaduna Twitter, put up a laughing emojis on Twitter and saying, I hope you get 200 persons on the streets, including those, quote, he put it in not quotation marks, in inverted commas, imports that can't open their shops on Mondays and came on the bus last night. I just laughed, wallahi talahi, is what he said. So, then...
Wallahi talahi is one of my favorite.
Yeah, like truly. So it's not just, laugh and cast, some doubt about the ability of the obedience, like they like to be called, to raise the number of people they say they would have 2 million on the streets. But also he also made a claim that people are coming from where we know he was referring to, which is the Southeast, but he didn't mention Southeast, but to come to Kaduna for this. I don't know where this is becoming something else. So El-Rufai's comment on Twitter generated hundreds of thousands of mixed reactions, with some in support and others against the governor, castigating him. Rufai tweeted at 6:27 a.m. that Peter Obi will be lucky to have 200 persons marching in support of him in Kaduna. The governor posted this, like I said, in reaction to Abdullahi Zarma. All right. Now, in his latest tweet, he put out another tweet, also responding to more of these comments. I just want to read something here from Twitter. He, in his latest tweet, featuring the screenshot of a message from Twitter, read, The desperation of so-called obedience, that's in inverted commas put there, knows no bounds. They insult everyone they disagree with, but cannot accept that some find them disagreeable and have opinions too. One of them in Germany found my tweet too hot to handle and responded below. They laugh, is what El Rufai put out on Twitter. Quite interesting times, Mercy.
Very interesting times. So a lot of people have actually been in doubt and are questioning the possibility of El Rufai actually putting out that tweet because at some point you want to understand if you have El Rufai himself, on the key part, typing all of this, or it probably would just be that he employed someone to type this. So, I mean, it's quite worrisome. But whatever the case is, some people would say...
Is it worrisome? Did you say it's worrisome?
Yeah, worrisome. I mean, some people are wondering that how could a governor, tweet this?
Well,
you could see...
It's a simple case of I think it's a simple case of those who are in the game meeting and maybe deciding that they will also play, those who are in the political game now, deciding they want to play the social media game the way some of those who have been playing it recently are playing.
I understand what's being said.
Meet them on the field and say, let's play now.
So you know that you and I actually...
That's what I think is playing out.
Okay, so you know that you and I mean, I'm being very realistic here, and we're trying to understand the dynamics because we're talking about a governor, right? A governor of a state. And that's what we're talking about. But you and I actually, handle our phones, and I'm sure that every other time that you tweet, you're the one that's tweeting. I don't know because I haven't seen anyone following you around. Or maybe I don't know. Kofi, wait now, let me land. Okay. I don't know if there's someone who's actually managing your account or tweeting on your behalf. But Nigerians haven't really embraced this really great. I mean, some persons, it's quite surprising that, a sitting governor would tweet in this way. Look at that.
Well, they'd be surprised. At the end of the day, I think the governors, the politicians, on the field, not the ones on Twitter. I'm talking about the politicians on the field. Peter Obi, Kwankwaso, Tinubu, El Rufai, Nnamani, former governor of Enugu State. So I think some of these guys have said, okay, those who have phone, who can tweet, you understand, don't have a monopoly of violence, like the young people call it now, violence. Since this is how it's done, so I'm sure they want to meet those who do this violence there. There's a guy, I think his name is Yusuf, who was engaging in a back and forth with Nnamani, former governor of Enugu State, about an incident and some statement or tweet Nnamani put up. And it's been interesting to see Nnamani tweeting a lot. Like Nnamani took, former governor Nnamani, he's a senator now, took on this young person, so supposedly young person, and faced him, toe to toe, stood again toe to toe. All right, and the term "mercy, water." So, and the violence, that's one of the things that. So he stood the guy, and the guy deleted the tweet, and Nnamani, I think at the end of the day, he really won that battle in sorts. That's what people perceived, and he started praising him and all that. So I'm observing something. What I'm observing is that these politicians are saying it's we're going to meet you on the field of Twitter, since that's how you guys are playing it. We'll also play it there with you. And I don't see anything wrong if those who also are against them are playing it this way, not the politicians, but the supporters now.
I never said that there was anything. I never said
who have been castigating are playing it this way. So they've also decided to play it this way. You're saying, Governor.
No, I never said there was anything wrong.
Those online, this is how they're playing it. So
Kofi, I never said there was anything
wrong. If they're playing
wrong.
it this way, then I'm sure they would understand that they don't have a monopoly of violence, like we say. So let's allow the politicians to.
Well, I never said there was anything wrong. I only mentioned that it's really surprising for a lot of Nigerians. I mean, you could also look at the reaction that has emanated from all of that. The fact that people are
surprised. It's been done. Mercy, it's been done on several
fronts.
So
can you just allow me, land on my thoughts?
No, please, by all means. I didn't intend to not allow you land on your thoughts.
So the point here is, it's not that people are surprised or whatever, the term that you have put it. But it's just that no one is saying it is wrong, but everyone is a bit surprised. You want to begin to ask yourself, how many governors have you seen tweeted in this way? We're in a very sensitive time. We're in a very sensitive situation. And Kaduna seemed to be an epicenter of almost a lot of things that happens in Nigeria. No one is saying it's wrong, but, it's surprising because Nigerians have reacted in that way. You want to look at the tweet and everyone say, oh, really? Are you sure this is actually the handle of, the governor of Kaduna State, that he will be tweeting in this manner, despite, whatever it is that has been put out there. And there's always a saying that two wrongs can never make a right, really. Let's see how all of this actually pans out. But one thing that we cannot forget is that everyone has a right, according to the Constitution. But I know that that's not the case because there's been a lot of misinterpretation out there. And some people would say that, El-Rufai dismisses the rally. He didn't really dismiss it. It was more like a mockery. It was more like saying, hey, are we even sure that you're going to have like 200 persons out there, 2 million? And the tweet that actually emanated that reaction or generated the reaction didn't really come from, maybe a verified Twitter handle of Peter Obi. Not that I'm a spokesperson, but I have actually gone through it, not to see that, Peter Obi generated that there's going to be. So you have supporters, you have a lot of zealous persons on Twitter. You have people who are very, whether or not it's true, because people come out these days and could tweet anything. And someone's saying, okay, 2 million persons are going to be marching on the streets of Kaduna, and then the verified Twitter handle of El-Rufai actually tweeted what he tweeted, and that has not really sat down well with a lot of persons. Well, we're saying that people are being violent on the streets of Twitter, but the question is, it's really surprising.
So Mercy, it's just some analysis to say that to try and read what's going on in the mind of the tweet, that the person who's putting out the tweet, the governor, and then to see maybe this is why some of these politicians are deciding to go play the Twitter game that is being played by, those who have been on Twitter, bantering, trolling. And it's for me, there's no surprises here. The president of the most powerful nation on earth was really on a roll.
And that didn't really go well.
When he was on Twitter. He was on a roll, he tweeted things, and then, so this is the reality of the world we live in today. He who lives by the sword should prepare to die by the sword. And if you feel that, for me, there are no issues here. If you feel that you can go at people and defend your, it's a game. Politics is a game. They play this game. They attack themselves. They shout on TV screens, and then afterwards they go and sit down and shake hands and talk. You understand? So if you feel that, as a group of political supporters that you can do this, the others are also trying to show that they can also do it as well. And it's a game. I expect people to just laugh about it and also continue to play the game.
No, we can't say that we laugh about it, because we know that, if you remember what happened sometime, some kind of war that has actually broken out. We're in a very sensitive situation. We're in a very sensitive period. Mm-hmm. I think that Nigerians should be responsible. I understand that everyone wants to grab power, and this politics has been played around, and everyone is interested in their own interest. Political parties are there. The purpose, the entire purpose would be, to become elected and be in control of power. But we can also not rule out that we can constantly be in that way that would incite people and begin to create hatred. We're not even great with being united as a country. And so do we need to even engage in all of this? That's where it comes from. Yes, everything is going on. That's what's going on. But should we engage? Should we continue in this dynamics? Understanding that this has happened with different, if you look at
reality of our
countries of the
times,
world.
reality of our times, and
I think that because they always say that, people say that experience is the best teacher, but we can't. A lot of persons have argued that it's really experience. Is experience really the best teacher? Or should we leverage on other experiences, to learn?
I think, like I said, he who lives by the sword should prepare to die by.
No.
I'm coming, please. So what I think is that there's nothing wrong with the aspect of saying, oh, I don't believe that you can muster 2 million people.
And no one is saying that there's anything wrong in saying that.
That's number one. So I think the most perfect clapback. This is woke, or some say, Gen Z language now, the most perfect clapback to El-Rufai will be to do the talking on the streets, to actually pull up a good crowd that would amount to 2 million. And let him get an answer.
No, so I mean, especially where you feel it feels like there's a particular trend. This is not the first time El-Rufai has been on the case of Peter Obi, so no one actually would be surprised. It feels like it's a trend and it's happening again. But that's on the one hand. As much as it feels like, oh yeah, it's a clapback, it's a good clapback. We need to engage, but we also need to leverage on the experience of other persons or other countries. How far have people fared? You remember, what happened, the Tuesdays and the experience. Should we continue in this particular light? We're saying that we're at a time where Nigeria has never been divided. We're so divided. And do we need people who should understand better? People who, are the affairs of, calling the shots of the country or are the helms of affairs? Should we not understand better? Should we not learn better? That's basically it. So nobody's saying that there's anything wrong. It's okay, to be very woke and to be in the 21st century. But should we not?
Victim. Yeah, I'm saying this as sorry to interject, my dear. I'm saying as even a victim, as in times past when those of us who have the opportunity to address things like this in the media, we'll call for caution. We'll say, people should be cautious. Not attack people. Not say certain things on Twitter. We get attacked. We get called all sorts of names. In fact, some would accuse media personalities or media people of being in one party or the other simply because you're trying to say people should be moderate and should also respect others and should not attack people online. And you say, they'll say, if you're not with us, then you're against us. And I have been attacked. I can show you tweets of attack when I put that stuff out like, don't say these things. Let's calm down. Let's de-escalate the tension, political space. We got attacked. So
I would like to ask you, what was your reaction? What was your response? Did you engage?
I went home and then I attended to my private business.
Man, that's exactly what we're saying.
But
you didn't respond.
Is playing the same game.
And we're saying that we cannot continue in this particular light.
Yeah,
I mean, you can't say that.
This is the reality.
We understand it's a reality. But we're saying that for everyone who is
it's a
at
game,
the helms
Messi.
of affair, I mean, for you say you're a governor, you're a president.
Play the game.
I mean, you're a commissioner.
I didn't play the game.
We expect that you know better. You understand the times, and you should be sensitive. Little comments and reaction or information has actually de-escalated. And in some countries, if you go through history, you will understand that there's cost war. We can't constantly be like this. That's what I'm saying.
I agree,
as much as there's nothing wrong, but we can't, we can't endorse it because you can't say that two wrongs can make a right. Yeah. But we move away from that. We'll look at another issue, which is also, I really don't know if we're going to say that this is also, a woke generation. A woke generation where you have claims that termites have eaten or ate 17.128 billion naira expenditure voucher. Okay, so the present and past administration of the Nigerian Social Insurance Trust Fund, that's the NSITF, has been under fire from the Senate for failing to justify the spending of 17.158 billion naira in 2013, which required evidence documents, some of which were alleged to have been eaten by termites. And so you have this audit or scrutiny that's going on, and all of a sudden you have this report that, hey, termites had eaten all of that. Now, let's also look at this, because the 17.15 billion naira stated in the 2018 audit that was reported was that the total amount of money transferred by the NSITF from, some accounts or banks I would not like to mention were transferred into various untraceable accounts belonging to individuals and companies from January to December 2013. And so the Auditor General's office had in 2018 audit the report and raised 50 different queries bordering on alleged misappropriation of funds by the management of the agency, which has been looked into by the Senate Committee on Public Accounts. And so the excuse is that, termite has eaten that particular voucher. That's what was said. And so, hey, how do you explain that? There's an expenditure which was already captured. I mean, it was being audited. There was an audit in 2018. From 2013, now you're saying that termites has eaten that voucher. So it could just be, one of those politics, one of those things that we get to play. We're just playing the game. Because this is not the first time that we talk about animals or, I don't know if an insect, you say termite is an animal, but this is not the first time. We've had different experiences. Once upon a time, 36 million naira was swallowed by snakes. The story can go on. At the time, we're talking about the Nigerian Examination Board. 36 million naira. Snake actually swallowed it, you know, when the clerk was being questioned. She even came out to say, hey, she was not the one who made that story, but it was actually the board that came up with the story. And she was suspended afterwards. And so it's not the first time. So it might just be part of, you know, our system that we go in this light. And so we continue to say that different animals and different things. We've had goats, you have gorilla, monkeys swallowing money. And because I don't know if these animals have been arrested or prosecuted or looked for in any way, but this is where we are.
All right, this is where we are. We have more of these stories coming up. Of course, the Nigerian comic and social media influencer, like they're called these days, Mr. Macaroni is the name he goes by. He's quite popular for putting out very, very funny, very funny skits, I could call them. These are sketches on Twitter, on Instagram rather, and that's a huge following. And he's become even more popular for his social advocacy or activism, let's call it that, especially with the EndSARS protests. He was one of those celebrities who came out to, be counted in the protests against police brutality. He has disclosed shocking claims on his Twitter account, like Mercy, that he received threats against his life, and also there have been threats against his family for not endorsing a certain candidate ahead of the 2023 presidential election. You can see a shot of that tweet, I think a part of the tweet on your screen there. He explained in that recent tweet how a woman had recently threatened his family for not supporting her candidate. The funny man also said he has been subjected to online attacks on several occasions for not supporting any presidential candidate ahead of next year's election. The comedian further said he remained unconcerned by the threats, also advising Nigerians on making the right decisions during the upcoming election. This is what he said, quote, "I went to visit my mother 2 weeks ago. I was giving out money to some people in the neighborhood, as I always do anytime I go home. A woman walked up to me and asked why I am against a particular candidate. I said I am not against anyone. All I want is a better country. And that can only happen when we vote in good leaders. The next thing she said is that I should better watch myself because they know where my people live. I asked if that was a threat, and she continued by saying all sorts. My sister and manager were with me, and I have a video," he says. "I can go on about different threats that I've received from some party members or supporters of a presidential candidate because somehow they believe that I'm against their choice. Cyberbullying via different online attacks and tribal propaganda," he says. "There is so much dishonesty going on, and it gets worse by the day. But my message will never change. Nigerians have suffered enough. Look around you and look at the serious challenges we're facing as people. There is no Messiah anywhere. However, to stand a chance for a better nation come 2023, we must select the most suitable options to occupy positions of leadership in the country." All right. I think, so that's that, Mercy. That's what he put out. Yeah.
Well, it's, I would rather say that if you've actually received any threats, because, from his tweet, he talked about someone who accosted him or confronted him, and if he thinks that his life is under threat, then he should report to the appropriate authorities. You have the Nigerian police right there. So, report to the police and let the law take its course. So if your life is under threat, not necessarily that particular one, you have people who are tweeting and you have names, then you can go ahead and lodge a complaint with the police force, and we expect that the law will take its course. But in the course of all of this, we understand that the essence that political parties exist is that they will contest for election and they would win. And one is not surprised by the approach that several political parties would take, or people would definitely take, just to get what they want. And so you have some people would say it's just the Machiavellian kind of politics where, the end actually justifies the means. It doesn't really matter how you get it, but as long as you get it, so get anyway. But we're saying that, hey, election is not a do or die affair. It's fine, it's okay to support a particular candidate. It's okay to not support a certain candidate. Everyone has a right to support whoever they want to support. But let's not do it in a violent way. Let's not do it and become a threat to one another and, begin to threaten ourselves and, begin to constitute a nuisance and say things and comments that would, set up ourselves against ourselves. That's not what we want. It's okay for anyone to say, hey, I don't want to support anyone. I want to support this, I want to support that. And that's what we're talking about. Okay, so in the course of, the election, let's just go out there and support who we want to support without being violent and without being hateful. And that's the size of Top Trending this morning. We take a break. When we return, it'll be time for us to go through the front pages of the national dailies. Please stay with us.
In raising our kids, parents should stop playing God.
The internet is actually using the people.
But when you are looking for money to help other people, then it becomes easy.
Don't rush into marriage. I always say this. You rush in, you rush out.
Family is the bedrock of every society and the essence of life.
On Today with John and Helen, we dig deep into family values in every sense of the word.
Join us every Saturday at 9:15 a.m. on Plus TV Africa, DSTV channel 408.
With you, we play a part in strengthening the values passed from generation to generation.
Hello and welcome to Space and Style, a property show designed to connect various stakeholders across the property value chain. We can also provide realistic solutions and deepen your knowledge about the interesting world of real estate. We can showcase architectural design, interior design trends, lifestyle and real-time property news updates, and the right way to navigate through property development and investment. Join me every week on this channel as I take you through an exciting journey in the world of real estate.
Space and Style, 6:30 p.m. on Saturdays and 5:30 p.m. on Wednesdays.
This is The Breakfast in Plus TV Africa. Many thanks for being with us this morning. We have Chris Nwandu, who joins the conversation. He's of the African Leadership Development Initiative, if I'm not mistaken. He's the Executive Director. Chris Nwandu, it's good to have you join us.
Thank you very much for having me.
Governor. We have to find Mercy. We have to find her. We have to find her.
All right, then that's okay. Thank you.
But maybe that's because we've not watched this position. Maybe if you do that, you should remember easily.
Once you bring the soap, we go wash them. I get what already.
All right, Chris. Let's get straight to it now. We have the Leadership newspaper with us, and then I'll just go straight to the top stories on the front pages. PDP crisis deepens. Ayu calls Wike's bluff and says he has 4-year tenure. That's what you find this morning on the Leadership. Underneath, the rider talks about denied submitting resignation letter to David Mark. Party leaders meet on Atiku and Wike reconciliation. Friday is such a good day. National Economy Goals Weekly, August 29th. National Economy Goals Weekly, August 29th. I'm sure you want to, read all of that. Darkness looms as electricity workers embark on strike tomorrow. Okay. And you find another caption on the Leadership. It talks about Ruto wins Kenya's presidential election, vows to work with all leaders. Some persons have said that, that election in Kenya was free and fair. It's really great. But that's it. And quickly, you have another caption. Monkeypox, Nigeria records 60 new cases in 19 states. Interest rate hike likely as Nigeria's inflation hits 19.64%. Should we be worried? Is another question. And the NASED ENI deploys technologies to train 3,700 youths in modern farming. It's such a welcome development, some people would say, but that's the much we can take this morning on the Leadership newspaper.
The next is The Nation. We have the big story there, IU to Wike. Others, I have no plan to quit PDP chair now. I think that was also contained in the first paper we have put out today. IU to Wike. Others, I have no plan to quit PDP chair now. Wonder if we expected anything else other than that. The rather to that, I was elected for 4 years. Absence of Atiku's men stalls peace parley. More from The Nation. NCDC confirms 15 monkeypox cases. Electricity workers set to battle TCN, that's the transmission company of Nigeria. Osun Osiek, chairman, alleges threat to life. Commercial activities pick up in Southeast. Police arrest a man over alleged kidnap threat on Oyo Varsity students. 19.64% inflation rate, highest ever in 17 years, NBS Nigeria Bureau of Statistics saying that. Rate jumps by 1.82% in 1 month. World Bank XLCC chief worried. Indeed, it's a very large amount, 19.6764. Amazing. More from The Nation. Federal government not sincere about ending ASU strike, says ASU. Union meets Education Minister. Others today. I think you can remember the president mandated the Education Minister to lead the negotiations. Yobe North senatorial ticket. Court adjourns Machina's suit against Lawan. So that is still on. And thanks to The Nation for keeping us, bringing us up to speed with what's been going on there. We'll see how that pans out. Those are the headlines on the front page of The Nation.
Away from The Nation, we have the Punch newspaper this morning. I mean, the issue of the economy might just be dominating the papers today. And so 19.6% inflation rate. Federal government warns against acute hunger, Sierra Leone crisis. Well, inflation hit 17-year-old time high. Nigerians to pay more for consumables. Nigerian going Zimbabwean way. Nobody's doing anything, DG and ACC is quoted to say. And politicians concerned about 2023 elections, not dying economy. This is what experts and the CSOs are saying. Well, is this really true? And Power Intervention Fund jumps to 2.9 trillion naira. The fuel subsidy hits 1.593 trillion naira. Refinery rehabilitation gobs 54 billion naira. And Lassa fever, 165 killed. Awareness called is on the high. Federal government ASU meets today and strike enters 183 days. I mean, who would think that ASU would, be this very consistent. Running mate, Wike accuses Rivers elders of gang up, and that's what you find. And just before we move away from the Punch, another talks about Amoteco trains Ondo recruits and vows to tackle criminals. Again, police kill 5 kidnappers, abduct Redeemers students, escapes. I take that again. Police kill 5 kidnappers, abducted Redeemers student escapes. Man dies in motel after meeting online lover. That's what you find. I mean, that story has been dominating some of the pages. And killings of innocent Nigerians, a funny fairy tells Buhari. These are the headlines you find this morning on the Punch newspaper.
All right, let's move on to the next one. Of course, we are almost done. But Messi, it's quite interesting the slant the papers are using or going this morning with the Punch going business. We have Daily Trust also going business as well. The big one on the front page of the Daily Trust, energy food prices push inflation to 17-year high. Energy food prices push inflation to 17-year high. Is the big one on the front page of the Daily Trust. More from that paper. Why we pioneered non-interest banking, Jai's Bank chairman. Kenyan poll, protest, jubilation trail, Ruto's victory. My only agenda is to serve Nigerians, Atiku Abubakar. I'm sure we didn't expect him to say any other thing than that. Talking about the Kenyan elections, it was interesting to see the colorful nature of some of the candidates, especially George Wajakoya, whom some people have called the Peter Obi of Kenyan politics. But yesterday I asked a few persons whether they agreed, because he had 0.44%, even though it was popular on Twitter, and people said, no, they are two different candidates with two different backgrounds and dynamics. Well, let's bring in Chris Kende Wando at this point. And we'll start with the Daily Trust that we have in front of us, because it goes the same way some other papers like The Nation went. We're looking at the NBS and inflation rates received. Even The Punch also went that way. What are your thoughts on this 17-year high, price of food, as inflation has pushed it to 19.64%? Quite worrying, you would say. Chris Kende Wando.
Quite worrying, as you said, but it's not surprising. In fact, I was expecting it to be higher than that, because anyone that lives in Nigeria or lives in the country currently will know that the prices of goods and services have hit the roof. It has not only hit the roof, it has gone beyond the roof, because when it hits the roof, there is a possibility that you can use something to bring it down. But this one has gone up the roof, and there is nothing anybody can do about it. And it's due to several factors. If you've been to the market and or you have a wife, or people like Mercy, who go to the market every weekend.
Mercy has not been complaining, though. Maybe she doesn't go to the market. She's not been complaining. I don't know. I don't know. She doesn't complain. She doesn't complain.
Like
She's always.
Oh, wow. I mean, really?
I mean.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm sure that
Mercy go to the market.
I don't even go to the market. I mean, I don't remember last time I went to the market.
Okay.
She doesn't complain. Never. Never.
Okay, okay, like Mercy that go to the supermarket. She goes to the supermarket. You realize that the prices of goods and services are really risen so high, and especially staple food, like your normal beans, your rice, your yam, gari, even the gari that we produce here, yam that we produce here, and every other thing. And I was just telling somebody some days back that I can't remember when last I bought a sardine. If you remember that very staple food that we used to eat in secondary school and university in those days, I just buy bread and just buy agigi bread and just quickly buy sardine. If you know how much a tin of sardine goes now, you'll be shocked. And that is the problem we're having. And relative to the income of Nigerians, nothing to write home about. The minimum wage is not being paid by several states. You saw a survey that was published a few days ago, and how many states that are owing salaries from 2, some 3, some as much as 6 months and thereabout. It was so shocking. And so you can see that the situation of things. And apart from that, another problem we are having is the issue of insecurity. The insecurity in the land is making it impossible for farmers to go to the farm and be able to produce food. And that in itself is adding up to the pressure. And so if we're talking about 70-year high, it is not surprising to me. And if nothing is done, it could get worse. But the issue now is that Nigerians are their needs. Nigerians are going to bed hungry. Gone are the days where you used to have, you say 101 or 011. Now it's even at times 000. Some people go to bed a whole day without having anything to eat. And a hungry man is an angry man. I hope that the federal government are reading these statistics and doing something about it. They coming around to tell us that, things are better compared to what it was in 2015. We no longer hold water because Nigerians are really, really suffering. And that to me is a troublesome development.
But let's stay on this one. The Punch captions it, federal government once against acute hunger, a cereal loan crisis. I'd like us to see what's the correlation between the crisis and cereal loan and, the hunger that we're experiencing or we will experience. Do you think there's a connection?
Well, it's not that there is a connection. What if I read them right? What they are saying is that there's a riot going on in Sierra Leone currently because of food crisis. So what the warning coming here is that if we don't do something about it, there'll be a situation where Nigerians might just try to take to the street. Kofi Mensah said there have instances where people have rioted over just bread, the price of bread, and that in itself has brought down a government. It is that bad. And if you look at it now, just as I said that Messi goes to supermarket, an average loaf of bread, the main loaf of bread costs about 1,000 naira now. Aggregate bread, you cannot get an aggregate bread for less than 150. I say the smallest one, 200, 300. That is how expensive those stable food is now. So in Sierra Leone, there was serious protest and rioting for some days, and so many people were killed in the streets of Freetown and so many other cities. And it took the collective effort of the security agencies to be able to bring this down. But that is just like sitting on a gunpowder, and it could explode any other time. Because if people are not getting what they can eat, then what is life all about? And I don't think we need to get to that point where we'll be going on the street protesting. That we
can see on the front page there, the top right corner or top left corner, whichever way you look at it. FG ASUU meet today to strike. As strike enters 130 days. Another paper says the ASUU will be meeting with the Minister of Education. I'm sure if we read details of the Punch story, we'll see that that is the case. With President Buhari having mandated the Minister of Education to lead the negotiations. With this development, do you expect anything significantly different to come out of ASUU's meeting with the Minister?
I want to be optimistic that something good and fruitful will come out of it. But the other side of me, I know that it's near impossible for anything good to come out. Yesterday, the Minister of Labour State was blaming the PDP for the current ASUU strike. Yes, Festus Keyamo was on the TV station run by a newspaper, and he was saying that he blamed the PDP. It was the PDP that caused this strike. They are the one that signed agreement, and that is why we are today. It's the same Festus Keyamo that came out and said parents should go and beg ASUU to resume that we cannot find more money to pay them. And those kind of language and those kind of statement does not help matters at all. If you are going into negotiation, I expect you to be as humble as possible and bring all the cards to the table so that you dissect and look at. But when you come up with inflammatory statements and you are also a part of the negotiation thing, then it becomes a problem. Because if that statement is coming from any other minister, well, I can just overlook it. But coming from a minister of state for labor, who's supposed to be part of the negotiating team, then that means you have already taken a position. And whatever you bring to the table, people may not want to listen to you. So you should be able to, I expect somebody like in the person of Mr. Festus Keyamo to probably, I would rather say that he should just focus on being the spokesman of the APC presidential candidate rather than also be the spokesman of the government when it comes to issues like this. Those that should be the spokesperson should be allowed to talk, and not somebody like Festus Keyamo, who already seems to be playing politics with it. But as I said, let me try to be optimistic and believe that the outcome of the meeting today will be acceptable, but it's a long way to go. And I don't know how we can get it. But at a point, I thought that something will give. ASUU will be able to come down a bit, and want to be able to come to a certain, and I think they should be able to call up the strike and let the students return back to school. It's becoming so traumatic for parents who have their children in the schools.
All right. Chris, let's also look at the leadership now and away from the Punch. It talks about the PDP crisis that has deepened, and the PDP is an opposition. One would expect that they probably would have had their acts together as an opposition even prior to an election year. Now, IU calls Wike's bluff, says he has a 4-year tenure. Apparently, Wike had said that for the peace to actually, or peace talk to continue between Atiku and himself, the chairman has to resign. And he's saying that it's not going to, do that. That doesn't look like he's going to resign anytime soon. But what do you make of all of this crisis in the PDP and the current situation with the chairman and Wike?
What we have as a message is what in law we call morality and law. morality is different from law. Law is different from morality. Legally, Ayu is right. He has a 4-year tenure because he was elected at a convention and he became the national chairman of PDP. But in terms of morality, is it possible for us to have a national chairman from the north, also a presidential candidate from the north? If you understand what I mean, that is the because over the years, right from 1999, and all the political parties, especially major political parties, PDP especially, once the national chairman comes from a particular section of the country, the presidential candidate will not come from that same point. But they find themselves in a situation where both the national chairman and also the presidential candidate of the party comes from the same place. And I just feel morally, it will be good if Mr. Senator Ayu step down and probably get somebody from the southern part of the country to become the chairman of the bet. What you ask yourself, are they going to have a national convention between now and when the election starts in February, which is a bit too short? And if you know what it took them to be able to have that convention, or could you just step down and you have an interim chairman from the south? But the question you ask yourself, legally, will an interim chairman be able to lead a big political party like the PDP to a national election from 2023? That is the big question, but I hope they'll be able to sort it out. And I don't think, just as I said about the issue of Festus Keyamo, I don't think that people within leadership should be able to be making statement that, well, Kofi, I'm a chartered arbitrator, and I know that when you go to arbitration, you don't hold anything. You try to let go so many of your rights, as the case may be. You go with an open hand, open mind, so that at the end of it all, you'll be able to table your issues at the table and get it sorted out. It's going to be a give and take. That is what arbitration is all about, and I think that is what we could bet. On a second leg to read, let's say Governor Wike has been talking of late that I don't even know what is happening. Yesterday, he spoke at the birthday ceremony of former governor of Rivers State, Dr. Peter Odili, where he was blaming everybody that's an elder in Rivers State for the role they played, probably stopping him from clinching the vice presidential ticket of the PDP. He mentioned how they came to his house, how they go, blah, 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 and the rest of them. And for me, I just think that Governor Wike is speaking too much. He's speaking too much. I believe he should be able to let him, when we say local balance, make the man calm down. Make him calm down. Because it's the same Wike that told us when he was campaigning that he was not interested. He will never go for the vice presidential, as a vice president. You remember he said that vividly, that he wouldn't go for vice president. But why is he now fighting everybody that he was not pick and dress?
But you have raised, Chris Nwendu, you have raised some concerns that he's concerned about. I mean, talking about the fact that you can't have, there's no chance for the southern candidate or candidacy, however, if you look at it. You've mentioned that, and that's the cause he's fighting for. Don't you think it's a just cause, the issue of rotation and equity and justice?
I said that, if you remember what I said at the outset, I say this is morality and legal. Legally, he is there. But he talks in terms of morality. Yes, he's right, and just like so many other people are saying within the party. But you can just also talk about the APC. Is the APC not having a Muslim ticket? People have been talking about that, and they are sticking their ground. So it's almost the same. It's almost the same thing. These two parties seems to be running against the tide, and which is why so many people have been saying that instead of these two parties that seem to be taking us for granted, why don't you look for alternative? Why don't you look for a third force where we can have opportunity of looking at other candidates rather than what we have in PDP. The PDP ruled off for how many years? About 15 years or 17 years or thereabout. APC have ruled off for about 7 years, and things are getting worse. Why don't you look for alternative? I'm not mentioning anybody, but your guess is as good as mine.
Yeah.
Let us try as much as possible.
Chris Kenwell, because of time, let's quickly move on to another one. Interesting one there with the PDP and what's happening with Wike and Atiku. But the nation has some. I think this is good news for Nigerians and then for those in the southeast. And the headline on the front page of the Nation newspaper, one of the headlines there says, like we said earlier, commercial activities pick up in the southeast as Monday sit-at-home wanes. This is what the paper is saying in that story. Monday business activities are gradually picking up in many parts of the southeast as more residents came out yesterday. The paper says there had been fear of attacks despite the indigenous people of Biafra calling off its sit-at-home. The exercise was introduced to protest the detention of IPOB leader, and we all know what that happened there. So this is what they're saying, that they went to Abia State, they looked at Umuahia, the Abia State capital, and about the commercial capital, smaller markets are open. They went to Anambra State, commercial activities, they say, are gradually returning in Ebonyi State, and so on and so forth. So this is good news, isn't it? And what are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, it's good news, and that's what we have been preaching for a long time, that we need to open up. Those of us from the Southeast are not happy with what is going on, and economic activities in the South is practically coming to a halt, and it's getting hot on a daily basis. And you mentioned Umuahia. I'm from Imo State. My village is less than 10 minutes drive to Umuahia, and in Abia State. So if things are picking up in Umuahia, all well and good. But I spoke with my uncle yesterday, and he told me that the sit-at-home is still being observed within the village and the surrounding local government. But if the report is coming from the nation is anything to go by, then it's good. And that can also be related to one thing, and I may be wrong, but you could see that also the agitation, the IPOB agitation seems to have come down a bit. And the agitation within the South has gone down a bit. And what I personally would attribute to that is that the situation of what we are seeing now politically, where it seems that the attention of the younger generation within the South seems to be shifting away from IPOB to being obedient. You can see the mass support they are giving the candidate of the Labour Party, P2B. If you go to the Southeast and see the frenzy, that means that they are already queuing into the 2023 election and probably feel that this is their best chance to have a shot at the presidency. So that has shifted the attention of most of the young people within the Southeast. Just a few days ago, I think it was Saturday or Friday, I can't remember now, P2B was in Owerri to open his office in Owerri, and you could see the mammoth crowd. It's not only in the South, even in the South, you saw the crowd in Calabar and some other places. But in essence, what I'm saying, I'm thinking, and my own personal opinion, I may be wrong, is that people within the South seem to believe that they have a little sense of belonging now, politically, unlike what it used to be. And that is shifting the attention for the agitation for IPOB, Biafra, and the rest of them to channeling their effort and making sure that probably this is the time for them to be able to hit the presidency coming 2023. And that is could be simple. I was about 4 or 5 days ago, or 6 days, sometime on Thursday or Friday. I was at a forum addressed by the governor of Anambra State, Charles Soludo, here in Lagos, and I heard what he said the state is doing to be able to nip the high level of insecurity in the state, and I realized so many statistics. You can say that attacks in even Anambra State, which used to be a hotbed, Anambra and Imo State, which will be hotbed of attacks in the past few weeks, has really come down, and I hope that this will be sustained in the days to come.
Are you joining those who are saying that IPOB supporters are part of those who are being tagged obedience? Because that's generating some reaction. Chris Wandu, are you sure you want to go there?
No, I'm not saying they are. Sincerely, I'm speaking as an Igbo man. I'm speaking as somebody from the Southeast. I don't belong to IPOB. I don't belong to any political party. I've never registered for any political party since they started in 1999. The best I've done is every time that the election I come down and cast my vote. But I'm telling you that the situation seems to be, it has come down. It's not Agitation is not about IPOB in the Southeast, and that is the mistake some people are making. Every single person in the Southeast, I would say that close to 90% of Southeasterners believe on the need that there has been a lot of marginalization and that the Southeast is not getting their fair share. It doesn't have to be, don't have to be a member of IPOB to know that. As somebody who is highly educated to a large extent, I know that this agitation has been there for long, and this perception that the Igbos have been alienated to a large extent in the scheme of things. So it's a perception that is spreading across Igbo land, southeast. So it's not whether I've been IPOD or no IPOD. No, it has nothing to do with that. But I'm telling you that there's serious agitation, and the earlier we believe that there is something, there is agitation, and people are agitating, the better for us. But how do we come on? The style might differ. I am not for this kind of going around attacks and being done by certain individuals. It has gone beyond IPOB. We certainly remember that of late, some individuals have been arrested who are taking advantage of the situation to cause havoc in the Southeast. And when they are profiled, they're members of IPOB. They are just criminals. There's a difference between being a criminal, criminality, and agitation. Those are two different things. And the security agencies should be able to deal with criminals. And those that are also agitating, there should be a kind of political will to be able to deal with the situation. So that you can have a win-win situation.
Let's also, go back to the Leadership newspaper this morning. There's a hint that the nation's electricity supply crisis might just worsen. That's because you have electricity workers that might just embark on strike tomorrow. And for them, it's because of the career path and, the condition of services for them. What do you make of the situation? Wasn't even like it wasn't even like the power situation was anything to write them about. So
you took it off my mouth. I was just about asking you.
It's as good. That's a very traumatic statement from both of you.
They don't take what you don't have now. How can somebody take what you don't have? Somebody can't take what you have. So when you see electricity workers are going, they say they are going, and say, oh, well and good. But on a very sincere note, I think whatever the agitation should be looked into. The fact remains that where we are today is not where we're supposed to be. A country of over close to 200 million, more than 200 million, riding on just about 5,000 megawatts is nothing to write home about. South Africa, with less about half our size, is running about over 50,000. I was watching engineer Bart Nnaji. You remember him vividly, Bart Nnaji, the former Minister of Power, speaking on a national TV station yesterday, and he was giving the problem that inherent in the power sector and the activity and some of the things they were putting in place to be able to make sure that on a yearly basis we're able to add about 10,000 megawatts into the. But that is neither here nor there. We don't need to go back to Egypt. Let us face the promised land. But
he's doing some great work in your home state of Abia. With the power company over there. Finally coming on board.
I'm from Imo, I'm not from Abia. But I know that, but I know that in Aba, according to what Bart Nnaji also said yesterday, which you are right, Kofi, he said the independent power stations are working very well in Aba, and there seems to be a high level of stable electricity in that. Why we are not replicating that across Nigeria is what I find difficult to believe. But we cannot do that. You know why? Because even what we cannot transmit what we are generating. There is a level. I learned so much from what you were saying yesterday. There is a level to which we can transmit. Let me give you just a practical example of what you said. If you generate about 10 megawatts, 10,000 megawatts, and your capacity to transmit is just 5, you cannot transmit more than 5. That means you're wasting about 10,000, about 5,000 again. That is the situation so that the current grids that we have cannot be able to sustain that. We need to upgrade and move to higher grade. That has a name and whatever. It's a bet. Part of what Messi said, I hope that the electricity, let us plead with them. Bikono, Ejo, I beg, made a no-go strike.
I hate to shock
you know now.
I hate to shock both of you. I don't want them to go on strike because I've been having close to constant. I've been having almost 24 hours. 24.
Can you tell us the location?
Supply
We need to know.
in my part of Lagos. I won't tell you. You want them to hear it, so they put it off. But no. Messi wants me to say it, so they'll hear it and then turn it off. Where?
Let me tell you, Kofi is a banana estate.
No. You know, amen. I receive it. Chris Kenwando, in my part of Lagos, it's been almost 24-hour power supply. To the extent that I don't even think of charging my phone when I get home. I can just wake up and charge it anytime. It is unbelievable. So I don't want them.
Kofi, cut soap for me.
I won't cut. On air, no. Because if I say it and they hear, no. I don't know
but Chris, I mean, your thoughts, fantastic points that you have raised in perspective, but I mean, it's contrary to the popular opinion that we have, especially from stakeholders, every other time, including the experts. They say that the issue that we have is usually not generation. I've heard a lot of persons who say, what we generate, it's not. No, they're saying that because if we're saying that we have a capacity to generate about 12,000 plus, let's even say 13,000 megawatts, but we're not even generating up to 13,000 megawatts. We're between 3,000, 4,000, sometimes maybe 5,000, right? But the people are saying that it's not the issue of that what we have generated, even the 4,000, that we're not even able to transmit it. And so it's not necessarily the generation issue. And that's really conflicting and very confusing because even a 12,000 capacity, we have over 2 million Nigerians. Megawatts we're talking about now. How can even 12,000 megawatts, sustain an economy of over 200 million persons plus, right? Then we're now saying that it's not the issue of, transmitting it or generation, it's transmission. When we are not even generating enough to transmit. So, I mean, where does that even leave us?
Listen, quickly let me put in the reason why you are having the national grid collapsing is because they are pushing so much into the national grid transmission, and that cannot take it. That's why it collapses. According to, I'm a mass communicator, I'm not an electrical engineer, so I can only talk from the basis of ignorance, but from what I'm listening to him. But the fact is that we have to expand. And he said something very key. Let me just tell you this. He said something very key yesterday that we make a very big mistake during the privatization process we had when we privatized the electricity sector. Let me tell you what he said. He said the fact was that those that we sold the discos and gencos or whatever to didn't have the financial capacity to be able to handle issues within the electricity sector. That they were thinking that they were going to get money, they had money from abroad, but what they did was to go to Nigerian banks to borrow money to buy this thing. So you still have money within the system circulating, and that is why they don't have enough to be able to upgrade some of these things. It's a very big, but I'm not surprised because a minister of power once, the former minister, the former VC of UNA once said that now which they cause our electricity problem. And probably I may just agree with him. It's just unfortunate.
Interesting situation there. I remember the the minister in question who made that statement. I think he was the one either before or after Abath Naji, who was also Minister of Power. There are a lot of things we hear in the country these days. Let's go back to the Punch newspaper. Because, talking about this national grid collapse, at some point, the talk by some industry experts was that the reason why there was a so-called national grid collapse was because there's been a sort of, we're living in denial. Basically, they said that the power supply in the country was being sustained by generating sets, that they were pumping diesel into generating sets which they were using to power the country, which was what someone said. And because the price of diesel had gone high, they couldn't power these generating sets anymore. And the companies involved were not being sincere to the federal government. So this thing had just blown up in their face to expose them, And so talking about that, we look at the fuel situation in the country. The Punch is saying that fuel subsidy is hitting 1.59 trillion naira, and the refinery rehabilitation is gulping 54.66 billion naira. I don't know if it is these huge amounts of money make you shake anymore, because we hear this almost every day. But a bit of what the Punch is saying, Chris Kende-Wando, they're saying latest data on the amount spent on subsidizing premium motor spirit, popularly called petrol, seen in Abuja on Monday, showed that the government subsidized the commodity with 1.593 trillion naira between January and June 2022. Also gathered the paper writes that the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited pumped 54.66 billion naira into refinery rehabilitation during the 6-month period. I know you are shaking your head somewhere, So they're saying the figures obtained from the NNPCL, that's what the company is now known as, presentation to the Federation Accounts Allocation Committee for July 2022 showed that subsidies on petrol were implemented in June. The company transited from being a public oil firm to a commercial entity last month. So that's what they're saying. They're also saying that it also made it clear in July that subsidy on petrol was now a burden of the federal government and not its own responsibility. So NNPC is no longer taking that burden. What the paper is saying is they're making it clear that they're pushing the thing back to the federal government. What are your thoughts on this, Chris Kende-Wando? It's a situation. And you can also talk about this in light of the probe by the House of Reps on the nation's subsidy payments.
Let's talk about the turnaround maintenance. That is the one that is much more peculiar and that we've been seeing for years now. Let's even say in the past 7 years. If we do an inventory of how much has been pumped into the turnaround maintenance of our refineries, Kofi Mercy, you'll be shocked. You'll be shocked that what we have used in trying to turn around these refineries would have helped us in probably building 1 or 2 new refineries. And as I'm talking this morning, and I stand to be corrected, none of those refineries is turning out a single liter of petroleum. Not the one in Kaduna, not the one in Warri, not the one in Port Harcourt. None. We still import about 100% of our petroleum from different parts of the country. And that is why we are paying a lot of subsidy for such. Money that would have gone into other sectors. And if the government had done what they ought to do by building up refineries, they wouldn't have been where we are. But it's so obvious that some people are benefiting from this route. And that is where I come to question the agencies like EFCC and ICPC. I don't know what their job is. They don't turn their eyes where they need to investigate. All they are interested now is about Yahoo boys and waiting and hitting people's houses and searching students on the road and the rest of them. That is not their core mandate. I was expecting that we would have looked at it 7 years ago. In the past 7 years, how much have we been able to push into turnaround maintenance of these refineries, and how have we effectively utilized it? The National Assembly, we always do their oversight functions over the executive on issues like this. But at the end of it, or whatever report they come out with, you always know that the executive will not implement it. They don't have the power of prosecution. All they do is investigate and pass on to the executive to handle the issue. And it ends in somebody's cupboard, lock it up, and they forget it. So I have not seen anything useful coming out of whatever investigation the House of Rep or Senate is going to do on issues like this. But if I remember, if I have my way personally, and I've said it time with my number, we say we want to regulate, let us remove subsidy. Because there are some people that are benefiting so much from it. It's just like what is happening in the finance sector, where we are talking about, see the way the naira is sliding to the dollar. And every day you come to realize that we have a parallel market and you have the official market. If the official market is about 400, you go to the parallel market, it goes to about 700. So some people within this financial system, the banks and CBN, are making so much keep from this because they collect this money, these dollars at a very cheap rate, and now sell it to the BDCs and also sell to, what do you call it, all these, I'll call it malam or people that sell dollars to make so much profit. There's so much corruption within the system. And that is where we have always said it, that the president promised us that he's going to tackle the issue of corruption when he was coming in 2015. But now, things are getting worse. So we will continue to stroll this way until we do the right. I was just reading yesterday. If you see how much the Saudi Arabia oil company made in terms of profits just last 2 months, you'll be shocked. And we started this race together with Saudi Arabia. We started this race with Saudi Arabia, we discover oil almost the same time. Go and see what is happening in Dubai. Dubai doesn't have oil. Go and see what they are doing with tourism. Now, we are begging other countries. We are probably the only country in the world that exports crude oil in large quantity, but buy petroleum products. Are you also seeing what is happening in bunkering? You've seen the waste. You see what the government is talking every day. Well, this is how many trillions and trillions. Then you continue to ask yourself, the same God that created these other countries, is this the same God that created us? And there's a big question that I need to ask.
All right. Well, Chris Kende Nwandu, we have to go now, and unfortunately, we're out of time. We appreciate your perspective this morning. It's been a very interesting conversation with you off the press.
Thank you very much. And Mercy, we must insist that Kofi must cut us soap. He must cut us soap. That place where he stay, you must let us know. Maybe we should just move with
we will find a way to get it from him. All right, thank you so much. Chris Kende Nwandu is Executive Director of African Governance and Leadership Initiative. Thank you so much once again.
Thank you very much. I have a lot.
Kofi, when will you let us know?
My father of blessed memory, Mr. C.J. Bartels, used to say, whenever we have light that's going off and coming on, he says, there's someone in NEPA, a staff, took his child to work, but the child saw the lever and didn't know what it was pressing like this. Or when we have constant light, you say, maybe someone took his child, and the child mistakenly pressed it. That's why we have light. So I don't want them to remember that they forgot to turn my light off. Let's leave it as it is. We'll be right back to talk some more right here on The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. We have a discussion on waste management in Lagos State coming up next after this break. Please stay with us.
Life can be fun and rewarding, but it also comes with some risk. As in business, you win some, you lose some. And that's why you need to be wise in the choices you make. It's like placing a bet. Again, you need to be wise. Wise in choosing an innovative platform with the highest market options and highest odds ever. That's why Winners Golden Bet, the leader in online, in-shop, virtual, and live sports betting, gives you enhanced platforms that offer you the best chances of winning. For betting on live soccer matches, live dog races, and virtual games. Winners Golden Bet is your best bet. Instant payment of winnings guaranteed. Play online or in any of our numerous shops nearest to you.
Hey guys, be wise. Play on Winners Golden Bet.
Winners Golden Bet, the wise choice.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
What we see and envy in other countries, we don't pay enough attention to how it is done. So, for example, people are always talking about, we should tell African stories. I smile.
I'm one of those who says that.
I think that we should talk to ourselves first before we're even worried about what people are thinking about us. We overvalue the opinion of other people. We don't value ourselves. We don't value our people.
But isn't that why we should tell our own story?
To ourselves.
Yes, first.
You understand?
Yes.
So we won't be talking about telling African story because we didn't wake up this morning and think first and foremost I'm African. I think I'm Nigerian.
That's what I'm saying.
You understand? So in Nigeria,
yes,
first and foremost, we need to talk to ourselves. How do we talk to ourselves? What do we say to ourselves?
What's
every
our
day.
reality?
So what does reality mean?
Reality.
And what lens are we looking at reality from?
Hey, what's up, guys? You're welcome to another edition of Plus Event, and I remain your host, Ifeoluwa Oshuke. Your absence isn't an excuse anymore, as Plus Event is all you need, as we bring you the glitz, the glamour, and loads of fun.
Oh, definitely. No question. He's a living legend.
Oh, God forbid, Holy Ghost fire, I know.
I just want to be blown away. I want to be wild. This is 11 years of doing it.
I'm surrounded by so much positivity. No, it's okay.
Yo, what's up, my people? It's your boy Starboy Terry. You're watching
Plus Event
on Plus TV.
Stay glued to Plus TV Africa every Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 p.m. West African time.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
This Medan has been directed to empower 1,000 persons with disabilities in each state in the next 12 months.
We now start hearing the shoot of guns.
Every public policy has winners and losers, and some will not be very happy with you, while others, usually the silent majority, will be quite happy.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect am.
If you no talk, then go beat you.
Now 2,500 when they pay.
Nigeria, by extension, Africa, is faced with a lot of challenges. The growing youth population with little engagement, that is a ticking time bomb. We are a blessed people with diverse culture and highly cerebral minds who have a lot to say. And yes, we are talking. It is important we drive the right conversation that informs, inspires, influences thoughts and action. If we say there's beauty in our diversity, then let us embrace our diverse culture. We must continue to courageously be the voice of transformation as we are the hope for the future. Yesterday's conversations shape today. What are you saying to shape your tomorrow? We know you have a lot to say, and we are here to hear you.
It's still the Breakfast and Plus TV Africa right here. We're looking at a conversation this morning. Labour Union has asked Buhari to constitute a board immediately for the NDDC. And we'll have a guest joining the conversation, Abumere Osara. He's a legal practitioner and a notary public. It's good to have you join us this morning.
Good morning. Yes, it's my pleasure to be here this morning.
Well, a bit of a background, to our conversation this morning. Now, the Senate had in November 2019 confirmed 15 nominees sent by the president as NDDC board members. The president has sent the names of the nominees led by Pius Udubu to the Senate in October. However, President Muhammadu Buhari refused to inaugurate the nominees following the clearance by the Senate during the confirmation process. The president also ordered a forensic audit of the operation of the organization, that's the NDDC, from 2001 to 2019. Also, before the nominees were cleared by the Senate, the Minister of Niger Delta, Godswill Akpabio, named an interim management committee for the NDDC. And in recent times, the Amalgamated Union of Public Corporations, Civil Service, Technical and Recreational Services Employees has called for the inauguration of a board of the Niger Delta Development Commission, that's the NDDC. The group is an affiliate of the Nigerian Labour Congress and said it is imperative to save the commission from destruction. The union appealed to President Muhammadu Buhari, National Assembly, Senate President Ahmed Lawan, House of Representatives Speaker Femi Gbajabiamila and Minister of Niger Delta Affairs Umana Umana to take steps to ensure that the NDDC delivers on its mandate. According to the union, in January 2019, the NDDC Managing Director, that's Nsima Ikere, and the Chairman, Senator Victor Ndoma Egbar, resigned their appointment to contest election in their state. Their position should have been filed in accordance with Section 5, Paragraph 3 of the established acts of the Commission. Like I mentioned earlier on, we have Abumere Osara, who is a legal practitioner. He joins the conversation this morning. Osara, it's good to have you join us.
Thank you for having me. My pleasure.
Quickly, what are your thoughts on this now? And I mean, you know, for a long time, the NDDC seemed to be, you know, operating without a board, some sort of direction, leadership right here. What are your thoughts?
Well, it's a rather unfortunate situation that we find ourselves. And if you follow the trajectory, the head of state, you would not really be surprised that we are this sorry pass. What is going on with the NDDC is typical of what is wrong with Nigeria, particularly since 2015, when General Buhari came on board. It's sad. One would have thought that having been a military governor, having been a petroleum minister, and the military head of state, and the chairman of Petroleum Trust Fund, and then having contested to the highest office in Nigeria, about 3 or 4 different occasions, and then he now democratically elected, that the president would have been broad-minded enough and be capacity and mindset to do what is said. It is that quite contrary to the clear provisions of the NDDC Act, the president has decided to act more in breach of the law by refusing to act in compliance with the clear provisions of the Act. I'm not surprised, because it seems the president recall when he was newly sworn in 2000, one of his official visits out of the country to the United States, he made that allegory of 7% and 5%. And I believe that is what the president made comes to the question of the Niger, indeed, zone. You and I will recall the issues and the situation that Nigeria faced leading up to the setting up of the during the Obasanjo period. I mean that the national so need to address the national data question. For the first time, that the National Assembly will override the veto power of the president. That is why you find out that since 1999, the NDDC Act is the only law enacted by the National Assembly of Nigeria that was not signed, that has not been signed by successive presidents. The National Assembly had to muster to a very nationalistic and patriotic in their endeavor when the president, General Olusegun Obasanjo, declined to sign the act as passed. The National Assembly came together, united as one, and passed the law into effect. In 2015, after he was sworn in, the first act of the president with respect to the NDDC was to appoint a sole administrator. And it was pointed out to that by the act does not recognize the composition of administration of the commission by means of sole administratorship. And the president went ahead to appoint His Excellency Esema Ekere as the MD and Senator Udomayeba Sen as chairman. One would have thought that thereafter, the president would have been sufficiently equipped to realize the framers of the NDDC Commission Establishment Act were very careful when setting up commission, when they made copious provisions regarding the manner of appointment of the chairman and the managing director. Section 4 of the NDC Act is very clear. As you find that the chairman of the commission shall be appointed term of 4 years, and alphabetical for their 9th that comprises membership of the commission, and arranged in an alphabetical order, starting from Abba to the last. And now the first chairman, Chief Onyema Ogochukwu, if I remember his name. And then, with respect to the appointment of the managing director of the commission, Section 2 is also very clear, quite explicit, that the MD director shall be appointed as the quantum of oil produced, generated from the state, from the producer to the west. So clearly, the law has given to the president the mode, has simplified the mode of session. The law does not admit of appointment of an interim management or what the president has decided for his best known to him, proceed in error, violate clear provisions of the act. So the call by it's a right call, and it's in sync with all calls that has been made by all well-meaning Nigerians since 2019, appealing, pleading with the president to constitute the board and appoint a substantive managing director in line with the provisions of the National Assembly has passed resolutions passed imploring the president to constitute the board and managing director in line with the provisions of the act, so that the purpose for which the commission was set could be realized. But the president chose on his own not to hearken to their call.
Okay.
And now I say to myself, you have to remember that the team is winding down. They have just about 7 months. Even though it's the right call, but I wonder whether it's the right time to call.
Yeah.
And I also wonder, have regard to the way the president has treated all appeals from leaders of thoughts. I recall Niger Delta leaders.
Yeah, Barrister, sorry to interrupt you, Barrister, please, sorry to interrupt you. You rightly said that you've talked about the NDDC Act and you've said that this trend of having a sole administrator, interim management committee for the commission is not in following in step with the NDDC Act. You've also talked about the entreaties to the president from different stakeholders. But when the NDDC, when the NDDC Interim Management Committee headed by the sole administrator was set in place, Mr. Effiong Akwa being the sole administrator in 2020, we had different groups coming up for and against. One of those who came up to support the move by Mr. President is the South-South Emerging Leaders Forum, who in 2020, the same December 2020, when the appointment of Effiong Akwa was announced, lauded President Muhammadu Buhari for appointing Effiong Akwa as the NDDC sole administrator. And they said that the president acted in line with the act setting up the commission. That's what they're saying, that he acted in line with the act setting up the commission. And the forum appealed, to those against or agitating against the appointment of this man to give peace a chance for the development of the region. So what do you say to that? That some group are saying this is in line with the commission. In fact, what the group, this is Niger Delta, South-South Emerging Leaders, which is a group comprising of professionals from the South-South. What they said is, quote, this is not the first time that a sole administrator is being appointed for the NDDC. Their statement, this was in 2020, December 2020, their statement continued. It will be recalled, quote, it will be recalled that in 2015, the Minister of Transportation, Mr. Rotimi Amechi, appointed Mrs. Ibim Seminary and a Jaw woman and his former aide as sole administrator. This is what I'm quoting their statement here. As sole administrator of the NDDC after sacking the Dan Abia-led management of the commission. I'm quoting what they wrote. So it's saying it's not the first time. And they said, quote, our appeal to the entire people of the Niger Delta is to support the new leadership of the NDDC to deliver on its mandate and supervise the completion of the ongoing forensic audit ordered by the federal government.
Well, my immediate reaction is that perhaps that group, they were speaking in error, not properly advised, or they did not have the benefit of through the clear provisions of the Establishment Act. Section 12 of the NDDC Act is very clear. And with your kind permission, I'll just read out.
Please,
Section 12, Subsection 1 of the Act provides as follows. There shall be for the Commission a managing director and 2 directors who shall be indigenes of oil-producing areas, starting with the member states of the Commission with the highest production quantum of oil, and shall rotate amongst the states in order of production. Now, if you go the entire section provision NDDC, you will know provision is made for the appointment of a sole administration. Is regrettably, you see, this current regime has successfully launched onslaught on the rule of law and tend to track on impunity. What we have is a situation of having the rule of law of men. And that's why they trample on clear provision of the law. They do as they like. I'm not surprised. Perhaps because mindset of the president. Perhaps he has a thing or two against Niger Delta, against the South-South, the goose that lays the golden egg. And it's rather unfortunate that since 2015, the cry of marginalization of the Niger Delta, the cry of oppression of the minorities and the Niger Delta by this regime, you see, is a very worrisome development. But alas, we are confronted by the fact that in less than 7 months' time, this regime will run its course. Hopefully, after May 2023, we'll have a new leader who will be broad-minded enough, who will not be actuated by primordial sentiments, sexual sentiment, and who will take there as one whole constituency, who will incorporate, who will not be 7% and 5% of the country as a dot. And who is because they didn't vote for this regime in 2004 and 2019, and because this ruling they do not believe in philosophy of the composition and establishment of the NDDC Act. That is why they have systematically put in place a skip muzzle and the dreams of the act and the aspiration of the Niger Delta. And unfortunately, allies is some sons of the Niger for such decide to school the and dream of the Niger people. It will interest you to know that at the time that the president was forwarded the names of Bob told the elite, there are also names of the Commission to the Senate.
All right.
What got it? That has since been constituted, and they are up and running.
Okay, but Barrister, sorry, we're having a bit of a network problem with you, and that is interfering with the quality of the audio coming from your end. But I was going to ask you, is there nothing in the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria that allows the president to get away with this? Because we see that, from recent history, that the president rarely acts without seeing something in the Constitution that gives him overriding powers of sorts. And it's not new that sometimes the Constitution or the laws will give powers to certain organizations or provisions that allow things to be done in certain ways. But those provisions will be taken away by the Constitution, which will give you just one line to say the president can still do this in spite of that. And I've been studying Section 5 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria just to see if there's anything in there that we can hold on to. Really haven't seen anything. But of course, Section 5 of the Constitution says, subject to the provisions of this Constitution, the executive powers of the Federation shall be vested in the President and may be subject, as aforesaid, and to the provisions of any law by the national. So, are we sure the President is not doing this based on the powers vested in him as the President of Nigeria in the Constitution that may give room for some sort of loophole, for him to get away with this? Yeah, Barrister, did you hear me, please?
Public officers. Hello?
Okay, yes, please go on.
Yes.
Please go on.
Yes, President of Nigeria swore on oath to uphold not only the provision of the Constitution, but also of all other laws in Nigeria. Now, with respect to the soft hand, the Niger Delta, there is a law passed by the National Assembly which has established a regulation of how that particular commission should be governed. And the President of Nigeria, having sworn on oath to abide, including the NDDC, is enjoined and obliged to observe and follow the provisions NDDC Act. The executive powers of President conferred by Section 5 of the Constitution does not detract from the executive powers of the President. It does not detract from the executive powers of the President. It does not detract from the executive powers of the President. It does not detract from the executive powers of the President. It does not detract from the executive powers of the President. It does not detract from the executive powers of the President. It does not detract from the executive powers of the President. It does not detract from the executive powers of the President. It does not detract from the executive powers of the President. It does not detract from the executive powers of the President. It does not detract from the executive powers of the President. It does not detract from the executive powers of the President. It does not detract from the executive powers of the President. It does not detract from the executive powers of the President. It does not detract from the executive powers of the President. It does not detract from the executive powers of the President. It does not detract from the executive powers of the President. It does not de the purpose of the NDDC Act. There's no provision in the Constitution that gives power to the president to act contrary to the clear provisions of an enabling statute. Rather, what the president should do by his oath office is to enforce and act in accordance with that act, with that particular law. So it's rather unfortunate that the president had to part. And you write from 2019, 2015, starting with the appointment of the sole administrator, Ibn Semitiari, all that clearly is the provisions of the NDDC Act. Even the setting up of a forensic audit is also against the clear provision of the NDDC Act. Because the NDDC Act has made provision for monitoring of...
we have to let you go now.
We sincerely apologize. The network from your end is not too good. And also we're out of time, but we would like to thank you very much for your time. Interesting thoughts there. The lawyer has given us a lot to chew on Mercy today. Some have said, you know what, yes, the law is there, but they also look at morality, look at the protection of the rights of the people, protection of, the finances of the nation, stepping in to do what is right. And people have talked about, okay, look at, about 6 trillion naira being spent on the NDDC in how many years? What is there to show for it? We need to find out where the money went. And initially, there was support for this forensic audit. There was some support. And even the gentleman, Effiong Akwa, went around visiting the likes of Ankyo Briggs and other people in the Niger Delta, and they received him warmly, sort of a goodwill tour. But it seems that people have grown impatient, because, they want to see some action. You know what I mean?
But some people are saying that, administratively, unfortunately, we're out of time,
yes.
but...
It's taking too long.
When you say, yes, it's taking too long because it would slow down the entire process. Where you have some certain critical decisions that need to be taken. Projects have been embarked on. Who now approves and all of that. Yes. It becomes quite worrisome. But that's why we would take a break this morning on that discussion. We hope that we'll have some other time, to talk about this. Thank you so much for being part of The Breakfast. We appreciate you if you missed out on any part of it. It will be beautiful to follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. My name is Mercy Bopo. Have a fantastic day.
And my name is Kofi Bartels. We'll return tomorrow. Good morning.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408 or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Seize it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Tsadar rayuwa ta fara ƙure haƙurin wasu 'yan Najeriya, musamman ma yadda farashin kayan masarufi ke hawa-hawa, kasancewar
Young MD, another kept it by my side. Nigeria. A Najeriya ƙasa muna da arziki mu da zamu ji daɗi amma mu ne muke jin jiki jinjiri mu ne muke jinjiri ba ƙaramin yaro babba har ma ɗan jinjiri ya kamata ku duba babatun abuba mutane da yawa mun yi lafi sai mun tuba babatun addini ko ya shiri ya kini in gaskiya ta zo a faɗa ko da za a kini Nigeria we supposed to be a first na us the last ba a batun relax ya kamata fa mu canza babatun mu gazza kar wani ya zo yana mana fama kallon banza kidnappers sun bi sun dame mu ba mu kananan yara ba ma har da iyayenmu yunwa ya zami da kanmu gwamnati ya kamata fa ku duba lamarinmu la text message young MD I'm said daga nan jani ga kasan mafara akaidin all my people I want you to read in this special message I send him sai mu haɗa kanmu Yoruba Igbo har da ma Hausawanmu sai mu kauda cin hanci ba ma gabanmu Najeriya uwa kusan ita ce ƙasanmu fyaɗe babatun kuɗaɗe muna gudu mu kwana daji babakin gidaje fyaɗe babatun kuɗaɗe muna gudu mu kwana daji babakin gidaje Najeriya shaye-shaye bai da kyau shike damu mu a ƙasanmu ma dai ma fa a yau we need good community we need good education haka yake we need good purity so we need good security we need good sociality we need good leaders Nigeria gwamnati ya kamata mafa ku duba Young MD aga Nigeria
Good morning, I'm Tolu Ojomi, and this is the news brief. The Nigerian Army has reaffirmed its commitment to continue to defend the territorial integrity of the country, as well as maintain its internal cohesion. This was disclosed by the General Officer Commanding 2 Division Nigerian Army, Major General Chinadi, who was represented by the Commander 4 Brigade Nigerian Army, Brigadier General Danlami Ndahi. At this year's edition of the Inter-Brigade Combat Proficiency Competition, he charged officers of the Nigerian Army who participated in this year's edition of the event to make good use of the experience garnered from the competition. Earlier, Edo State Governor Godwin Obaseki, represented by his Commissioner for Public Security, Omololu Ojehomon, commended the GOC 2 Division of the Nigerian Army for putting the event together.
Exercise will encourage officers of this division to reinvent their combat readiness, as it will enhance better service delivery. As a government, we are mindful of the social contract between us and our people and enhance the decision of the administration to prioritize the security of lives and property of all Edo people and Nigerians residing in the state.
The Combat Proficiency Competition is designed to improve the leadership qualities of junior commanders, challenge their initiatives, and prepare them for higher responsibilities. It will also build the combat capacity and efficiency of the participating formations. The desired end state is to enhance your understanding, interpretation, and application of all these events you have competed favorably for. I challenge you to effectively apply the knowledge gained from this competition in your future endeavors.
The Nigeria Police Force has commenced the training of officers on election security management, and that's ahead of the 2023 general elections. In a speech at the formal opening of the training for Northeast in Maiduguri, the leader, facilitator, and a former Inspector General of Police, Solomon Arase, stated that the training was an initiative of IGP Alkali Baba. Arase said the IGP, like other stakeholders, was impressed by the performance of the police in the recent staggered elections and wanted to sustain that tempo during the general elections by filling the gaps identified in the past elections. Meanwhile, gunmen have abducted Alhaji Lawal Yakubu, the Commissioner for Information, Culture and Tourism, Nasarawa State. A source, who is a resident of Nasarawa Egon, confirmed to reporters that the commissioner was trailed to his house by the gunmen. He said the bandits took their victim to an unknown destination between 8:45 and 9 p.m. yesterday. In the meantime, the governor of Kaduna State, Nasir El-Rufai, has bragged that there would not be up to 200 supporters for the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, in a proposed street march. El-Rufai said this on Twitter in reaction to a tweet from a certain at Zamar Omar, who wrote, Kaduna 2 million march for Peter Obi. There have been street marches for Obi already, with huge numbers recorded in Nasarawa and Calabar. Nigerian singer Charles Chukwuemeka Oputa, popularly known as Charlie Boy, has lambasted the Kaduna State Governor Nasir El-Rufai over that statement, mocking supporters of the Labour Party's presidential candidate, Peter Obi. The Kaduna governor had, in a tweet, made fun of the proposed 2 million march rally in Kaduna by Peter Obi and his running mate, Yusuf Ahmed Baba, saying that the supporters will not have beyond 200 persons on the streets. El-Rufai's tweet had generated backlashes from tweets and other social media users lambasting the governor over his prediction, asking him to fix the challenges in his state first. A Fulani professional group, coalition of Fulbe professionals in Africa, has distanced itself from a statement credited to one Al-Hassan Salah representing a campaign of calumny against the 2023 presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi. The group described the move as politically sponsored and called on Nigerians to disregard such a statement, saying it did not speak for Fulani ethnic group or represent the Fulanis in any way. Al-Hassan had said that the Fulani nation would not support the candidature of Obi, describing him not only as a tribal bigot, but also as someone who did not like the North and by extension, the Fulani tribe. A pro-Tinubu group known as Igbo Queen of Four Asiwaju has assured that the inclusion of Igbo people of the Southeast in the government of Asiwaju Bola Tinubu would be certain if he wins the 2023 presidential election. The chief convener of the Igbo Queen for Asiwaju project, Gini Kator, and the president of Omalegoku Progressive Initiative gave the assurance at a town hall meeting during the grand finale of the nationwide tour in Lafia, Nasarawa State. In the same vein, a member of Lagos State House of Assembly, Honorable Jude Emeka Idimogu, who is a co-deputy national coordinator of Igbo Queen for Asiwaju, in his remarks informed the Igbo of the massive support Asiwaju afforded the Igbos in Lagos, describing the APC presidential candidate as a detribalized Nigerian. The PDP has received thousands of defectors from different political parties in Adamawa as a former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, who is a PDP presidential candidate, received the defectors at a ceremony in Yola. Abubakar assured them of equity and justice in their new party and said that since the ban on electioneering campaigns was still in force, the PDP, as a law-abiding party, would wait for the appropriate time for the commencement of its campaign. He commended Governor Ahmadu Fintiri for his achievements in security, infrastructure, education, health, and internal democracy in the PDP family in his state. Now, members of the New Nigeria People's Party, NNPP, in Osun, have unanimously removed the chairman of the party, Tosin Odeyemi, over alleged financial misappropriation. Odeyemi was removed during a meeting at the party's secretariat in Oshogbo, where a vote of no confidence was passed on him. Speaking shortly after the meeting, the party secretary, Adekunle Abolade, alleged that poor management of funds and the chairman's autocratic leadership were responsible for the party's defeat in the July 16 governorship election in the state. In the meantime, the appeal court in Abuja has ruled in favor of a factional governorship candidate of the PDP in Ogun State, Otumba Segun Showunmi, in a case between him and the PDP with two others. According to the lawyers on the case, the implication of the ruling in the suit filed by Showunmi against the party, Ladi Adebotu and Co., was that Showunmi remained the candidate of the main opposition party in Ogun State unless otherwise ruled. The appellant, Otumba Segun Showunmi, had complained to the lower court that the Ogun State exco of the party acted in bias when they allegedly purchased nomination and interest forms for Adebotu, the third respondent, without doing the same for the other candidates who purchased the forms legally, including Segun Showunmi. Effective leadership can turn Nigeria's fortunes for good, hence the need for all to pray for the actualization of the right leaders for the country, which Nigeria deserves. Those were the words of the Special Assistant to the General Overseer of the Redeemed Christian Church of God, RCCG, Dele Olowokere, while speaking at a stakeholders meeting in honor of the immediate past rector of the Ogun State Institute of Technology, Besa. On our part, the immediate past rector of Ojutech, Olufunke Akinkurolere, expressed thanks to God for the successful completion of our tenure at the institution, and also urged aspirants who are wishing to lead to remain humble and steadfast.
The problem with Nigeria right from the beginning has been leadership. Nigeria is endowed, has potentiality to become greater than any part of the world. But we have not gotten the right person who can tune Nigeria to what it should be. So we should pray for good leadership, somebody who knows where it's going, who can carry people along to what he wants to achieve for this country. My message is that, one, Nigerians should pray for a better day. For a better day, then they should pray for God to choose the right person for Nigeria, so that we can get out of this quagmire we are. If those people and authority can take a cue for our life, it will help Nigeria to be better than what we have now.
I have a principle that there's no height that you get to in this life. The only thing that can sustain you there is humility. Even in leadership, you should be humble. You should know that whatever level you get to is by the grace of God, and you should be humbled. You should be able to lead people with the fear of God. You see, I just want to appeal to all the parties that they should listen to each other. They should listen to each other. Yeah, the government should listen to ASU, and all the stakeholders in the education. They should also come together to ensure that our students go back to classroom.
Caregivers, parents and community leaders in Kuma community have raised an alarm over the increase in the rate of child trafficking. Hundreds of innocent children have reportedly been trafficked out of Kuma Hill in Adamawa State under the pretext of rendering educational assistance. According to a religious group led by Reverend Emmanuel Gabriel, some orphanage operators sometimes approach vulnerable parents under pretense to sponsor their children's education, only to end up either giving the children out for child labor or selling them outright.
Activities. A lot of young people have been deceived to travel abroad without the full understanding of what they are going there to do, even through the use of internet. Last year alone, about 15,000 young Nigerians left Nigeria in search of a better football career. This informs the reason why we feel it is important that we organize a novelty football match so that we educate young people in Nigeria, in the northeastern part of this country in particular, on the evils that is therein in the migrant smuggling and human trafficking. Therefore, on behalf of the LCCN and the leadership, I stand here to say that as young people in Yola, let us be advocates, ambassadors who will stand to speak against this evil.
When I left the house, I just ran away that night. I told them I was going out. I left. To the extent that I even got pregnant and I came back with pregnancy. My advice to you people is that whenever anybody tells you that, let's travel, check well. Are you sure your papers are correct? If you want, we're not saying you should not travel. Travel good, flexible, but travel the right way. Thank you very much.
As the country continues to battle insecurity, Nigerians have expressed worries, and that's on Street Views. Take a listen.
Nigeria is a country that God has really blessed for real, but it wasn't like this before. The situation we're passing through now in this country is, I don't know what to say, but I just pray that God should help us. Nobody is free now in the country. Things are happening every day. There's no security. People's life is at risk, and even their properties. We don't know why it shouldn't be like this, but it's only God that we were praying for him to interfere for us.
don't have the security in the country. And it's giving us problem. Like me now, I have to attend a burial in my village next month. I have been praying over 2 months ago that God secure my going and my fro and my throw to come back. So we are fear. We are even fearing that the Taliban will not take the control of the government in Nigeria.
Actually, the way things are going in this country, I'm not happy personally, because I can see Nigeria with AD is not be like before because of the settlement, and number two, economy, that the way they are using things to us, we are not happy. I wish Nigeria can be able to buckle up, we be one according to what they are saying. I did not see that Nigeria be one again. The settlement is too much. Tribalism. That is why it makes things difficult for this country to us. We are praying to God. May God give us the righteous person to rule. Who is the righteous person? So only God can prove it out to us.
The insecurity thing is too much, and it's getting more worse each and every day. From the rural areas to the towns to the cities. And most especially at this very particular time that the election is about to take place, people are not secured, things are not moving fine, maybe that's why. So I believe that the government should do more to make sure that they secure life and properties, individually. Each and every Nigerian has the right to live free in any part of the country.
The issue of security for Nigeria today, it become critical. And the solution, not that there's no solution, there's solution, but those that are standing there does not want to bring the solution. How can you say security go like this, then another person come like this? The people that come like this, the security is supposed to attack them. He leaves the people that the security is supposed to attack the innocent ones. So my own opinion for concerning issue of security is that let them resolve the security, change the old ones that is there, bring the new ones in.
We move to other parts of Africa. Lawyers representing former South African President Jacob Zuma have asked the court to overturn a decision to send him back behind bars. Zuma, who was sentenced to prison last year but granted medical parole after just 2 months, was jailed in July 2021 after being sentenced to 15 months for contempt of court. The former president repeatedly refused to testify before a commission of inquiry into the rampant corruption under his presidency. From South Africa, we go to Kenya, where elections chief has declared Deputy President William Ruto the winner of a tight presidential race, but amid chaotic scenes. 4 other senior election officials said the week-long count was too opaque and disowned the result. Ruto had appeared to be leading long-time opposition leader Raila Odinga as Kenyans awaited the final results of the election held nearly a week ago. Minutes before the chairman of the Electoral Commission, Wafula Chebukati, announced Ruto winning the vote, his deputy, Juliana Cherera, had told media at a separate location that she and 3 other commissioners disowned the results. Diplomats and international elections were whisked out of the tallying hall before Chebukati spoke as scuffles broke out so as to prevent the international elections observers from being hurt. Now, outside Africa, California Governor
Odinga Raila, total valid votes 6,942,930. And this represents 48.85% of the votes garnered, and he achieved a number of counties the candidate attained with at least 25% of the total valid votes cast is 34 counties. Ruto William Samoei, number of valid votes, 7 million. Thank you. 7,176,141. This represents 50.49%. And he achieved the minimum number of 39 counties at 25%. I, Wafula Chebukati, Chairperson of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, hereby declares that Ruto William Samoei of ID number 6847208 has been duly elected as the President of the Republic of Kenya under the provisions of Article 138 of the Constitution in the presidential election held on 9th of day of August 2022.
We are not at Bomas of Kenya because we cannot take ownership of the results that is going to be announced because of the opaque nature which these results have been handled. We have upped the standards of election in this country. We have, step by step, faced the challenges that have been there. At the same time, we have ensured that things are running despite.
As Afghanistan's Taliban mark 1 year in power, burqa sales are on the rise, according to local merchandisers. Restrictions on the female dress codes in the country were reinforced in May when the Taliban government ordered women to cover their faces in public. Women now have the option of either wearing the burqa or the hijab. The blue burqas, a fabric that covers a woman's whole body with the exception of a mesh frame over the eyes, can be seen decorating the exterior of market stores in Kabul. Now, sports news. Victor Osimhen taunted racist Hellas Verona fans after he scored his first Serie A goal of the season for Napoli, who fought back from a goal down to win 5-2 at the Stadio Bentegodi Stadium just yesterday. The Nigerian striker also made a backheel flick assist for Matteo Politano to serve Napoli's fifth goal from 12 yards in the route. Kevin Lasagano's cushioned volley at the back post shot Verona into the lead in the 29th minute, but parity was restored when Victor Kvaratskhelia headed in Chucky Lozano's cross 8 minutes later. Napoli turned it around with a goal almost identical to Verona's, but this time a corner was flicked on by Giovanni De Lorenzo for Osimhen to score with a flexible attempt at the far post. After scoring to hand the Partenope a 2-1 lead in the 46th minute, the 23-year-old kicked the ball into the stands in anger at the Hellas Verona fans who had been hurling racist abuses and monkey chants at him each time he touched the ball during that encounter. Meanwhile, Liverpool forward Luis Diaz cancelled out Wilfried Zaha's opener for Crystal Palace as the teams drew 1-1 in the Premier League at Anfield yesterday. Liverpool striker Darwin Núñez was sent off for a headbutt on his home debut. Liverpool dominated the opening half, but it was Zaha who broke the deadlock, stunning the home crowd with a brilliant finish to a counter-attack in the 32nd minute. It then marked the 6th league game in a row in which Liverpool had conceded the first goal, although they had over 75% possession in the first half and a whopping 17 attempts, albeit with only 3 on target. That's the news brief. For more stories, please follow us on our Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from LiveX. We're on livex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I'm Tolu Ojomi. Thanks for watching. Good morning.
Is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria?
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Comic Republic is a Nigerian startup where we tell African stories. We push the African narrative forward through a traditional art form that is popular all around the world, which is comic books.
We kind of write stories that everybody can find a bit of themselves somewhere in there. You know, when you read our books, you will always be able to find one book that you are able to connect with, even if you are not an African. It's not just for Africans alone, but it's the African narrative. That's really what we do.
We take the process of telling our stories, you know, making our comic books engaging. We do it professionally and we take it as a business. We're growing bigger every day.
You know, we try to make sure that all of our comics, all of our content has a positive message underlying them, even apart from all the action, all the punching, and all the superheroics.
Right now we have close to 48,000 downloads per comic book. We get between 5,000 to 7,000 unique visitors every week. Nigerians have been really excited to see people in Nigeria creating heroes from Nigerians, telling Nigerians that we can be everything we need to be if we only try. The comic business actually has a wide range.
One of the major things that actually helps us to move forward here is the fact that we are more than just a team, we're a family. And family is everything. We understand ourselves, we know what we're meant to do when we're meant to do, and we get them done.
The first and foremost vision for Comic Republic is to take control of the African narrative. Who are the biggest superheroes you know today? You're looking at Spider-Man, Captain America, and Superman. If you look at the colors of their uniform, they're all the colors of the American flag. If you look at where those people come from, they come from America. This is a way that a country has from generation to generation, you know, programmed their people to believe that they are strong and they are efficient. We want to do the same with Comic Republic. That's what we want to do at Comic Republic. That's our vision. And until we're number one at that in the world, we're not going to stop.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamode Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamode Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
It's not just the parents that have to do this. We put a lot of emphasis on government, we put a lot of emphasis on schools, but the service sector is completely left out of this conversation, and it's really important because they touch the families every day.
When we are making intervention, at the back of our mind, that plan that you're drawing up should also say on X amount of times or hours, you as the parents have to have X number of training.
Not just about the training, okay? So as we're collecting data in the center, you're collecting data at home. We give you the exact same plan.
From my own experience is that the children are usually the best advocates.
Absolutely.
Because the children have been informed and they have also experienced it, we find that they tend to go home and tell their parents the appropriate things to do.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. From the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
Hello and welcome to Plus Sports on Plus TV Africa. My name is Mikhail Tinubu, and since it's a Tuesday, we bring to you all the most relevant sports from around the world, and we usually like to start from right here home in Nigeria. As the Nigeria Cricket Federation, NCF, has stated that the country is prepared to host the International Cricket Council, ICC, Under-19 Africa Division 2 World Cup qualifiers in September. The NCF's public relations officer, Musa Izoje, told the news agency in Abuja on Monday that preparations for the 8-nation tournament are underway. Nigeria is more than prepared to host the tournament. The grounds, which are the most important aspects of hosting a tournament, are already in place. We have twin pitches at the Moshood Abiola National Stadium, Abuja, and they are ready, Mr. Izoje said. Despite the country's prevailing security challenges, the NCF official stated that the ICC was satisfied with the country's security details. Mr. Izoje stated that the decision to award Nigeria hosting rights was based on her grassroots development efforts in promoting the game. The tournament will take place from September 28th to October 9th. As we've said on this show plenty of times in the past, cricket is gaining ground in Nigeria, and as the perhaps second most popular game in the world, right behind football, it offers a lot more opportunities for athletes in Nigeria, young children who are aspiring to be athletes in one fashion or the other. And as the sport has gained more popularity in the country and more support from the government, it's yet to be seen how far we can go. But already, Nigeria started making its mark on the game. Now, FIFA has suspended the All India Football Federation, AIFF, with immediate effect due to undue influence from third parties, World Football's governing body said on Monday, August 15th. The suspension also means that the Under-17 Women's World Cup, which was scheduled to take place in India from October 11th to 30th, cannot be held in the country as planned. India's highest court had disbanded the AIFF in May and appointed a 3-member committee to govern the sport, amend the AIF's constitution, and conduct elections that have been pending for 18 months. In response, FIFA and the Asian Football Confederation sent a team led by AFC General Secretary Winsor John to meet Indian football stakeholders and laid down a roadmap for the AIF to amend its status by the end of July and subsequently conclude elections in the latest, at the latest by September 15th. Earlier this month, the Indian court ordered elections to be held promptly and said the elected committee would be an intern body for a period of 3 months. The election of the AIFF, formerly led by FIFA Council member Praful Patel, were to be held by December 2020, but were delayed due to an impasse over amendments to its constitution. According to FIFA statutes, member federations must be free from legal and political interference in their respective countries. FIFA has previously suspended other national associations over similar cases. Now, on to Qatar 2022, where even the referees and officials have to get into tip-top shape. It's not just the players and coaches who are working hard ahead of the FIFA World Cup in Qatar in November. The 36 referees, 69 assistant referees, and 24 video match officials from all over the globe have also been preparing to ensure they arrive at the tournament in the best possible condition. FIFA held 3 seminars between May and June, allowing the match officials to take part in theoretical classes and training sessions, including various live match situations. French referee Stéphanie Frappet, who will become one of the first females to take charge of a men's World Cup game, is confident the officials will arrive in Qatar with the right tools to succeed. Chelsea manager Thomas Tuchel and his Tottenham Hotspur counterpart Antonio Conte have been charged by the Football Association following their confrontation after Sunday's August 14th heated Premier League draw at Stamford Bridge. The two managers shook hands after a 2-2 draw where tempers flared but then faced off on the pitch before being separated by players and staff from both teams. Both managers were also shown red cards by referee Anthony Taylor as a result of the fracas. It is alleged that the behavior of both managers was improper following the end of the fixture, the FA said in a statement. They have until Thursday, August 18th, to respond to the charges. The FA is also investigating Tuchel's comments about the German coach, slamming Taylor for his decisions. Tuchel accused Taylor and the VAR video assistant referee of making wrong decisions, which ultimately helped Spurs come away from Stamford Bridge with a point. While Tuchel and Conte were involved in a heated exchange, the two managers were relatively calm after the game and said they had no hard feelings. Now, having seen this game on Sunday as it went down, I can honestly say that the referees made blunderous decisions almost throughout the entire match, and the video assistant referees only compounded the issue by not calling out Christian Romero for his foul that could have, in some interpretations, been a red card offense after he pulled Marco Correa's hair while they were in each other's face trying to defend a corner. It has to be said that at the end of the day, these video assistant referees are just referees. Some of them have been at the center circle in matches and refereed plenty of games. Human error is perhaps unavoidable in any system, but it begs the question why a system that was made to help resolve many issues, such as these ones, issues that could have been missed in the moment by the central referee, do still seem to occur with so much regularity. And ultimately, when these irregularities are questioned, queried, and criticized by managers and players and even club owners, the FA simply covers its own ass by simply fining, investigating, and charging these personalities for daring to speak up. Sometimes it seems like referees do more to hinder the game than to regulate it. The trial for Manchester City defender Benjamin Mendy, in which he faces 8 counts of rape, 1 count of sexual assault, and 1 count of attempted rape, got underway in Chester, England on Monday, August 15th. The charges against the French international involve 7 different women and are alleged to have taken place at his home between 2018 and 2021. The 28-year-old football player is on trial alongside co-defendant Louis Saha Mater, who also appeared in court on Monday. Now, rape, sexual allegations of any sort, assault of any sort, leveled at anyone, these are serious offenses. These are serious allegations and charges. And while it is essential to stay neutral because the law says anyone who's accused of these offenses, of any offenses, is innocent until proven guilty. But the allegations that are coming out of this story do beg a belief. They do ask us they do test our impartiality. If Benjamin Mendy did do any of these things, it would be most just for him to go to prison for a very long time. And if he didn't, we can only hope that the justice system, the justice process, sorts all of it out. But I will say that rape of any sort is something that we should all stand against. As the UK sweltered in the heat wave, what better way to cool off than going for a dip? But if one of your favorite pastimes is playing chess, why not combine the two? That's what players competing in the Dive Chess World Championships in London did on Sunday, August 14th. Dive chess is like normal chess, but played in a swimming pool with submerged chessboard with magnetic pieces. Each player has to hold their breath while making their move. Once they need to come up for air, it's their opponent's turn. 10 players took part in the championships held at the Leonardo Royal Hotel Pool in Tower Bridge. Starting at 9 p.m. local time, the event lasted 4 hours. After 4 rounds, it was 33-year-old Mikhail Mazurekiewicz from Poland who won the event, beating South African Alain Decker in their final game. Speaking of the skills involved, he said, "I think that 60% is chess and 40% is like other skills swimming, keeping your body controlled, your pressure and your breath. The unusual championships are the brainchild of American Ethan Ilfield, who now lives in England, started playing chess when he was 4 and began competing in tournaments at the age of 10 and is a chess master. He came up with the idea of dive chess because apparently he thought it would be interesting to incorporate a physical element to make chess a little cooler." Andy Murray outlasted familiar foe Stan Wawrinka 7-6-3, 5-7, 7-5 in their first-round clash at the Cincinnati Open on Monday, August 15th, the last big test before the U.S. Open. In the 22nd meeting between the Grand Slam champions, neither could make inroads against the other's serve in the first set until a Wawrinka double fault in the tiebreak opened the door for Murray. The Scot took full advantage and captured the first set when the Swiss sent a forehand long. In the second set, a broken racket string led to Murray to shank a shot that handed set points to Wawrinka, who converted on his first opportunity to level the match. Murray, 35, and Wawrinka, 37, both needed visits from physiotherapists in the third set, which Murray claimed when he ripped a return winner on his fourth match point. Murray is now 13-9 against fellow three-time Grand Slam champion Wawrinka. Next up for the Scot is an all-British battle with 9-seed Cameron Norrie, who beat Holger Rune 7-6, 5, 4-6, 6-4 in a hard-fought battle.
Murray. 7-6. Game and second set. Wawrinka, new balls please. Game, set the match, Murray. 2 sets to 1. 7-6, 5-7, 7-5.
And that's all the time we have on Plus Sports on Plus TV Africa. My name, again, is Mikhail Tinubu. As always, I'd like to thank you wherever you're catching us, whether home or at work. Thank you for joining us. Remember, life is never boring with some sports. Have a wonderful day.
Is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
I bet your eyes and ears are thrilled with music videos coming from Nigerian artists. You obviously notice the singer, the video vixens, and other talents. But what about the music director? Close your eyes, think about your favorite music video, and see if you can tell who directed it. Great if you can, sad if you can't. We're here to celebrate the brains behind the videos out there, and here are 5 top Nigerian music video directors. Number 1. Clarence Peters. He's a director, filmmaker, and cinematographer. The founder and chief executive officer of Capital Dream Pictures was involved in a mobile-sponsored music video for a documentary on AIDS in 1998. He directed 40 episodes of the TV series Everyday People. Peters has also shot a good number of documentaries, TV commercials, short films, and TV features. He has directed music videos for recording artists such as Dare, Durella, Wizkid, Seyi Shay, Burna Boy, Waje, Tubaba, Fino, Runtown, and Yemi Alade. Peters has won numerous awards for his works. Number 2. TG Omori. Also known as Boy Director, TG Omori is a Nigerian music video director and cinematographer. He started directing at 15 while overseeing stage plays at school and church. He began making videos a year later but took it up professionally at 18 after graduating from Pencil Film Institute. This made him the youngest professional filmmaker in Nigeria. He has worked with Olamide, Wizkid, Burna Boy, Techno, Kiss Daniel, Fireboy DML, Fowls, Timaya, Naira Marley, and many others.
That's why she don't want to push, she wanna stick around. But she still say that she love me cause I'm sexy. And I tell her that she lying, that she vexing. She be screaming, I be screaming, we be reckless. But I know that she be liking makeup sexy.
Number 3. Meji Alabi. This London-born Nigerian filmmaker, director, photographer, and producer has worked alongside Beyonce, Burna Boy, Wizkid, Davido, Tiwa Savage, Popcan, Goldlink, and Nasty C. He directed Seyi Shay's Murder in 2014, a move that gave him the desired attention in Nigeria. Alabi also worked with Wizkid on his Made in Lagos album. He's a co-founder of JM Films with Jimmy Adesoya.
You know my style, you know big chance, then it's all up eBay. If you say you get the man, then you wanna try, you could go die, baby. You've been a landslide for a long time, but then no one believe me. All of them come back, tell you one try, but you do it easy.
Number 4. Dami Twitch. His original name is Owolabi Oluwadamilola. Twitch started with photography in 2013 before going to full music production in 2017. That was the year he shot his first music video for Burna Boy and Yonda. He has gone on to shoot visuals for Fowls, Burna Boy, Olamide, Lil Kesh, Victor A.D., Simi, Peruzzi, Mayokun, Leah, and Davido. Number 5. HG2 Filmworks. Olaolu Olabode Folarin, also known as HG2 Filmworks, is a Nigerian-American music video director, graphic designer, entrepreneur, and cinematographer. Olabode began his production journey as a graphic designer and later went into full-time music video production in 2010. He has directed music videos for big-name artists like D'banj, Kiss Daniel, Dami Crane, Reminisce, Nice, and Scales. You will agree with me that these directors bend over backwards to churn out massive videos for our entertainment. And such, they deserve more than enough accolades for their contributions. So whenever you watch your favorite artist videos, always remember the men behind the scene.
What's good, beautiful people? Yes, we're back with another sensational episode of Tea Time, where we bring you the vibes, intellectual conversations, dope narrations, analysis, and dissection. I am Antonia Oshili, and of course, I never do this alone. I have with me a pretty ZB.
Hi, Antonia. Good morning.
Good morning. How's your day been so
It's
far?
been beautiful so far. I'm sure it's going to get better.
Hey. What would you say about August? Like, how has August been for you?
I think August has had a lot of highs. August, I usually think of August as a very boring month. Sorry if you're bored in August. But I do think this year it's been great. It's been great.
Are you an Ember Boone?
No, I was actually born in May. Yeah, the cool month. Yeah.
Aries season.
Yes,
April,
Taurus.
So
I guess we're quite similar. We probably share a few traits.
Yeah, I hope we do. Anyways, you can join the conversation by calling in on 0909 8408 408 to share your opinions on trending discussions that we'll be dissecting and analyzing. Anyways, you know how we roll. Let's have a look at our first trending video for today.
This fine bubble will catch my eye. I see him for sure. I see him for sure. Never seen a guy who looks so fly. Is he alone? I'm wondering, is he alone? Boy, I no go let you walk on by. Can we take it slow? We take it slow. We take it slow. Take it slow. Too many questions going through my mind. Where you they go? I wanna know. Let me.
College Ikeja. It was filled to capacity with people from all walks of life thronging the venue to witness the event. The arrival of Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu got the place electrified as he acknowledged greetings from the people. The governor told the gatherings that the event took place simultaneously across the 5 divisions in order to meet up with its projected target to produce 10 million cars before the end of the year.
I want to use this up to call on all of us, let us acquire this Lagos resident card. And it will help us enjoy the many, many benefits on offer and enable us more thoroughly and effectively plan and budget for the delivery of the dividends of democracy against the backdrop of our ever-growing population. I'm certainly proud to note that the smart card benefiting the leading megacity in Africa, Lagos State.
Tubosu Alake is a special advisor to the governor, Innovation and Technology. He described the launch as a landmark to catalyze the Lagos economy through technology.
This new identity paradigm in Lagos, tagged LASRA 2.0, that is what we have called it, adopts industry-leading technology with world-class partners to deliver a comprehensive and elastic identity system that is future-proof and highly secure.
General Manager of LASRA, Ibilola Kasimu, highlighted the unique features of the new Lagos Residence Card.
This new card is a multi-purpose smart card with 28 applets that make the provision of 28 services possible to cardholders. The new card is therefore a multi-application smart card that offers registered residents access to services ranging from serving as a means of personal security and identity verification at points of accessing various government services, validation of your residency status, and also financial inclusiveness by providing every resident with the ability to perform cashless transactions.
She told the gathering that card holders can also use it as a means of payment for services across multiple vendors, including buses, ferries, supermarkets, and cash withdrawals from banks' automated teller machines. Kasimu appealed to residents in the state who have not registered to do so by visiting the agency's website www.lagosresidents.gov.ng. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has opened the newly built containerized modular classroom block in Vetland Junior Grammar School, Agege. He described the digitalized modular school as the future of public schools in Lagos, Nigeria, and Africa in general. This is the Vetland Junior Grammar School in Agege. The school was carved out of the existing Vetland Grammar School and officially took off on 6 January 2003. The formal commissioning brought so much excitement to the students, parents and teachers as Governor Sanwo-Olu made his way through the crowd. The governor in his keynote address told the gathering that his goal was to build schools of the future, public schools that are driven by cutting-edge technology. He described the modular school as a milestone on the journey towards ensuring that no child is left behind in Lagos State.
This is the future of public school in Lagos. This is the future of public school in Nigeria. We believe this should be the future of public school in Africa. In terms of some numbers, our administration so far, we've constructed over 800 new classroom blocks in public school system, while we're completing rehabilitation of about 200 primary schools and secondary schools, all within the next couple of weeks. We've also added about 180,000 units of furniture that have been supplied across all the 6 educational districts in the state.
Commissioner for Education Folashade Adefisayo thanked Sanwo-Olu for keeping his promise of increasing the ministry's yearly budgetary allocation. She described the Vetland modular building as one for ages.
This building is unique, but it's unique again because for me as an educationist, I love nice buildings. I want the children to be in nice buildings. But for me, it's always about the teaching and learning, what is going on inside the school. And in this school, in each classroom, we have a smart whiteboard. We have tablets for the children. The teachers clock in using biometrics. And what this is going to do is that we are moving our children into the 21st century.
Chairman of the Special Committee of Rehabilitation of Public Schools, Hakeem Smith, noted that a new intermodal containerized building would encourage hybrid learning. He said pupils can learn remotely because of the type of technology deployed in the school.
In 10 years from now, the kids from Vetland are the ones who will digitize your civil service. It will be native to them. It will be native to them. It will be what they are used to doing from day one already. They would be the corporate leaders tomorrow who are going to be solving with critical thinking skills that they would learn in this classroom, solving problems for Lagos State. They would be the inventors in 2 years from now from the technology they have here.
When you bring traditional learning into modern day technology, you have them at your fingertip. They are interested, they come alive. And then this solution, this technology sitting in this classroom allows them to interact with the teacher. There's room for critical thinking. There's room for creativity. So it's not just the teacher talking and writing. Now they are actively involved. You can see that all of the pupils have a PC. Everything going on the screen is replicated on their PC. So they get to interact and collaborate.
The containerized modular school building comprises 9 regular classrooms, 3 laboratories, and 4 staff rooms, all solar-powered. As a government entrusted with oversight and leadership of the public service, my administration will continue to give priority attention to all your needs, especially those that will improve your job satisfaction and your ability and capacity to meet the expectations of Lagosians. This reassurance came from Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu at the 2022 Public Service Week celebration. It was an auspicious occasion organized to recognize Lagos State public servants who have been adjudged outstanding in various ministries, agencies and parastatals statewide. The grand finale was part of activities lined up to commemorate the 2022 Public Service Week. The stakes were high, so also expectations of these civil servants, all anticipating to win. The arrival of Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu set the tone for the moment. The governor stepped to the podium, reassuring that the workers' welfare was topmost in his agenda.
As a government that is entrusted with oversight and the leadership of the public service, we will continue to give priority attention to all of your needs, especially those that will improve the quality of your job and give you a higher level of job satisfaction and increase your ability and capacity to meet the very, very high expectations of Lagosians.
Earlier, the head of service, Muri Okwonla, highlighted the selection process for recipients of award.
A total number of 334 nominations were received from MDAs, local governments and LCDAs for year 2020-2021. Out of this nomination, a total of 190 officers were finally recommended to receive the Outstanding Officers Award in line with the aforementioned.
And the moment finally came. 10 car keys were presented to the lucky winners drawn from both the senior and junior categories. Mojisola Oyeleke won a business class return ticket to Dubai.
With the support of Air Peace Nigeria, you are flying business class to Dubai.
I'm very grateful. I'm not expecting it, but I'm very grateful. I thank my God that He's do wonder for me. I don't know that God will answer me this way.
Bola Agbabiaka, on behalf of other awardees, thanked Governor Sanwo-Olu for counting them worthy of such an honor. He said the award will spur them to more service. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has unveiled and handed over 48 units of Greater Lagos LBIC apartments in Ogba Ijayi Pensinima of Agege. The project, according to Sanwo-Olu, is a testament to his administration's commitment to providing affordable housing for Lagosians. The Greater Lagos LBIC apartments comprise 2 3-bedroom flats and 4 units of the 4-bedroom maisonette. It is a joint venture arrangement involving Lagos Building Investment Company (PLC) and RPDC Limited. Governor Sanwo-Olu, in fulfillment of his administration's promise, handed over keys to 14 families that were displaced as a result of the construction of the Agege Pensinima with no payment or charges.
For us, this is not only about the affordability of the housing, but also it's not only about the availability, but it's also about the affordability. We're concerned about ensuring that not only are the houses reasonably priced, but that they are also creative in financing mechanism that gives people the capacity and the convenience to pay based on their future earning and incomes. And so it is our quest to provide decent yet affordable accommodation to the people of the state. We have in close partnership with the private sector. Today, in just about 3 years, we've handed over almost 4,000 housing units across the state.
Sanwo-Olu disclosed that since inception of his administration, it has commissioned not less than 15 affordable and decent housing projects and delivered more than 3,526 housing units across the state, noting that the ongoing land reform was his commitment to addressing the challenge of housing deficits in Lagos State. He said the Greater Lagos LBIC apartments are an example of what is possible in this regard.
Given a lot of land to some of our big developers to also help them so that we can monitor and they can help us also ensure that we can activate, housing need to a lot of our citizens. Indeed, our view has always been that the most efficient way to address the housing challenge we face as a mega city is for government to enable and empower the private sector to also deploy adequate capital in this area. It is true meaning of public-private partnership, each player bringing its strengths to bear to deliver a sustainable project that benefits the people and the state. And you see, the Greater Lagos LBRC apartment is an example of that testament. And so it is my pleasure to announce and to be able to hand over to the 14 families that were displaced because of the construction of a very iconic Agege Pen Cinema Bridge. We now have accommodated all of them under this scheme, and that their flats will be allocated to them here today at no cost at all. And so I would like to use this medium to appeal to all of our housing agencies, all of them, most of them are here, to continue to engage robustly with the private sector as well as other stakeholders to jointly address the housing deficit in our mega city of Lagos State. Our expectation is that within a couple of months, LBRC, which is one of their primary roles, and I've charged them again, and I'm sure maybe next month or the month after, they should be handing over about 320 units in Amu Odofi. They should be completing about 360 units in Obele Oniwala in Surulere. They should be completing another 64 units at Olaleye in Iponri. They should, at an advanced stage of 132 units at the Ikeja. And they also at very advanced stage with shopping malls they have at Lekki and Ikeja. I think LBRC deserves a round of applause. I'm sure if I should roll out the one for LSDPC, they also have a lot that I'm aware of. They have houses that are built in Ilupeju, in Victoria Island, in Surulere, in Ogba. That's for LSDPC. And for Ministry of Housing, we're waiting for you. I know you are the bigger boys there. You have in Bagada, you have in Ikorodu, you have in Epe. So let's just wrap it up. Let's have all of those houses off the shelf, Mr. Commissioner. Okay?
In his address, the Managing Director, Lagos Building Investment Company, Oluwatobiloba Lawal, said Governor Sanwo-Olu's commitment in ensuring that the housing deficit in Lagos State is reduced and affordable to Lagosians is commendable.
The highlight of this event is the magnanimity of our dear Mr. Governor to reallocate and hand over keys to families that were displaced as a result of the construction of Agege Pen Cinema Bridge. These flats are to be given free with no cost. This is another expression of this administration on common compassion and strong determination to meet yearnings and aspirations of the good people of Lagos State. It is important to note that the project to be commissioned was achieved as a result of collaboration with RPDC Limited, which is a construction company. The scheme comprises of 48 units of 2- and 3-bedroom flats. Also, 4 units of 4-bedroom maisonette. May I seize this opportunity to thank the management of RPDC Limited for a job well done.
Speaking on behalf of the 14 families who were allocated apartments in the Greater Lagos LBIC apartments, Mrs. Esther Ogumbajo recalled that about 5 years ago, their flats were demolished for the Pen Cinema Bridge.
When His Excellency Babajide Sanwo-Olu emerged as Executive Governor of Lagos State, we continued the protests and the fights with the government. But because His Excellency has a listening ears, he called us to a roundtable talk. He promised to build another flat for us, although we did not believe him. But we are here today to collect the keys to our appointment. Today, our joy has no measure. By the special grace of God, COP 2023, we promise you the vote of everyone in this community. This is a clear evidence His Excellency will deliver his manifesto. We wish you success in the forthcoming election in 2023.
She commended Governor Sanwo-Olu for fulfilling his promise to compensate them, promising that the residents will vote en masse to re-elect the governor during the next governorship election. That's all we have for you in this episode of the Greater Lagos Vision on Plus TV Africa. I'm Lovey Kuku Oyedoku. Bye for now.
Left the walls of banking industry to become a maker and producer of apparels, customized apparels at that. Listen to our story in a bit.
My name is Olubusola Amada. I studied accounting in school and, well, I was a banker for 7.5 years. All through my banking career, I was also doing my business by the side. Not until last year, July 26th precisely. That was my last day being a banker. And here's what I do now. I make clothes, I make children's clothes, I make urban apparel, t-shirts, hoodies, joggers. This is my world. Whatever it is, if it is creativity, fun, happiness, you come here. It's been challenging, especially because this is the first time in my life that I have to totally concentrate and do a customer-facing job. While I was in the banking industry, I worked at the head office all through my banking career, and I never really had to interact so much with customers. But now, I have to take customers' orders, I have to arrange customers' orders, send them down, it comes back to me, sort them, dispatch, get customers' feedback. So right now, I am like the old face of the business, which is very new to me. So we bought a lot of papers and put them together. So we have t-shirts here. So I don't know if I've told you, we do all these things. Okay, so this one is for a customer. This is for dad. It says I'm dad. I don't care. So other ones, so for the mom, we decided to jazz it up a bit with glitter. Well, I told you also that we do children's clothes as well. So we have very cute outfits for children. We still have them. And we also do things with Ankara as well. We are Nigerians, we are. The challenges really come from the fact that you have to, that you're managing your customers and you have as much visibility as possible on social media, you know, and you have to manage everybody. You have to manage the people who are working with you. You have to manage customers. You have to manage the vendors that you're working with. For instance, your dispatch guys. Any mistake can spoil everything, and at the end of the day, customer is not happy. When customer is not happy, you don't make money. So it's a small box that comprises so many things, and at times you feel dragged, like so many things. But it's really interesting, actually. It's really interesting. I won't call it challenging. I'll say it's really, really interesting. I won't say that my life as a banker is better than this, or that this is better than that. I would just say that at different points in our lifetime, we are wired to do different things. So back then, I was already doing this as a side also. So, and as at that time, at the 24th of the month, I know that something is coming into my pocket. But right now, I always know that the 24th of the month, we need to pay salary. The company needs to pay salary. So even if we don't even have it at that time, I have to look for every means, get jobs, chat friends, and so that at least we can have something to pay at that time of the month. So it's a totally different lifestyle. At the point in my career, I felt that I had done it all, as in I had given my all to the banking system. And I felt that if I stayed there longer, there's really nothing so much of me, and I'm missing out on the next level of my life. So I thought, okay, how about, this is something I've been doing for a while, how about I give it a try? I've learned so much in the banking industry, and I've learned so much from my mentors, I've learned so much from school. So why don't I put all the learnings together, and that goes round the neck. This is the first sample we'll be doing. We just cut this right here while you're here, and this is what we have come up with. We'll keep practicing until we get it right. So this is the first one, and let me show you. We are not there yet. Okay, so we are almost close. We're almost close. By the time we do the third, fourth, and the fifth one, I'm sure it will be perfect. So this is why I said I want to do this full time, because it makes me happy. What excites me most about the business is the creative part of it. The fact that you piece different things together and it comes to a whole. It's really fun. It's invigorating, and the best part of it is when you now see the results. So that's why most of the time I like to print, because you just put different pieces together and a beautiful picture jumps at you. So it's really exciting, actually, it is.
I've been working with McMurdo since 2014. I love this job, and I believe in future I want to have a fashion home just like this.
My 9-to-5 job. I won't say for certain that I will not go back to my 9-to-5 job, because I don't know which circumstances I will find myself in the next 6 months or 2 years or 3 years. But if you asked me now, will I go back to my 9-to-5 job? Like now, the way I feel now, I will tell you for certain, no. At least not at this point in my life. It's not an option at this point in my life. Hey, this is not a regular 9-to-5, but this is my life. It's my life. And my name is Olubusola Mada.
And in this episode, we are meeting with Juliet Aigbe. Juliet Aigbe has been in the IT world for 3 years, and even with experience in oil and gas as a liaison officer between the company and oil-producing communities. And she left all of this to begin what she is passionate about, which is confectionaries and baking. And today, we are at her premises to have a conversation.
Okay, I would say I moved from 9 to 5 because I didn't essentially leave IT.
Right.
It's always a part of life, especially now that we're in this COVID era. Those things really come to bear. So I never really left IT. I just kind of had a paradigm shift in how I was going to express my individuality. So I've always been the kind of person that has independent thoughts and opinion. And so that drove me to discovering myself and in becoming more self-aware about my proclivities, my passion, what drives me. I think I found a fuller expression in Sugar Craftsing, and that's why I'm here. Sometimes I feel like it's a curse because there's this illusion that, oh, you want to be your own boss and then you want to, make things happen. I think the beauty or the blessing there is just being able to create. I think essentially that's the high points of entrepreneurship for me, creating something from nothing, evolving and putting substance to a dream, So that for me is, I'll say, the blessing. But in terms of being in it, it's so good that I probably didn't even see how the journey is going to be. Because if I did, I probably would just remain my 9 to 5, which was more a cushier environment than here, which feels like a jungle, So you just have to know your onions and know what you're doing. And another thing, why I transitioned into Sugar Craftsing is we checked the global Dream Index. The survey was carried out to see people who really fulfill their dreams. 50% of women don't pursue what they're really passionate about. Maybe you're told to go and study medicine or I think there was a particular place I watched where they said, oh, it's supposed to be 3 things, either a doctor, a lawyer, or an engineer, or a disgrace to the family. Like anything outside of those 3, it's like a disgrace. I actually went through that. You mean after all the education, you worked in, I can't call the company. You're going to start doing cakes? What's the point? To send you to school? Because our parents had this artisanal thinking that if you're an artisan, you're a second-tier kind of person, and everything. Or if it's a blue-collar kind of work, it's not really that prestigious like a white-collar job. I think that's a colonial construct because they come, tell you what to do, but there's no full expression. If you check even industrialized nations, you see people who actually make a difference are those who invent things, who create things, who solve problems. And I think the entrepreneur has that streak in him or her that says, I want to solve a problem. And that's what drives you. And that's why when you have all the challenges, you don't say, oh, I wish I'm back in my 9 to 5. I never regret making this transition. I don't work 9 to 5. I work crazier hours. I work 6 to 6. As in 24/7. You're thinking, even when you're dreaming the next task, So it's always like being driven by passion, being driven by a problem that needs to get solved. And that's why I say, I won't trade this for anything else. Even if I move on from cake making, because right now we don't just do cakes, we also do cake mixes, and then we train people. And I think I have the reformer streak in me where I'm looking at what is happening in the food sector right now. There's a lot of carcinogenic additives that are used to enhance production processes just to increase yield and profitability, and they're very harmful and injurious to people's health. So I am taking that as my own advocacy project. You know what? We can actually have baked goods in this sector, in the industry, without falsifying them with additives that are harmful to the body, especially now during this COVID-19 era where people are dying of underlying health issues. I'm looking critically at what kind of baked goods can they eat where they don't have to worry about their health or worry about side effects. And that's why our products in the market right now solve those problems. Talking about challenges, one of the things that we encounter in running our business is power supply, and that's our generator there. Without it, we really can't make this work. And so it's one of the big headaches we have in this sector. We're hoping that things will improve drastically and then we can, make more progress in Nigeria. So we're going to go inside right now. However, no mask, no entry. Another challenge, we all go through challenges in life and in the business as well. Another challenge that we have is ease of doing business. A lot of times you don't get the right kind of information. Then government policies also keep changing. There was a time when tariff on wheat importation was escalated and it became like 20% increase on that tariff. That really affected the cost of production in terms of raw materials and access to materials. So that's the unstable economic environment is a challenge as well. And then manpower. Sometimes you don't want to go through what they call high key man risk. You want to be able to break down your operational processes to be able to accommodate this high key man risk factor. So what we've just done is to overcome that challenge is to put in place a turnkey model that breaks up a particular task into, or let me say, demystify the process. So if for example, I have a decorator or a baker, we just break up the tasks assigned so that we know who does what, and that way it's easy to scale up, And so one of the things we're also able to do to overcome this challenge is we have our cake mixes where we don't need power supply to produce it. The new normal is to bake at home because during the lockdown, a lot of people could not really go out to order cakes or see what they want. So either they shop online and like, you know what, let me just pick up a skill of baking. Now I have time on my hands. Most of the excuse people give is, oh, I don't have time to bake. I can't use my oven. I'm sure 80% of ovens in Nigeria are not even utilized. So with the cake mix, you're able to actually go down from your gas cooker to the oven space and use it. So it's been a very interesting journey, expanding our product offering from just decorated cakes. And we have two types of decorated cakes. We have the made to stock, the ones that you come and pick on the shelf, and then we have the made to measure or the made to order, the ones that are signature or specialty for special occasions. And I'm moving from that or expanding further into cake mixes where you don't have to be a professional baker to bake your cake. What we've done is we've packaged the premix in a way that you just open the pack, pour into your bowl, add the wet ingredients like your eggs and vegetable oil and water, and then stir, pour into your baking pan. It goes straight into your oven that you hardly used. And then in less than 30 minutes, a cake comes out. And there's an emotional high you get from being able to bake your own cake that, oh, finally I can bake a cake by myself. And even kids can be fully engaged also using the cake mixes because they build confidence saying that, oh, I baked that cake. Did you see that chocolate cake? I baked it, It's almost like you want to impress your loved ones about, how you can bake a cake. So for me, that's emotional high that you get, from baking with the cake mix. It's something that is so unique that you don't get from even buying a decorated cake, You can say, oh, my cake is pretty, but when you bake it yourself, happiness comes to you because you created something with your hands. And so that's how you become happy, when you create things with your hands and you can see it. And people are like, oh, wow, this is really nice. This looks really good. And it tastes fantastic too. I'm like, oh, that's my cake. So it's like trying to bring the general public to demystify the entire process of baking. And that's why we have amazing cake mixes. I call them the breakthrough cake mixes because it's very easy to use. It's just mix it and then you bake it. It's as simple as that. And me being like a reformer, why I came into this sector is I want to be able to look at why do we use things like aspartame, ACK to sweeten baked goods. I'm like, no, we can do without those kind of sweeteners and bring in nutritive sweeteners instead of those non-nutritive and actually carcinogenic sweeteners. So I am here just trying to reform that industry, doing my bits to reform as much as I can and then pass the baton to the next person and for them to also go the full distance in ensuring that we don't play part of the bad food politics that's going on globally around the world just because we want to scale a business. So other challenges are, there's a lot, Then the delivery, sometimes the roads are bad and then you can't go too far or you have to pay premium to get your goods to their desired destinations. Sometimes when we even ship our products out of Lagos to other parts of Nigeria, it can take as long as 2 weeks to move those goods from Lagos to a place like Abuja. And then when you have a shelf life of your products for like 3 months and it's already spending 1/3 of the time in transit, so you just have 2 months to play with, it just puts you under a lot of pressure. And so for us, we've just looked at all these issues as growing pains, you know, and those are some of the challenges that we encounter running the business.
My name is Femi Olawale. I'm a decorator, and we are so structured and has a procedure that's what makes us to be more efficient in every of our products. Sometimes it's somehow tough, while sometimes it's easy because we have to give our customers exactly what they really want. So for these, we go a very long way to satisfy our customer in all our efforts. Sometimes, you know, most of our customers, you know, to talk to us rudely based on saying that we are doing cakes, but for the fact that we really need them, so we just have to take it and face the life challenges the way it comes. And we're in another dimension of challenges. Sometimes, you know, based on our product, we are to deliver. Sometimes we have a series of challenges in terms of delivery and all that. Our customers, they are somehow, some of them are very easy, while some are tough, you know. No matter it is, we just have to, you know, satisfy our customers because all customers are always right.
My name is Juliet Aigwe. This is not your regular 9 to 5. This is my life.
Hello and welcome to Plus Events, your #1 diary show that brings the best and biggest events to your screen. I am Antonia Oshili, and on today's show we have 3 exciting events that you would very much enjoy. On our first event, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, ICAN, organized an event to inaugurate Alexander Wilcox as its 20th chairman. Plus TV Africa was there to cover the event.
In the hall were family and friends, close associates, professional colleagues, and invited guests of Alexander Wilcox. They were all excited to celebrate their own. Wilcox, the man of the moment, while recounting how he was first elected to the executive committee of the body as a social publicity secretary, and now as the chairman of the institute because of his hard work and the efforts of some special people who reposed confidence in him, was self-assured on what he would do differently to sustain the work of his predecessors.
It's not going to be a dash, it's going to be a marathon. And cooperation is the only that can see us through. We have a lot of activities. And what we have planned to do is to engage as much possible stakeholders.
As he further stated how he would go about it, his ever-supportive daughter, Jacqueline Wilcox, was delighted to have a visionary father. She believes her father is capable of leading the organization.
I have appreciated my predecessors. They have all done their very best. But like I said, and I will always repeat what I said in my acceptance speech, more of stakeholders' engagement, especially in media. I started my administration by visiting media houses. And that I have visited 3, and I'm visiting more. Now the media will have to propagate what we are doing. We'll have partnership with the media so that our host committee will know what we are doing.
He did not just jump into this. He has been built up and trained for this. And so I am very confident that he has what it takes to make this work. And as you can see, many other people have that same confidence in him. They have, gotten up to testify to all these attributes in him. For him, I just say, keep the flag flying, keep being you. All the attributes that you possess that have brought you up to this point will take you even further than here.
His friend and professional colleague, Yinka Daudu, and an activist, Nelson Ekujumi, congratulated him and both said they have no doubt he will deliver in his capacity.
Alexander is someone I have known for many years. As a matter of fact, we worked in the same office sometimes in the 90s. And I can assure you that he's a very, very reliable person. It is a well-deserved honor given to Alester. He has put in a lot into that district, and it can only be better that he is given this position.
I will describe Alester, going by the encomiums poured on him today, as a thorough professional, a diligent auditor, and an accomplished accountant. So that tells you clearly that Alester is a complete Nigerian. I'm sure these are some of the qualities that the members of his Lagos and District Society have seen in him.
Friends, family, and invited guests congratulated him as they danced and wished him a successful tenure in office.
Our next event is on multi-award-winning writer, film and TV producer, and TV host Funmi Iyanda, who invited family, friends, and loved ones to a watch party for the second season of her newly introduced TV show, Public Eye.
The hall was filled with friends and family, young entrepreneurs, journalists, and the brother and sister of the victim of the Lagos State Bus Rapid Transit, the late Bamshe Anyanwola, on whose story one of the episodes of Public Eye centers on. The quintessential storyteller Funmi Iyanda wasted no time in welcoming everyone as she took the audience through the journey into the birth of Public Eye.
I wanted to come here to have sort of like an intimate evening with friends and family and people I've also met in the course of Public Eye. And so it's a pleasure to see you all here. At the time that I started my career, I was also just very young. I was in my 20s. Sometimes we talk about our country and we talk about the things that are wrong with it, as we should. I can also see the things that are improving in spite and because of the actions and all of us, which is what Public Eye is about.
She also stated that it was high time Nigerians came together in their diversity to build the society.
So beyond talking about how horrible things have been, it's now what exactly can we actually do about it? Who should be doing what? What can we do to ensure that they do it?
One of the special guests, Ogunbanwo, encouraged the audience and Nigerians at large to do the right thing at all times and be responsible for their actions in order to build a society we can all call our own.
What kind of stories do we want to tell? What is the purpose of telling the story? We first have to acknowledge the good things before we keep pointing out the other things that we need to change. It's not just government. The average person in this room may forget, and it is human to forget, to renew your vehicle particulars. Be ready to pay the fine.
Adinrele Edun, alongside other invited guests, admired the skill of Iyanda's storytelling as the shower encomium on her.
I always have this to say about the media mogul and messiah that I call Funmi Iyanda. Auntie Funmi Iyanda, because she's not my mate. I was inspired and motivated by how she was constantly changing the narrative and she was rewriting the story of media and also giving us stories from a different perspective. Where do I even start from? Mama, you are ageless, you are timeless, you are flawless, you are stainless, you are spotless. Gbogbo, take all your flowers. In short, you don't even need flowers, you own the garden.
She is keeping abreast of the story to tell us that he shouldn't die because the safety of Lagosians and every one of us is at stake here. She wants the public to take 1 or 2 lessons from this.
She's real, she's true, she's inspiring, she's humble, she is beautiful, and above all, she's blessed.
In the world we live in today, journalism and new media, it's very, very tempting to go after like flashy entertainment, fun stories, but it's still important to make sure that ordinary people's stories of justice and injustice and the way Nigerians live are told. And Funmi has always made that the core of her career. She's always wanted to highlight how regular, everyday Nigerians are living and growing and managing themselves in the society we live in. So it's really, really amazing and inspirational to see that she has continued to do that with Public Eye.
Guests at the event were treated to a light entertainment, even as Public Eye Season 2 goes on air.
And finally, on this episode of Plus Events, Christ Against Drug Abuse Ministry, CADAM, organized a walk in commemoration of World Drug Day and to create awareness about the dangers of indulging in drugs.
About 100 members of CADAM converged just at the gate of the redemption camp of the Redeemed Christian Church of God in Ogun State to sensitize the people about the effects of drug abuse. The sensitization began from the gate with members excitedly singing, dancing and sharing flyers as they embarked on a 7-kilometer walk to the house of the Grand Patron, Foluke Adeboye. Adeboye advised the members to keep up the work.
I want to seize this opportunity to thank God for all our board members and all our stakeholders and those who love us, who are supporting us over the years at CADAM. Even as we have submitted your wish and your will to eradicate drug by supporting all my beloved men of valor. On behalf of the General Overseer and the RCCG as a whole, we want to say thank you to all our stakeholders.
The Director General of CADAM, Dr. Dukun Adedeji, promised that the organization would continue the sensitization across the nation.
Substance abuse is so bad that we need to know about it. If you know the statistics that United Nations released, Nigeria has about 14.4% prevalence use. We translate about 15 million. And that was about 4 years ago. You can then imagine what it is now. If we don't do anything about it, very soon the whole country will be ravaged by drugs. So we need to work with NDLEA, UNODC to do this.
The Assistant General Overseer, Admin and Personnel of the Redeemed Christian Church of God, Funsho Odeshola, as well as the Director of Programs and Orientation, CADAM, Funke Salako, both urged parents to take up the responsibility of monitoring their wards.
Parent and every member of the family should give priority to the family even more than work, because God gave us family before He handed over work to us.
If it's still experimental use, then they need counseling. They will need counseling before it gets out of hand. Getting out of hand, I mean, before it gets to addiction. We've helped so many people over the years. We've helped over 3,000 people, and a lot of them are still standing, and they are doing good in society. So,
World Drug Day is marked on the 26th of June every year to strengthen action and cooperation in achieving a world free of drug abuse.
Well, that's a wrap for today. I hope you enjoyed the events on today's show. Remember, if you want to showcase your events to the world, Plus Events is the place for you. Please follow us on our Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram account, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I am Antonia Oshili. Thanks for watching.
Cooking is considered a basic life skill, but some have honed that skill and turned it into a profitable business. This is the story of Abiola Akanji, popularly called Chef Stone. Abiola Akanji discovered his love for cooking at a very early age.
The name came from business school. When I was in business school in London, they used to call me Mr. Stone, the man that cannot be moved. Because when I set my mind to something, there's nothing you can say to stop me from doing it, basically. Unlike many boys, I was in the kitchen more than on the field. I wasn't a football person. I wasn't really a sporty kid. I spent a lot of time in the kitchen with my mom. I was really fascinated with food and baking and anything to do with food. I used to be that kid that anytime a food show comes up, I'll be right in front of the TV watching. My mom enjoyed that because it got us closer together. But my dad really didn't think much of it. Like most African dads, it just thought, it just doesn't like playing football. It likes being in the kitchen. After I went to London for university, while I was in London, I worked as a chef throughout. So that was for me like the ultimate thing, work around food. And that's where I kind of found the passion for cooking and being a chef. But I still, at that point, didn't think I was going to do a business of it because I was studying business. My dad worked in the bank for 35 years. I was never going to come back and say, I don't want to do that. I want to come and be a chef. So for me, it was never a business until I moved back to Nigeria and saw that the industry was totally non-existent. There was nobody was teaching anybody how to be a chef. You have to go abroad to learn or work under someone for many, many years to learn. So that's where I kind of got a gap in the market that I really wanted to fill.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them.
If you no talk, then go beat you.
Now 2,500 they pay.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408 or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
God worry for that. All rodents and reptiles who they disturb the die.
I'm a graduate of Political Science Social Studies from Adini Rogosaya College of Education. I graduated in the year 2020.
See, as of now, I'm looking for other jobs that I can match together to meet up with responsibility. One time I remember trekking from Oriental Hotel to Eco Hotel, dropping my CVs at every place, dropping my CVs at different restaurants, different bars, different hotels, just hoping for something.
Pius is a graduate of computer science, but he drives an Uber for a living in the city of Lagos. Although underemployed, Pius is considered a tad lucky because 41% of the labor population with bachelor's degrees are without employment.
I got several jobs. When I go for the interview, I'll pass it. They'll say I'm too young, they want an older chef. And then so things like that were very, very frustrating. They almost pushed me off the edge. I was almost at the brink of going to call my friends and be like, okay, let me learn this year with me. But I just decided to keep pushing. Then I heard about this Uber thing. I got my first car. I was driving for somebody. I was supposed to be paying the person 25k a week. But sometimes when I walk, the car was having so much issues. If I make maybe 20, 30k in a day, the car, I'll end up spending like 27,000, 25,000 on fuel. So I couldn't keep up. I had to go for another car to another car before I finally found this one. And this one I'm driving to own the car and I'm almost done with it.
Presently, 1 out of every 3 Nigerians that are able to work are unemployed, according to the National Bureau of Statistics. 23.2 million Nigerians are out of work. That is almost the entire population of Sierra Leone, Liberia, and Gambia combined. While Nigeria's youth population has increased much in the last 1.5 decades, the available economic opportunities are shrinking. Nigeria is facing an increasing youth bulge with over 123 million young citizens, but there are just not enough jobs for these youths.
From 2015 to date, I found myself jobless. Now presently I'm managing a job, electrical job, which I invested my money and went to go and acquire some skills, which is providing money for me now.
Instead of me searching for a job, my father just advised me, instead of you working somewhere, killing yourself, you know what the country is now, just go into this. And I thought of it, I started making research, then I started doing my father's business. And that was how I started selling ads. I sell ads here and there.
Up to date, if I see a job, I will work, but if the pay is meaningful, because now they can't give me a job that will be earning like 45,000 or 50,000, because now through my electrical job I'm doing now, I earn more than the salary I think they will offer me now.
The dire unemployment situation, which some believe is more severe than reported, has been made worse by the coronavirus pandemic, which has led to shutdown of businesses. The adverse effects of this rising unemployment rate in Nigeria are becoming enormous and far-reaching.
Where there is unemployment, there is psychological desperation in itself, the sense of not having something to do. Then you also have the cogent economic consequence of not having money to spend because you're not working. This economic consequence then falls into a sociological consequence, which is a criminal side, because if people cannot fend for themselves, they either beg or steal or engage in any kind of disruptive criminal act. For these reasons, for these three reasons of psychology, sociology, and economic reasons, it is very important that we take the issue of unemployment very seriously.
When you are not able to meet your basic needs, when you that were able to put food on your table, you're now struggling, you that you were able to give somebody 5,000 naira, you're the one that is now begging 5,000 naira, it affects your sense of worth.
The unemployment problem is compounded for those living with disabilities who have to deal with extra hurdles, people like Christiana, who is a visually impaired business owner and tutor in Lagos.
We have this misconception that when there is no sight, there is nothing you can do. But in my own case, it's not like that. But one of the problems that we have is like people never had that trust with people living that disability that they can deliver it. And at the same time, people look down on us, low esteem, and there is discrimination and stigmatization that you cannot deliver.
The problem of exclusion is also gendered, as the numbers show. While the rate of unemployment is high, women are the worst hit. In stock terms, there are 30% more unemployed women than men. Women face barriers that men don't have to deal with.
So the woman who's at home and who's caring for the children or who's the natural carer, would we say that that person is employed or not? I would dare say that they are employed. Now, we may have as high as 10%. Like I said, I think it's more. We may have a lot more women not employed in the formal structure as we know it, either within the corporate world or perhaps down the line of entrepreneurship. And there are very many different reasons and factors for that. But the starting point usually has to do with, the girl-child education, as we know, based on our culture and based on the long-standing statistics that we have that show that the girl child is not as educated. We don't take the same opportunities for the girl child as we've taken for the boy child due to cultural nuances. Traditionally, we believe that we should, educate the boys and not the girls. So let's go further up the pipeline. You do have girls who on graduation start and compete as well as the boys in terms of their careers, in terms of paid employment, And we're seeing a lot more of them now in terms of entrepreneurship. However, what tends to happen over time is, again, they tend to drop out when it's time perhaps to have a family. So it's really down sometimes to the choices that are made. And what we must do to try and balance things out is make sure that the choices that are open to women are actually more. So what are those things making them drop out? What are, for example, the reasons why midway through your career, you have to make a choice to say, I need to focus on my home? What then can employers do to ensure that these women are given the opportunities? How can we expand the choices such that I can manage my home, manage my career, still look after my children? And sometimes it's very simple things like, do we have the facility for childcare?
Unemployment in Nigeria is not just about availability of jobs, but also about the education system producing the right type of manpower in the right quality and quantity to industrialize the country. State actors and stakeholders say many Nigerian youths are not employable because their skills are largely divorced from labor requirements.
I think, in my view, reviving our technical and vocational education and training systems, it's not optional. As a matter of fact, it's where we must go, pari passu, our other academic institutions like universities and co, such that you'll find that we have a lot more focus around disciplines, around trades, around disciplines, around specializations. We're in I'm in a room now, I'm in your station, where journalism is a profession, right? But then there are also certain skill sets, whether it's graphics, whether it's creatives, that work very well with your industry. Now, not all of the skill sets that you need in this radio house require a university degree. So a lot of them can be honed, right from even maybe senior secondary or even post-secondary through different diploma programs and things like that. Now, that's what we must do in terms of our skilling process, so that you have what you call a multiple pathway to your aspiration in life.
Vocational training is the key, is the answer. Germany, all industrialized nations, they all depend on these skills training. They have a robust, developed infrastructure for skills training. And so we cannot, no economy, no country can really move forward without having a developed structure, a developed ecosystem, a developed environment to train people, to send people for internship, or to train people, intern people, and eventually create employment for people. Because eventually it is those people who are trained, it is those people who have gone through internship, it is those people who have become employable who eventually becomes employers themselves.
But where are these vocational schools? There are just about 123 government-approved vocational schools across Nigeria. Aside this, there is also a certain stereotype that discourages students from enrolling in such schools.
The reason why some people don't like vocational work, depending on the area of specialization, you have to, when you want to work, you have to change your wares, and some don't like dirty work. Like me, I'm a plumber. People don't really know. Once I'm done in site and going home, people don't really believe that I'm a plumber, because maybe my stature or the way I look, so people don't really believe unless they see me while working on site.
So unfortunately, the number of people who are applying, to learn skill and all of that is still very low in number. And I actually understand why it is low in number. When you operate in an environment that glorifies certificate over skill, when you operate in an environment where the skilled workers are not properly paid, when you operate in that environment where there is no glory in having skilled work, of course, the youth will not be interested in that. But when you operate in a society that celebrates certification without adequate work and that do not pay people living wages for their skills, then of course there's going to be very low interest in that particular field of work.
In the absence of white-collar jobs, many youths have turned to the informal sector, earning a living with small businesses and creating employment also. Presently, these small businesses account for 96% of businesses and 84% of employment in the country. Despite the significant contribution of SMEs to the Nigerian economy, the sector is still struggling with growth.
For me, there are three things. The first one is infrastructure. Power, for example, access to markets. When you are an SME or a member of the informal sector, if you are producing something in small quantities, after you've paid your rent, you've bought your raw materials, you have your equipment, you of course have to supplement power because we don't have stable power in the country. So I think that's one of the major issues. Another issue is double tax or multiple taxation. A lot of businesses, there's no clarity on who they should be paying what taxes to. So for example, I once worked with one of the mobility startups in Lagos in the bike hailing space. And whilst we were, trying to speak with the LIRS, for example, about personal income tax or some basic tax from the drivers, we were obviously also having to deal with the unions, with their daily levies and all of that. So therefore, things like that will stifle businesses and informal sector players.
Although the informal sector may be having an influx of educated youth as players, there is also the snag of these graduates being majorly unequipped for entrepreneurship.
The world is moving from theoretical based learning to case-based learning, where you sit and you study case studies, you study practical lessons about scenarios, right, for business. I think it was Obasanjo, regime that tried to introduce entrepreneurship studies as one of the general GES courses or general studies courses. And, you look at the syllabus of that course, it's the same theoretical stuff, right? So there is nothing that prepares them properly for the challenges, for the realities, for the type of dynamics that they will be facing if they go out into the business world, right? If you look at the Igbo apprenticeship culture, it's an amazing learning point because everything does not have to be. All your learning, your education doesn't have to come from the classroom, right? It does not always have to come from the classroom. So I think if government was serious enough, right, I would expect that the SMEDAN, for example, should have put in some type of structural support for the Igbo apprenticeship model so that we can replicate those models across various societies.
The government acknowledges there is a bulging youth population with overwhelming unemployment figures. They, however, also insist they are addressing the problem.
The government has been consciously and in a deliberate manner trying to address the issue of the youth bulge. It's not just about the numbers. It's also about what are the needs of the variegated strata of the youth population. First, education is key because education is power. Education is the greatest weapon against poverty. So the government has committed so much into education. There's emphasis on technical and vocational education, on the skills that you have. That's one. Two, as regards to the new technology, the digital economy, the ICT as it is, we've seen that our youth are IT savvy, we've seen that our youth have innovative minds. And my ministry, which is the Ministry of Youth, for instance, just during the COVID era, that's my first year in office, we were able to train close to 100,000 people on digital skills, which is still ongoing. We have quite a number of other skills. But the emphasis all around has been that the need to upskill our youth is a central agenda, but also to match the skills with the jobs available. There's been a mismatch in the past. But under this government, we've seen a deliberate effort to make sure that the upskilling of our youth, where that the skills they acquire matches the jobs available in the market, so that you just don't train them and throw them back into the job market. I know that you must have read it. In 5.5 years, this government has created 45 youth-focused programs. Some of them are empowerment programs. Some of them are entrepreneurship training. Some of them are technology training. And these programs are domiciled in various ministries.
Nigeria has not lacked special intervention programs. There are many of them. Yet, there are many unemployed youths as these intervention programs have failed in dropping the increasing unemployment rates. Critics argue that these programs are unimpressive.
For the intervention, or rather the interventions of the government, I'm going to score them high on intention and I'm going to score them low on performance or on result. High on intention because the act of rolling out a lot of intervention schemes like the NPower, You Win, and the various ones, including trader money, all to activate employment, shows that there are people thinking, there are people of good intention out there. But the method to which they've approached it and the results they're getting makes me score them low on it, because in 2021, it is not the role of government to be creating jobs for people or to be doling out money for individuals to grow their businesses. What the government needs to do are three, really, is to overall create an environment that allows employment to be created. Who create employment is businesses. So the government needs to create an environment that allows business to thrive and create employment, and thus doing, fight unemployment.
Government will tell you, BOI, CBN, all of these guys, they'll tell you that we are providing interventions for MSMEs. So we have this 10 billion, we have this 100 billion for MSMEs. And then they will give you the guidelines. And then in the guidelines, you will see that they need you to be registered with CAC, they need you to have a bank account, they need you to have a business plan, they need you to have a financial statement. Look, that already by design excludes majority of those in the MSME space.
To bridge its unemployment gap, experts say Nigeria will have to create 5 million jobs annually for the next 10 years. Is the Nigerian government ready to tackle this problem?
You know, that question is a question for Minister of Labour. It's a question for me, Minister of Youth Development. It's a question for the Minister of Finance. It's a question for the NBS. You know, but I only wear one cap. And my desire is that the youth unemployment will drop. What am I doing in that direction as a minister in this government? Is to make sure that we win our youth off this idea of just putting together a resume and looking for a job, a white-collar job, an office job, a 5 to 9 job. There's no country in the world that has been able to solve its youth unemployment problem without turning its youth into entrepreneurs. And that is the whole rationale behind the establishment of the Nigerian Youth Investment Fund. The emphasis is on two major things. That is, we must invest in our youth, provide them the needed credit and capital, access to that capital that can make them become wealth creators. Second, we need to focus ourselves educationally. We need to provide technical skills and vocational skills. China, 2 years ago, decided to close down over 200 universities or 250 universities and then turn them into vocational and technical schools, because the emphasis now in the developed world is the skills and what you can produce with your knowledge and your hand, not sitting down and carrying files in an office. So we need that paradigm shift. The AFDB leads clearly in the fact that we should move from youth empowerment to youth investment. That don't give our youth handouts, but give them tools, give them resources, give them credit and finance so that they can start. And look at this country. Our youth are they're hugely talented. The creative and entertainment industry dominates. Look at Nollywood, for instance. Look at where it is right now. And look at the musical world. our Nigerian musicians, massive. But there's also a value chain. So there's an emphasis on looking at what's the value chain in agriculture. How do we put, you don't have to be a farmer. You can be an off-taker, just buy the produce and take it to the market. Look at sports, for instance. The value chain of sports is massive. Have we explored it? No. Under this government, we've been able to reclassify sports from recreation to business. And as we put together that policy, the entire value chain of sports as business will employ a lot of youth.
If Nigeria is to turn its large youth population into an advantage, then Nigeria has to rapidly reduce the disastrously high rates of youth unemployment.
You see, luckily and unluckily for us, we are an underdeveloped country. And most of what we have, what we need, we don't have enough of them. We don't have enough schools. We don't have enough hospitals. We don't have enough, almost anything. I can't think of anything that we have enough of. That problem of scarcity of assets should become the solution to our problem, in the sense that we should just sit down and try to create what we lack. To create what we lack, we need to think of what is needed. Why is it that we're not producing, and why is it that we're not consuming what we produce? Why is it that there is no urge to produce? Why are we having more pastors and politicians than manufacturers? If we want to boost Made in Nigeria, for example, I think we need to sit down and say, the first thing we need to do is perhaps create 5,000 production managers as a pilot scheme across the country, so that each one of them will go to different areas and specialize in one sort of production or the other. I repeat, I'm insisting on production, knowing fully well that where there is production, accountants will be needed, photographers will be needed, salespeople will be needed. The core of progress since the Industrial Revolution lies in production.
They really need to go fast because boys are not smiling, and then it can lead to early bloodshed. Early bloodshed in the sense that there will be serious competition. Boys need to smile again. Boys are willing to get their hands on anything just for this bar. And the government, if they are this slow, they will not be able to withstand what will come.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamode Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamode Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
So what are the top decisions that the United States considers necessary that Nigeria must take? I like to think of my interactions as conversations, not interviews. And that's why I say asking questions is both an art and a science. Everyone says in Islam you are allowed to have 4 wives. Is it mandatory? The right question enables answers that educate, inform, clarify, and help you, the viewer, to better understand the issue before making up your mind.
Our goal is to reduce from 10 to 2 days the time it takes to register businesses in Nigeria.
Join me every week on this station, Plus TV Africa, and gain exclusive access to my conversations. I'm Angela Ajetumobi.
How can we have peace without justice?
Plus Politics. It's not just another political conversation, it's about keeping you in the know. The relevant interviews, asking the tough questions to those that matter. Get the answers you need. Does it mean that the people who were injured, people who were shot at, those who were involved in that stampede are not going to get justice?
It is unfortunate, it is sad that we have a government of deaf and dumb.
Analysis from top experts.
The last election was not really an election.
We feel that Obasanjo has a very special place in his heart for hating Ijaw people.
I think it really boils down to two things. One, trust and accountability.
Plus Politics, every weeknight at 7 p.m. on Plus TV Africa.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
Na 500 naira they collect am.
If you no talk, dem go beat you.
Na 2,500 they pay.
Welcome to another episode of Ladies Talking Business, a business lifestyle show where we break down the concept of business to its simplest form. I am Moremi Akonwo. On today's episode, we will be discussing sustainable living and circular economy through Africa's indigenous craft, Adire, with our guest, Doyinmola Olajoye. She is a beauty queen, the winner 13th Miss Ekimogun Beauty Pageant, first runner-up Heritage Beauty Pageant, semi-finalist Creative Business Cup Lagos 2021 held at EDC Lagos Business School. She is a humanitarian Under 25 founder and creative director, Donny Adire and Crafts, Nigeria. She attended St. Louis Secondary School, Ondo, and also had her tertiary education completed at Adekunle Ajashin University as a computer scientist. As an advocate of recycling through African arts and culture, Doyinmola's dream is to see a world that embraces African Adire while curbing the harm throwing out old clothes can cause to humans. She was a nominee at the prestigious ACE Awards for African Creative Entrepreneurs in 2021 as Startup of the Year, winner in the fashion category of the SME 100 Africa 25 Under 25 Award 2021, recognized and nominated for Eloy Award Young Entrepreneur of the Year 2021, and also the winner of the God Chamber Business Bootcamp Pitch Competition and beneficiary of the grant awarded. Earlier in 2022, Donny Adire and Crafts Nigeria, founded by Doyinmola, won the EEFP grant, a flagship project of the Nigerian Export Promotion Council, awarded to exceptional and impact-driven brands through Bella Africana, a 360-degree community for creative entrepreneurs. Now, that's quite a bio for the young lady sitting beside me. Happy to have you on the show today, Doreen.
Thank you so much for having me.
And congratulations on winning the pageant.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so let's talk about Adire and Yoruba culture. Can you give us a bit of a background?
Okay, yes, Adire was started in the 1960s by late Chief Mrs. Minia Jojolola. She literally started in a compound in Ogun State, precisely Abeokuta, and it was passed down from generation to generation. So it was a family business. That was how Adire started. They used to use a particular clothing that is cotton. It's called tero, right? And then the kind of dye that used to be used at the time was made out of indigo fera, which is a leaf. You know, it's indigo color, just like what you're wearing currently. And what I'm also wearing, it's a dark shaded blue. So that leaf is dyed for a time frame, and then from the extraction that the leaf brings out is what is used to dye the fabric that has been tied or just designed. That's it basically.
And that's what has become
today's contemporary fashion.
Mm-hmm. So, but is it still widely used in Nigeria?
Yes. I know at some point that it was not being used. It wasn't being embraced. Like, we had this notion, or people had this notion that it was for olden days, dancers. It was just used for props, for people who are drummers or maids and all of that. But the Adire of then is no longer the Adire of today, because it can now be colorful. It's not just white and indigo. It's not just tie and dye. It's not just, cassava paste designs and all that. That is just, many times one color. But today, it's now contemporary. It can now be vibrant and all of that. And then people have begun to embrace. I mean, even outside Nigeria, people also appreciate it. And in Nigeria as well.
So what's the trick to ensuring, I know back in school, when you're in school and you guys have to do practical and all those things, we used to do all this Adire and all, but the fabric will still wash.
Okay.
I know maybe it's a dye thing. So what's the trick in getting a fantastic result in such a way that your fabric, the dye isn't coming off from the fabric?
Okay, so this is one, as an Adire trainer, this is one thing I usually ensure that I teach my trainees. I tell them there are 5 steps. I don't think I want to go through it all.
You can just touch on briefly.
Okay, touch on it all. Okay, so there's a place of having quality textile. You cannot work on polyester or chiffon and expect that it will give you the result that actual cotton will give you. I'm currently wearing a cotton clothing. It was done with Guinea brocade. If I did not use Guinea brocade, then it won't give me this result that you're seeing right here, right? So there's a place of quality textile. There's also the place of using enough, chemicals and dye. So we have hydrosulfite and caustic soda, which are, the chemicals that we use. And if one does not have enough, it's just best to actually purchase more than manage what you have. So you may want to dye maybe a 10 yards fabric and you're using something really little. If that occurs, then you won't bring out the work nicely, the right amount, and you're not using too much of a particular chemical, because it's just, it's based on calculation. So if you're an Adire maker, you need to be intentional about what calculations and all that. Another thing is that producing takes a lot of water. You cannot afford to not have water when you're making Adire. It's better you just, pause your production than go ahead and produce, because you usually need to rinse and rinse and rinse till all the excess dye comes off it. Remember I said the cotton must have been sorted, then the quality textile, the quality chemicals and, dye, then you have to now rinse a lot, so that when it gets to the end user, the person is not having to wash and wash and wash. So sometimes that's what happens. Then I personally wash as well with detergent. Many people may be against it, but it helps me, take out the excess dye even faster, because I know that I must have used quality dye and all that, so I don't have a problem, washing it with detergent as well.
Okay, so it means we were doing something wrong back in primary or secondary school.
Yes.
We will still see the dye, coming off. Okay, so I know you're an advocate for recycling, which is, like I read earlier, you're trying to use Adire and all that. Let's talk about your passion for recycling. What fueled that passion?
Now, so I'll say CBC, Creative Business Corp, really helped me, know how to better articulate my business. So at the time I joined, yes, I had a business plan put together from, the business schools I had earlier attended, but I was just maybe focused on the financials or, how to get things right, customer relationship and inventories and all that. But then I know climate action, everything that has to do with climate change, sustainability just started to sprout out in like the last years. So I got interested when I went to, CBC, the business, school. It was only for about a few days, but I was able to make research. It opened me up to how I can start to like embrace sustainability through Adire. So I would say that, the learnings that I had and then the research I also made helped me, know that I could use this as a way of also helping, our climate be sustainable.
Interesting. We will discuss more about this shortly.
Okay.
We will be back for more conversations with our guest after the break.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. From the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
I'm still here with Doyinmola Olajoye, a reigning beauty queen as the winner Miss Ekimogun Beauty Pageant and founder Donny Adire and Crafts Nigeria. Okay, so let's talk about recycling.
Okay.
Not just Adire, recycling generally. So what are some of the benefits it has on the economy?
Okay, now when we recycle, I made a research, I think about a year ago, and I know that the fashion of today is people are mostly open to fast fashion. Fast fashion is you wear, you buy, you wear, you're looking for the next outfit to actually buy. You can't recycle what you're even buying. So it's only for the short term. Whatever you're buying, whatever fashion item you're buying is for the short term, which is like fast fashion. But when it is slow fashion, which recycle, speaks about, you're able to buy it. Okay. You're able to curb textile waste that comes from, because it takes tons and tons of water and resources, even human resources as well, to do the clothes that are fast fashion related. Okay. But then when they are cutting, they take time as well, but they are sustainable. They are durable in terms of use, right? So if we have to do slow fashion and one can just, use our natural resources, our resources right here, it helps your economy that way.
Okay. So talking about producing the Adire and all that, what's the best fabric?
The best fabric to use is cotton.
It's cotton.
Cotton fabric. Now, cotton is not limited. Satin. Cotton is not limited to, how do I explain this now? So I'm currently wearing cotton brocade fabric. So we have different kinds of cotton. We can have a mix of chiffon and cotton. We can have a mix of, polyester and cotton, have a mix of crepe and cotton. There are actually several kinds of fabric. We have denim as well. But what is just very vital is that these fabrics have a large percentage of cotton in them.
Okay.
So they are able to be used for our indigenous craft adire that way.
Okay, great. So how can we promote sustainable living in Africa using adire?
Recycle your clothes. Those clothes in your wardrobe, just call on Donny and let's get them
any
revamped.
colored clothes,
any color,
like, can be recycled using adire.
Literally any clothes. The moment it is cotton or it has a large percentage of cotton in it, either black or purple or navy blue or red or pink or white, whatever color it is, really, it can be revamped. And the interesting thing is that some clothings, they are old already, some are faded, some are stained, as opposed to just, you know, throwing those clothes on the ground and turning them to rags or using them as, you know, napkins or throwing them in the waste bin, which eventually lands in the landfills.
Or in the ocean.
Or in the ocean, right? These things, they don't even decompose. Cotton takes over 200 years to decompose. Wow. So as long we're living, the cotton is still living, right? It's not disappearing anywhere. So it still remains and it causes harm to us. So why not just recycle? So those clothes in the wardrobe, they can be recycled. I mean, it does not even have to be somebody who takes recycling as a point of responsibility like Donny Adire does, but anyone who makes adire can actually revamp clothing for, you know, people who are interested in recycling their old clothes.
Okay, so what, for businesses that do that recycling, and what are you guys doing to promote or to make the world know that we can recycle most of our clothing? Because I didn't know that we could turn them to adire.
New clothing, right?
So I think you guys have a burden to make people. Do you know how many millions of people are in Nigeria?
Yeah, and
I
we need to do
even 2% of us probably don't know. We can
and I totally agree with you. I'll say that more textile designers should actually come out. So the interesting thing is that some people just start businesses. Some people who make adire, they just want to do it for the craft. Like, let me make money, you know, let me start a business. Maybe if, you know, you just see your friends selling clothes or learning a particular craft, you just see adire as another craft. Of course, it is another craft, but, you know, one can maximize it because it solves a number of SDGs. Right, 12, 13, there are things that adire can solve. So why just stick to the buying and selling part, making new clothes? Yes, it's sustainable, it's durable when you actually, you know, produce them rightly. But much more than that, we can actually take our old clothes and, you know, make something beautiful out of them.
Absolutely interesting. Well, we will speak more about this shortly.
Okay.
We will go on a short break. Please stay with us.
Hey, what's up, guys? You're welcome to another edition of Plus Event, and I remain your host, Ifeoluwa Oshukeye.
Your absence isn't an excuse anymore, as Plus Events is all you need, as we bring you the glitz, the glamour, and loads of fun.
Oh, definitely, right? No question. He's a living legend.
Oh, God forbid, Holy Ghost fire, I know.
I just want to be blown away. I want to be wild. This is 11 years of doing it.
I'm surrounded by so much positivity.
No, it's okay.
Yo, what's up, my people? It's your boy Starboy Terry. You're watching
Plus Event
on Plus TV.
Stay glued to Plus TV Africa every Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 p.m. West African time.
Thanks for staying with us on Ladies Talking Business. We have been having conversations with Doyinmola Olajoye on sustainable living and circular economy through Africa's indigenous craft, adire. So Doyin, we were speaking earlier and we were talking about the harm that some of our old clothes can cause on humans. I just wanted us to talk a bit more about it. What sort of harm?
What sort of health? Now, of course, I'm not a health person, but one thing that happens in landfills is okay. So let me take it from our homes, right? Because to be honest, there would be no just like I usually say, there would be no government if there is no people actually, leading in that sphere. So that's the same thing with circular economy, reusing, reducing waste and all of that. When we fail to treat our clothing well, when we fail to find ways to sort of reuse or recycle our outfits, they're landing in landfills. Landfills is, first you throw it out in your waste bin, maybe, waste management company or some persons just, pick them up and they throw it in a particular place, maybe in an environment, in a local government, and then a bigger body, a bigger organization comes to pick. At the end of the day, it lands in a particular place. I know of one I know several within Lagos. One popular one is at Ojota. That's a landfill. Even, the smell alone, that's even one thing, right? Yeah. That's one thing and it is gaseous. All of these things, because they don't decompose, they actually emit some form of, carbon oxide, right? So, and this is not good for us humans. So that's like, I've said two things already, but the major thing is greenhouse gases, which is not good for humans.
Okay. So moving away from that a bit, so you're into the business of arts, craft, and all that. In your own opinion and from experience, how can this boost the Nigerian economy? What can we do to,
What can we do? Okay, so I have limited speech when it comes to this. Can I take that again?
Oh, yeah, sure. Just continue.
Can you ask a question?
Okay, I'll just ask you. As someone into indigenous crafts, so how can we use it to boost the Nigerian economy?
Okay, fantastic. So one amazing thing is that people even outside Nigeria, they're starting to embrace what we own. So there's a place of sensitization. Like you mentioned the other time, we have a lot of work to do because only a fraction of the number of persons in Nigeria even know about recycling. Taking it away from recycling, adire in itself, right? Because it's our own craft. It's something that we can do with our local resources and only get a little of the production materials from outside Nigeria. So the place of sensitizing people more, getting them to wear our own handmade indigenous crafts, as well as pushing it out to people even outside Nigeria as well. And the amazing thing is that people outside the country actually embrace what we do, right? So we can start to push, more sensitization, more, awareness on the amazingness of adire, how durable it is, how long lasting it can be, and just
so how long lasting can it be?
Now, I was asked this